faster. Go. there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles and running, never touch the brakes. See they're counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time. It's time, it has no master. Now, never, faster, forever. Now, never, faster, forever. Time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time. It's time, it has no master.
Efficient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
When everyone strive to reach the peak,
Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
상대가 강하든 약하든 승리와 패배밖에 없어.
우리는 오늘 세계 1등과의 싸움이야.
아니,
뻔뻔해.
아니 하이큐에서 봤어.
우리
최근에.
세계 1등과의 싸움이라니까.
우린 할 수 있어.
우리 자신과의 싸움이다.
우리 자신과의 싸움이야.
그렇지.
자, 오늘 바가야로.
체인지대 블리드 시작하겠습니다.
Okay, Maxim, I'll tell you Indonesian word. Baru is new. Pisau is knife. Satu is one. Dua, I think you know. Dua is two.
No, I don't know.
Dua is two.
My brain is too small, guys.
Satu, dua, tiga.
Yeah.
Tiga is three.
Three, yeah.
Does that say my name?
Annyeonghaseyo something, bro.
No. In the middle of them, one row down.
Yeah, it's your name. It's your name, Ben Kai. You have a fan, bro. Yeah, let's go. G fan, yeah.
なんか試合前のさ、ガルラが喋ることあんじゃん。なんかもう同じことしか言わなくなって。まあ楽しめってことや。
俺の翻訳がおかしいんじゃないんだからね。
分かってる。毎回同じやん。
자, 그러면 우리 계속해 그저 수 슈퍼 이즈
Undefeated.
얘들아 가보자.
Fist bump, bro.
스팝
이기자.
I'm the beamer. They're not committing, right?
Good job. I can stun default.
Let's go let's go come let's go 僕入れとくわ
でもそれに行く。バックサイバックサイ。Drop still. Dead. Behind side.
Nice, Peter.
Last one, Vader.
Ace.
強っ
Oh, it's it. No, 30. Go ahead. Nice job. Well done. Let's go. I wanted him. My bad.
All good, all good.
Okay, fight again. Wait, molly light. Crash. Dead. Any help? 오늘 끝나면 컨택까지 와봐.
오케이. 나 확 빨릴게. 하나, 둘, 셋.
와인 없어. 방금 봤어, 케이오.
드론할게.
앞에 기다려봐.
둘, 하이엔로. 플래시 가능?
플래시 없어. 아예 필요 없어.
그러면 그냥 B 가자. B 킬조이 하나야 지금 그럼.
I think we hit A.
Go sound B.
I think we hit A also. I go pick. Alright, go. Nothing. I leave you guys, okay? 마켓리콘 써야 돼, 종민아. CT 스모크해.
오케이, 확인.
얘네 역습밖에 답 없어.
마켓 리콘슨.
얘네도 리콘 돈다.
마켓 끌.
스윙 갈게.
How we can be side already, okay? Spike.
Big lane coming.
Lane coming.
하나 더. 레바 하나 더. One flank, Gisa, one flank. Behind us. Kill the lane, guys. Back in. Wait, reloading. 계속 go. I holding lane. 무조건 계단 나와. 한 명은 던지겠다.
일단 오퍼.
이해로지.
나이나 CT나.
됐다. 고지 갔다. 됐다.
I will call the water.
I guess go left later, guys.
Someone second flank, please.
Go left.
리콘. 다시.
나이스.
가버려.
아따.
머리가.
아라라.
놀래.
라스트 리턴 할까?
ごめん入ろうせーの。
ほぼけろ。
相手もろ1個あるかも。
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Let's go.
Cypher can be.
I can't go. I'm darted. I didn't get hit though.
He's A long. He's coming up to peak short. I'm stunning. He's done.
오는 거 봐줄게. 이거 잡았고.
That's one. One more CT.
Backside.
Killjoy shot.
나이스. 슛돌.
Don't buy.
No back.
연막 쳤다. 빠질게.
그럼 뭐야? 나 이거 그냥 C 갈게 얘들아. 나이스.
잘 쳤죠, 씨. 나롱 보는 중.
Wait. Where did he make noise?
30 seconds left.
24 seconds.
형 와봐. 설할 때 나 궁 쓰고 여기 한번 지원해줄게. 실험으로 와봐.
One enemy remaining.
I wouldn't. 설마 끊으면 될 듯.
너궁 떠라.
10
No, it's
seconds
too
left.
far away. One, bro.
늦었다. 안 끊긴다.
스파이크가 설치.
백상 한거 조심.
No aftershock. No aftershock. 나이스. 나이스.
Nothing close. I drone on top. I'm blind. Get out. We know. Wow. Where? Nest.
Let's go.
I got a big guy.
I go by outside.
I'm going jail. Two. Come in. One more, at least one more.
You are flanking.
They're holding. Two here. Killjoy missing. All three here. Two more side.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Oh, the leg. Holy
bro.
What the did I just do to Holy if nothing, you have to go there with your wall. That they're not gonna check no. Stars. They flash mid. Blind. Me, I'm blind. I'm blasting for video. Blasting. Too many bang. I'm flash bang. I'm flashing bang. Flashing. Help me make a hash.
Spike down mid.
Why is bang? All blind. All blind on the back. Guys, that's actually insane, guys. All blind. 5 people blind, man. That one. Nice bang. That was insane. That was actually insane.
They're gonna break the trip, force more movement over from Team Secret. And here's the judge, and he's been waiting! What?
Spike down mid.
Completely crushing Genji under the hammer.
Get them out in mid, but they're still May in a very far forward position. Finds the first, finds the second. Buzz and flashback both take it down. Oh. Draft used 0 point to try to deny the blades. He dashes away from that one, dodging that out, and even manages the takedown. May takes down Foxy. Here at Garage has that short image, however, still able to find two. Looking for the third, but Mako able to shut it down. Push out from May, Mako finds that, finds the third, says dead mid air is Mako.
나이스.
Shout, triple. There's the first, there's the second, and Meteor gets the third.
It ain't fair. It ain't fair.
Oh, a fourth, and maybe Benkai backpedaling. The recon sets up, but Meteor will not be denied.
Delayed trap, seemingly from PRX.
All right, well, now the approach coming through. A lot of people with the sheriff is going to be Monyan finding the first 3 kills is something. Jing and Mind Freak all fall on the wayside. Slide forward, catching a spawn, catching a 4-piece, and maybe even an ace here in the pistol round to start things off. RRQ looking fired up. Chance for the ace coming through. Monyan approaching around the back. Pop flash, and he's still.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the COEX Shinhan Card Art Team for VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 2. Now, we have lots of visitors from around the world flying into Seoul for the final 4 matches to close out the season in APAC, and the energy has been nothing short of electric here in the stadium. Now, it's the very last day we'll be here in this venue for VCT Pacific anyway, and it's the very last day of playoffs. This year was a little bit longer than last year's regular season, but time has still flown by.
That's a sensitive topic.
Especially
it was a little bit longer than last year. But anyway, yes, time has flown by.
Especially when I'm with you guys.
That's where we pull out these topics.
It has been action-packed, and I think we were pleasantly surprised for the most part, and obviously it's still not over just yet.
How are you feeling, Quack? Like, I mean, we've seen so many things. So much has changed since last year.
I know. Like, who would have thought that this would be the top 4 with Talon coming in, PRX kind of in the lower bracket. But, like, it's a little bit bittersweet. It's very exciting for sure to, like, think about the games that we have at our hands. But, like, just to think, like, we might have to say goodbye to this, like, nice logo in the background and everything. I think I'm going to miss it.
Yeah.
The logo will come back.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not scrapping the logo.
Of course we're not scrapping the logo design.
This isn't like the end of VCT Pacific forever, like, just so we're clear.
Come on.
But yeah, it has been kind of crazy. Gen G, I mean, at the start of this year, if you told any of us that Gen G was going to look this good consistently throughout this year and now be in the upper bracket, I don't know if any of us would have believed that. Maybe paper thin.
Yeah, I mean, maybe by the end of stage 2, sure, but in the fashion they did it, right, the journey they took, the fact that they started near the top and then now are at the top, I think that's the surprising part. I had a chance to talk to actually Coach Aces K yesterday on the Korean desk, and I even asked specifically about Karen, like, did you guys imagine that his growth would be this fast? And he was like, to be honest, no. Like, we didn't think it'd be this fast. We thought he had potential. So I think it's fair to say that the current position that Gen G is in is very impressive and very surprising.
Yeah, and now in the upper brackets today, we will be seeing Gen G and DRX. I think this is slightly surprising. Some of us joke that PRX likes to go through lower sometimes, especially as we get to the tail end right before finals. They just like to, give you heart problems. But RRQ and Team Secret also made it into playoffs. Unfortunately, in that Friday game, they got knocked out.
Yeah. Why did RQ just have to meet Gen G when Gen G's about to get eliminated? That's just my problem with this bracket. You know what I mean? Gen G just turns it up to 11 when they're about to get eliminated. No, I have to get this out of the way because even the Gen G players in the staff agree that they just turn it up to 11, and I just can't take it anymore. But anyway, all right.
His heart rate is through the roof
He's
right
getting
now.
red. I'm actually a little bit concerned.
No, it's fine. Now that we're calm, though, it is a little bit entertaining that Gen G and DRX are meeting yet again, but this time, thankfully, not in the face of elimination. So it's a little bit more about the pride and who's going to get that advantage going into the grand finals here at Stage 2.
Yeah, a little bit more lax, but I'm also just like really excited at the whole journey of how things have gone through. I mean, who would have thought that DRX would come into playoffs picking Abyss? Like, in the past, they normally kind of stray away from like some of the newer maps, but now they seem a lot more prepared. They have a new style. It looks a lot more energizing and fun to watch, but of course, playing against Gen G, that's going to be a tough one. And then for PRX and Talon, that's a little bit crazy in its own way as well, because Talon has, new players, a new style, new coach, and they're doing so many things differently. Meanwhile, PRX just trying to clean things up.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing a lot of new things, and I like that you touch upon that for DRX. This is one thing that's definitely changed for Korean VALORANT since last year is the evolution of Korean VALORANT and how it's totally stepped up, and this is probably why at least 2 of them are qualified and they're at the top. Now, we saw a lot of new things happen over the last few days, the last 2 weeks. We got our first Clove, our first ISO, first Abyss.
Why is Band's head just so small compared to the rest of ISO's body?
The jacket's really big.
The jacket's very puffy, apparently. But yeah, I mean, we definitely kind of helped pave the way for a lot of things, which is very nice for a lot of Pacific fans, I think, because a lot of times, especially for Korea, Japan, a lot of the East Asian regions that we have here in Pacific, it was always a bit more conservative. It was always a bit more cautious, right? And we had to wait to see like EMEA or North America experiment and stuff. And even I would say back in Southeast Asia, it was all kind of over the place. So people couldn't really wait to see it at the top level. But hey, we've got the first and everything, including the first Abyss, which was very neat.
Yeah, I think it probably helps that our schedule is we're
I was trying not to mention that. We do like to get ahead of things.
But you know what? Even so, we saw a lot of firsts regardless. I think even if we started everything exactly the same time, we're all in the same time zone, we saw so many first things. It's definitely the first time, not just the first Abyss, but the first time a team fell in Abyss 3 times on its debut.
They wanted to really make sure that they were the first ones to fall.
Yeah.
Well,
It's unforgettable.
like the first one was like kind of an accident. The second and the third one, that's
Were
the one that was like
intentional? Is
not
that what you're gonna say?
intentional, but like it's like through like unfortunate plays, I think, because getting blinded and then at the same time getting like aim punched, aim tagged like in the middle of a jump, things like that. It's a lot of nice milestones, is my point, because like think about everything that happened this year. It's apart from these firsts, we also had like the first technical pause after a timeout because Alex, kind of went a little bit too aggressive.
Break the desk.
We had the first actual non-sub player being picked up for playoffs.
That too.
Yep, that's a first.
That is definitely a first. I think that'll be a first for a long time.
Yes.
And the only for a long time. That was a very bold move by TLN Esports, and definitely was very exciting to watch Primy's debut. And we're going to see him one more time against PRX later today. In fact, let's talk a bit about the lineup for today. We got 2 matches. We got the Korean face-off, and then we have the Southeast Asians going against each other with very, I wouldn't say similar play styles, but very unpredictable play styles.
Yeah, I mean, just very aggressive, kind of really revolving around star players right now. That's what I think both teams are kind of focusing on, setting up for that aggression. So I think we'll see 2 very different styles of Valorant in the 2 matches we have today.
Yeah, very different, but like just can't wait to see how that all plays out. I mean, there's quite a bit of pressure right now, and at the same time, Gen G and DRX, like how have they kind of changed things up with the new DRX playing against Gen G?
All right, let's see how the players are doing. We're going to welcome them over with Jen.
Hello, Paron. Hello. Who do you think is the best rookie of Pacific?
I think Flashback is good.
Flashback?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Shoots better than you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Alright, thank you. Flashback. Now, who's the best rookie of this year in Pacific?
Me.
Oh. What? Wait. What are you talking? Mako? What?
I'm Mako.
What is going on?
There's so many fun little Easter eggs in there. My favorite was actually when Karon says, well, yeah, Flashback shoots better, and Munchkin just turns around and he's like, and then he just goes back to his desk. Oh, man. We love the rookies out here in Pacific.
Yeah, and not just because they're so lovable, they're just so darn good. I think the rookie picks for Pacific have been absolutely phenomenal across the board for a lot of these teams. All of them, actually, not just the 4 that are playing today. Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup today. Will, Chobra, I know you have so many thoughts about DRX. How do you feel about the DRX of today versus DRX of yesteryear?
Wait, I just want to clarify. I just have a lot of thoughts about every team, okay? Like, if people like to make it sound like it's only about DRX, I have a lot of thoughts about Gen G, a lot of thoughts about talent. That's all over the place. But anyway.
Yeah, more about DRX, I think.
I do have very strong thoughts about DRX. But I do think while it's been a tough road, and I knew it was going to be painful to make these sweeping changes, but I think it was somewhat necessary, and I think we're seeing that, right? The fact that it's leading to them wanting to pick a new map because they're no longer favorites, that they have to get reps on it. The fact that they have to say, hey, we've got to go back to the basics and now build up a new style because we have rookies who don't have the entire playbook downloaded. All of this has really helped them, I think, rediscover themselves, and we saw that yesterday against Talon. The way they were playing, you could tell if you're an old-time DRX fan that, okay, this feels like DRX, but it looks different.
And what do you make of it, Quack, as well? I mean, I know your opinions on DRX were not as strong as Will's in terms of wanting to see that kind of change. But we were just talking about this, the evolution of Korean Valorant, how much it's changed overall. Gen G, I feel like the foundation of Korean Valorant is still there. It's still conservative in some ways, but they've managed to kind of find new layers to it.
Yeah, that's something I've always been thinking about watching and casting the games because you can really try to. Oh my gosh,
400. Sorry to cut you off, but that's that's a crazy
noticed.
number to be attached to DRX out of all teams. Right?
I know. I mean, yeah, it's been quite a while, right, for DRX, but now that they've actually, come in with this new iteration, like you mentioned, it's similar flavors to the past, but like new styles and everything. Meanwhile, you can always tell that a lot of the Korean teams, especially with Gen G and DRX, they always have a very cerebral kind of way of playing the game. They are able to control the map ridiculously well.
Yeah, and now we were talking about 413 days since the finals, but this is what we wanted to say, especially you, Chobra. You wanted to see this reset. It needed to happen.
Yes.
And you were just saying HSK didn't expect their rookie to perform the standard, the level that he was performing already, and maybe DRX just needs that time to get there. I think they're definitely getting there, and we will be talking about our predictions later, but how are you feeling about this matchup now?
I'm very excited for it. I mean, obviously, just look at these numbers, right? The fact that Gen G's actually been to 5 finals in a row is also insane to think about, considering, they put this team pretty much newly together, obviously very experienced players, but 5 finals is no joke in a row. I mean, not many teams have done that, actually, just throughout VCT. So I think Gen G obviously still going to be favored, especially because they look rejuvenated. They look maybe even better than they were looking at certain points in Shanghai. They look so clean, so it's all great. But DRX, again, the fact that they've now discovered themselves, they say, oh yeah, this is like DRX 2.0. This is what we should be playing like. The fact that now they have their own style, now I think we can focus on the aim goals, a little bit more fun of, okay, who really comes out on top? Because let's be honest, after Gen G beat them in kickoff, it was always kind of feeling like, well, Gen G's just going to be better across the board, but if DRX pops off, maybe they can contest. Now today, I think it's a little different.
Now, Mako is probably the last man standing from the old guard here, and he is now in an IGL run. I think we almost forget sometimes how young Mako actually is.
Yeah, that was one of the conversations, right? Mako having to IGL up, but at the same time, how is he going to stack up against like Karen, for example, right? But at the same time, you're thinking about so many comparisons. We got Lakia and Bane here. The way that the whole team kind of is structured around this is just that these guys are the support players, but if we're talking about their play style now, with the trades and the firepower and everything, the way that they're fighting, these guys need to find their shots and trying to fight back.
Just so everyone understands that these graphs are relative to the entire player base here at Pacific, right? So some of you, I know you're going to look at them and be like, oh my gosh, their numbers are so low. Yeah, they're like, pentagons are so tiny. But the whole point is I think what we need to focus on is, okay, you have 10 players who are going to be great at the game today, 10 players who can win their duels on any given day of the week. So what really makes the difference is how they're set up for each other. So the ones who are usually in those setup positions with the initiators like Lakia and Bane, I think that's going to make a world of a difference because that gives you now that advantage when it's things like Texture versus Buzz.
Now we also have to talk about maps. We were really surprised. DRX picking Abyss.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally picking a new map at a regional level.
Yeah.
This is a new DRX. We've really turned a new leaf.
It's great. But Gen G, on the other hand, immediate. First ban, Abyss.
Yeah. It's funny because now that they're facing Gen G, I wonder if that was also an additional layer to DRX wanting to play that Abyss. Knowing if they were confident that they could beat Talon, just letting Gen G know, like, hey, if you think we're going to ban it, like, you better ban it first up, as they complain about the coin here. But
so going here, he's gotten better, though, at his coin.
Oh, he's gotten better. But, like, Solo and Termi and Glow, and all 4 of these guys go way back, so I'm sure there's a little bit of friendly rivalry going on even in the coin toss. But it has to be the Abyss ban for Gen G. I mean, if you think you're the favorites, I don't blame them. Like, I know for DRX, a lot of fans used to think, like, they gotta play these new maps earlier so they get more reps. But in Gen G's shoes, I think they're comfy saying, hey, we are the favorites here. We don't need to show this. We already saw what you did. You look pretty comfy on it. We're not gonna risk it here because maybe we save it for the BO5.
Or more curiously, what the next ones are gonna be, because, you know, thinking about maps like Ascent, banning out Lotus against Gen G just makes so much sense, but how are you gonna kind of, you know, play out the next few ones? Are you gonna challenge like each other on Bind or something, for example?
Termi's like peeking at Solo's notes.
Yeah, he's looking.
They're gonna take a bit of time on this one.
So you got to cover up that phone a bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he has that
That's some
protective
girlfriend
film,
energy,
though.
like,
Maybe he's got
you
the
texting?
privacy film, though, so that Derby can't see it from that angle. Maybe that's why HSK always leans so close, because you can't actually see the phone screen from a different
He's got
angle.
the height advantage, though. He can kind of get an angle on it.
Oh, man.
These two are ex-teammates.
Yeah,
from,
I mean,
past
all
life.
4 of these guys have kind of been teammates at one point or another. So it goes way back, but the Haven pick, I like it. Because the days are gone when DRX used to be a strong Haven team. And here's the thing. One of the reasons DRX was always the strongest, or one of, Haven teams was because they had one of, if not the best breach in the world, Stacks. He was always the linchpin to their compositions, to their play on Haven, because it's a breach map. It always has been. And now he's no longer there. Who's going to play the breach? Are you even going to play the breach? I think Gen G knows that, okay, I mean, we're not playing the breach, but if you're not playing it, it makes our composition even easier with the double controller.
Yeah, so far it's been a little bit different, right? I mean, Gen G with a more double controller style, flashback me on the Cypher or something. So it's going to be very interesting to see how DRX kind of structures their way around this, especially with how Gen G has been so dominant so far. And then Sunset coming in now, DRX picking this against Gen G. DRX hasn't had the best track record on this map, so I am a little bit concerned, but hopefully they have cooked something up.
They have had time, a little bit more time than the other teams to do
I think it's also the fact that unless Gen G's changed their composition, you've started to see the cracks and how difficult it is to play the KO Sova. So perhaps DRX has some anti-team prepped. I imagine Gen G, out of the remaining maps, Icebox probably going to be up there. Again, I think even Talon gave the respect ban yesterday, but when Buzz can turn on like that in their previous matchup against Talon and just solo carry the game, like those are the maps you want to get rid of. You don't want the opponent's superstar to just be able to rev their engines up and suddenly just, 1v5 everybody. So
100%.
Yeah, I'm
Especially
going to
a
assume
team like
that.
Gen G.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to avoid that one. I mean, listen, Ascent's going to be one of the more comfort picks for DRX, but yeah, there it is, the Icebox ban.
So
just saying that's perhaps the most carry potential.
Ascent or Bind, I mean, it comes down to like either the executes or the reads on some of these maps. And, on towards something like Bind, you have very different compositions. All right, I guess that's what we're going to go for.
Oh, I
like
these
it.
map picks.
No, I love it. And the reason I love it is I think this, again, just goes to show DRX, a different DRX when they're not the favorites, right? They have to go for these new maps. They have to go for the maps where they've prepped something else, where they have the better read on their opponents, things like that. So the Bind, we haven't seen, from DRX, so we'll see what that comes up if we get there at all.
That's right. Now, we have seen a little bit of Haven from these two teams, but this is Gen G's pick. What do you make of this?
I mean, I think, even the times that we have seen it from DRX, sure, there is that breach, but it just doesn't look as fluid as it used to be. I think it's very rigid around the set plays, and the way that Gen G was playing it against RQ as well, I think it just goes to show that they understand the pros and cons of that double controller. Since the Sky Nurse, people have kind of veered away from this composition, sure. But the way Gen G played it, again, they can still rely on members like Meteor and Texture to kind of solo push, solo lurk, things like that on either side of the map. So I think Gen G's going to feel a lot more comfortable that they can force the utility out of DRX if they go for something like the Breach composition, and then it's a much easier map for Gen G.
Yeah, I think they also just have a lot of the ideas set in place and how they want to play around it. If something does go down, if they lose a controller or something else here or there, they're able to kind of fill that gap really quickly. And that's kind of how Gen G has always operated. So many layers to the way that they operate on the map. Meanwhile, for DRX, like Will mentioned, it's like not the same as before. But what I am glad about is just Mako starting to show that, clutch potential once again, right? He's starting to get a little bit more comfortable with his current role, and they're starting to do a little bit better, especially with their current track record, like 3-0.
Yeah, I am so happy to see Mako come back into form, by the way. He was known as the guy who could do no wrong, and, we kind of saw like a quieter period from him for a while, so I'm glad to see him coming back there.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Also, just the fact that it is, I think, a lot quicker than a lot of us expected, right? Sure, it's not at the highest level in the world, but he's getting used to it. He admits it. I think that's great to see.
Yeah. I think just understanding what your weaknesses are, or not, I wouldn't say weaknesses, but what you need to work on.
Building up that confidence,
Yeah, and it's great. The guy is lovely. Now we got to talk about predictions, and it's just me and you, Will, against the world.
I never thought a day like this would come. I mean,
why?
Listen, I'm kind of surprised. I get it. Genji's favored, but like, I didn't think it would just be you and me being the DRX voters. Like, that's insane.
Like usually has a DRX pick in there sometimes.
Yeah.
So what's your case for DRX?
Listen, I think if they're able to if they're able to go through the draft, which I think by them playing Abyss yesterday, they actually have a bit of an advantage, forcing the ban. They're gonna still be well prepped, and what I saw from them yesterday was, again, the new version of DRX. They're still very clean, well-oiled, but it's much more about, hey, we're gonna be set up in a way so that we have a little bit more control around the site. Whereas Genji, they're a bit more of the aggressive, clean type. We go in, our spacing's good, 3 versus 2, 3v3, we know how to win those fights. But DRX is always like, okay, Buzz, you take the first shot, then it's Foxy, then it's Flashback, things like that. And when push comes to shove, I wonder if DRX is now going to say, we know exactly how you space because we used to do that. So now we have a good read on how to out-trade you.
All right. Well, I think this roster has so much potential, and I do like all the changes they've made this year.
I also just want to add one more thing. The biggest difference between old DRX and new DRX is they're actually starting to win their first fights. The old DRX used to have to always win 4v5, and that was very impressive. But now they're actually winning first duels.
Yes.
No, seriously, this makes a world of a difference.
Yes. All right, Genji. Make the case for Genji. I mean, they have a
much
trophy.
of it.
They're like, look at my trophy
Yeah.
case. That's the case.
That's
but
pretty much it. I mean, they really just look that much better at right now. I mean, the way that they were playing, it's very clean, aggressive clean, like you mentioned. And whether or not it's, playing that 4v5 or 5v4, 5v5 even, I feel like Genji is just looking on a whole other level. They're starting to come into this whole playoffs very confident, top form. Texture's landing a lot of his op shots. If they can shut like Buzz down really right off the bat, it's going to be that much more difficult for DRX to come back, even with like everything positive going for DRX right now. As much as I want to believe in them, like statistics, everything kind of points towards Genji. Like everyone else went towards Genji. What are you guys on?
what? What do you mean? Do you
The
know?
truth.
Yeah, Mika
All
and
right,
Asarai have a very high, the highest prediction rate. I don't know after the last 2 days, but you know who's second after them is me and Will. We are.
We're only a couple games away.
Okay.
Listen, things have really changed out here in Pacific. Like, I'm getting predictions right. I'm believing in DRX. It's crazy out here. It is insane.
But I am really liking the new DRX, and even if they don't win today, I think next year they are going to be extremely scary. With that, let's invite someone we haven't had here before. We invited him. Of course, we want him. But Genji's HSK. What's up? Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Okay, I have to ask. Your map ban, solo takes a really long time to do that. Is this like part of the mental game, or you guys are really going through every possibility before picking your map?
저희가 일단 첫 번째 질문은 밴픽 하실 때 워낙 시간을 많이 소비를 하시는데 이게 약간은 어느 정도 심리전도 있으신 건지 아니면 정말 매번 그만큼이나 고민을 하시는 건지 궁금합니다.
솔직히 저희가 약간 둘이 어느 정도 약간 저희는 약간 상하 관계라고 생각 안 하고 어떻게 보면 약간 평등하다고 생각해요. 그래서 실제로 많이 얘기한다고 많이 생각을 해요. 네, 그런 부분에서.
So to be very honest, we operate in a way where we like to think that there's no one's a senior or anything like that between me and Solo. So every time we're actually always having a very open discussion. So I think that's probably why it ends up being long.
Okay. Well, I want to congratulate you once again for winning Master Shanghai Pacific's first international trophy as well. So Genji's looked brilliant all year, but coming into stage 2, I have to say things looked a little shaky. What happened back then and until now?
그러면 이제 상하이 우승은 저희가 이제 여기서는 처음 뵈니까 일단 축하드리고 싶은데 그 이후로 스테이지 2 때는 다시 한번 조금 약하게 보이는 젠지의 모습들이 보였습니다. 그래서 혹시 그 원인이 무엇이었을지 아니면 팀 내에서는 우리가 왜 지금 흔들리고 있는지 파악을 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 약간 마드리드 때 이후로도 실제로 센티넬이라던가 많이 흔들렸잖아요. 사실 준비 기간이 좀 적었다? 이게 가장 큰 것 같고 실제로 동기부여가 그렇게 엄청 세진 않았는데 약간 TS전 때 무너지고 난 이후로 저희가 정말 많이 생각하고 서로 다시 원래 폼으로 되찾은 것 같습니다.
So, first of all, I mean, we've seen it in other regions as well, like with Sentinels after Masters Madrid. Obviously, a little bit less time. We have to say that that does affect you. But on top of that, for Gen G, we think we actually just didn't have as much reason for motivation like we did in other times. But then once we took that loss to Team Secret, that's when we were like, we really need to buckle down. We need to revisit this. So we talked about it a lot in the team, and we said we have to flip the switch on.
Well, I have a question. I mean, since we're talking about that loss with Team Secret, has there ever been a time where Gen G felt like they were really pushed to their limit, like they were actually going to lose? And at the same time, do they feel anything like this coming in towards playoffs, especially, you know, going up against like possible upper bracket final, grand finals, things like that?
TS전 말씀을 해주셨는데 혹시 이번 스테이지 2 때 경기를 시작하면서부터 근데 이번 경기는 진짜 어려울 것 같다. 질 수도 있겠다. 이렇게 생각하신 적이 있으신지, 그리고 이번 플레이오프에서도 혹시 약간 두려웠던 상대가 있으셨는지 궁금합니다.
사실 저는 오히려 그 조별에서는 없었는데 RIQ가 좀 많이 걱정했어요. 왜냐면 요즘 폼이 너무나도 좋고 자, 그리고 진짜 너무 잘한다는 소문이 많은 거예요. 그래가지고 우리가 RIQ를 꺾으면 그 뒤에는 조금 더 편하겠다. 왜냐면 서로 약간 목숨을 건 대결이었으니까. 그래서 RIQ가 가장 무서웠습니다. 네.
So in terms of teams we were kind of afraid of or worried about during the group stage, not really. But I have to say it was RRQ coming to the playoffs, which is why I almost have a heart attack. But HSK just saying, listen, we've seen their games and we've heard so much about how much they've improved. We've always been told that they're just getting better and better. And this was a do or die situation. So knowing what's at stake, we knew that RRQ would bring everything they've got. And our mindset was, if we are able to beat RRQ, playoffs gets easier for us. But this is the hump that we have to get over. And they did. So congratulations. I have a question actually as well, and it's just about, you know, I wonder if Gen G expected DRX to play the Abyss first here in the playoffs. 그러면 이제 어제 경기를 보시면서 혹시 DRX가 어비스를 픽할 수도 있겠다, 이걸 예상을 하셨었는지 아니면 젠지 측에서 놀라셨는지 궁금합니다.
어비스 원래는 DRX라는 이미지 자체가 신맵을 안 한다 이런 이미지가 강했는데 약간 좀 작정하고 준비한 것 같다고 생각을 했어요. 그래가지고 약간 조금 놀란 부분도 있고요. 약간 DRX가 지금 약간 방향성을 조금 바꾸고 있다 이런 부분이 좀 느껴지고 있어서 약간 조금 평소랑은 좀 다르게 준비를 했던 것 같습니다. 네.
So obviously DRX has an image of, you know, we never picked a new map, etc. But we were very surprised that they picked it. It also gave us the image that, okay, they're really giving it their all to try to win the stage 2, and they're trying a new direction, a new image of DRX. So that affected us in saying we have to prepare for this DRX a little differently than we did in the past.
Now, one of the final questions, and then we have a wingman question. We asked all the coaches what their identity was for the team. Going into Champions, yes, you have a trophy, but what do you want Gen G to be known for? Playstyle, identity-wise.
그러면 저희가 매번 코치님이나 감독님 오시면 여쭤보는데 HSK 코치님은 젠지라는 팀이 챔피언 시리즈 앞두고 어떤 팀으로 알려졌으면 좋으시겠어요? 뭐 그게 플레이 스타일이 될 수도 있고 뭐 성격이 될 수도 있고요.
일단은 제가 볼 때는 약간 항상 포기하지 않는 팀? 왜냐면은 저희가 실제로 로어 브라켓에서도 많이 갔었고 실제로 킥오프 때도 생각보다 많이 떨어졌었는데 결국 포기하지 않고 끝까지 열심히 했다? 이런 부분이 좀 저는 많이 중요한 것 같고요. 저희 선수들도 약간 그런 거를 많이 중요하게 생각을 하고 있는 것 같아서 그냥 우리 젠지는 항상 포기하지 않는다 이런 게 좀 중요한 것 같습니다.
So I think you can tell just given our kickoff run and some of the other times as well, we tend to go for those lower bracket runs, things like that. And I want Gen G to be known as a team that we never give up. We will never give up. We'll always be in the running. And I think that's what even the players want to be known as.
Well, that's great to hear. That's all we have time for. I believe to go down to start your match, but all the best to you and Solo and the rest of your team for today's match. Thank you.
감사합니다. 수고하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you. And we finally got HSK.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yay! I know he's always hanging out at the Korean desk, but you know. Us
nice.
English speakers don't always get him, so I'm glad we finally did. Gen G's nothing but good vibes. I'm all about their energy.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest impact that they had actually was showing a lot of the other teams that the vibes matter so much.
Yeah.
I feel like they kind of like caught lightning in a bottle with this. Like Karon, Texture, everyone's just flowing with this. Can they continue to like keep this lightning in their bottle?
Yeah, and we saw it come back, and I think it's exactly, we saw it, we witnessed it. He said RQ was just that one hurdle.
Almost, yeah.
And after that, they just went roaring, and PRX was also, you know, they felt that too.
Make me feel better? I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm really happy for them, but we miss RQ, but
it is what it is. Gen.G's just too good.
야, 완벽하네요, 젠지. 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 완벽한 경기력을 보여주고 있고 결국 젠지가 맵스코어 2대0으로 승리를 가져갑니다. 압도했습니다.
전 시즌에 PRX 선수들한테 결승에도 패배를 했었는데 이번에 이기게 돼서 좋지만 아직 역시 결승에서 이긴 게 아니기 때문에 남은 경기도 더 집중해서 잘해야 될 것 같아요. PRX는 예전 이미지 같은 경우에는 팀워크, 정석 이런 느낌이었지만 최근에는 좀 많이 바뀐 것 같아요. 좀 개인기 비율도 좀 많이 올라간 것 같고 플레이 스타일이 많이 바뀌었다고 느껴요. 그 부분에 대해서 저희끼리 인게임에서 잘 풀어나가야 될 것 같아요.
They should know where Buzz is, and now holding the defuse, and that's going to be the end of it. They take him out. Foxy9 also taken down, and Gen.G will move on.
젠지가 이제 중요한 순간 때마다 저희를 떨어뜨렸잖아요. 저희가 실수도 많았고 좀 못했다라고 볼 수 있는데.
Finds the person to swing out. Anthem doesn't know which way to look. Not going to connect, but Mako shots well.
젠지와 DRX가 만나게 됩니다. DRX의 앞길을 몇 번을 막았던 젠지.
이제 저희는 성장을 했기 때문에 아마 젠지도 저희를 볼 때 좀 무서움을 가지고 있을 거라 생각을 해요. 기본기의 정석을 다 가지고 있는 팀이다. 세계적으로 1등 팀이지만 더 열심히 연습해가지고 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
올해 마지막을 더 좋게 장식하고 싶기 때문에 무조건 결승 올라가겠습니다.
Gen.G.
Gen.G is back in Super Soldier form. They're back in action, and while they have won a Master Shanghai trophy, they want to earn their very first Pacific Stage trophy. And within days, they easily knocked down RQ, followed by PRX. They're in peak condition, and it seems the Tigers are ready to roar once more. But their opponents in the blue corner are none other than DRX. Now, DRX were once known as the kings of Korean Valorant, but they've had their crown stolen away, being traded between PRX and Gen.G all year. They want it back. And here comes Mako, their IGL, the guy once known for doing no wrong. And on his squad, we have some of Korea's most brilliant young talents. But the question is this fresh team finally ready to face the Gen.G Giants?
I think this is going to be a new look from DRX. Obviously, the past times that they've met Gen.G, it's always been a lot of times in that elimination factor, a much tougher, much more pressure on that situation. But now that pressure's off. You're both already qualified for champions. Obviously, you know, you want to go for that advantage, especially in front of a home crowd next week in the finals weekend in a new stadium. But that should alleviate a lot of that nervousness from the youngsters on DRX, right? So now they should bring that confidence back and say, hey, we can match Karon, right? We can fight against him. And if you look at it that way, I don't think any one player on DRX necessarily goes in losing that 1v1 duel against any of their respective opponents on Gen.G. Gen.G's proven it more often, but hey, today things could be a little different.
It definitely could be, Will. I mean, DRX, they've been improving so much. They're starting to take some of that pressure off. And with the newer players coming in, they're showing more individual plays now, a different play style, more flexible, and that just might be able to, you know, knock Gen.G in for a bit of a loop. Meanwhile, for Gen.G, it's like that much more difficult for them to stay on top, right? Yes, they're really confident, they're really strong, but they've also been tested a little bit. They've crossed that hurdle now. Can they continue with this forward momentum?
I think one of the most interesting things that we'll see from Gen G is that they've actually proven that they are some of the best teams right now, one of the best teams right now to face a lot of aggression. But again, DRX plays a little different. So now it's probably a great test for Gen G to say, okay, can we go back to our roots and know that we can beat this style of Valorant as well?
All right, nothing but good vibes on this stage between the two Korean Titans. Let's go to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilleos.
Thank you very much. Yes, another big Korean clash to determine which of these teams is going to be going into the grand final and which one has to linger a little bit more down in that lower bracket and play against either Talent or PRX, which we'll be seeing that matchup later on today as well. Hi, I'm Achilleos, that's Paper Thin, and we will be taking you through all the action here today.
Absolutely. I'm very excited about this match. I mean, this is a really interesting set of two teams right now. You have Gen G, obviously. What else can be said about them so far this year? They've looked very, very good. They just destroyed PRX yesterday. Now today, DRX, it's been up and down this season at times, and they've unfortunately hit their downswings when it mattered most, but now they've made playoffs, they've made champions, and they have a chance here to make finals against Gen G. And this DRX team, I mean, they came out swinging too yesterday against Talon. Really looked good on Abyss, but it's going to be Haven, a map that both these teams have looked pretty good on. No changes in terms of the agent comps to speak of for these two teams. We haven't seen a lot of Haven, obviously just recently being brought back into the pool. Each team, I think DRX has played it twice. Gen G's only played it once. Gen G did defeat RRQ on it. They looked pretty strong. DRX destroyed DFM on it, 13-2. So it shouldn't surprise anybody, though. This is like, Haven has been the map that the Korean teams have loved and embraced since the very beginning of Valorant days. This is a map they're very well versed in.
Yeah, and DRX used to be the kings on this one. Gen G opting to let this one, go through and even, elect to go to it versus DRX. I think it's a bold choice, but we'll see how they fare because clearly they've studied what DRX has been bringing to the table on this map, and they think that they're going to be able to outdo them on it. Let's get into the action for game number 1 here in this best of 3. See which of these squads is going to take that first step towards a grand final. Will it be Gen G again, or will it be DRX for the first time in a long time?
Really curious. Looking already towards the mini-map for this pistol round. I wonder what the play is going to be here. DRX is potentially leaving the spike and considering a B hit, and seemingly Gen G may have read it. Got a lot of players stacked at B. You can flash out a garage with Lakia. If we follow up with a paranoia from Karan and push out Texture. Munchkin there as well. Could throw up Toxic Screen, but just want to see what they're going to do.
Oh, they're going to catch Munchkin out into the open and nearly take him down. Needs an immense amount of damage, now down to 10 HP, and very little in response as Buzz still relatively healthy at 83.
Meteor has tucked himself right around this corner. Flashback. Trying to be aware of it with his camera. However, Meteor got there before he was able to identify it, so will he get punished? A frenzy in hand as well for Meteor there. But no flash out just yet from Lakia. He also hasn't revealed his position, so a lot of hidden players for Gen G attempting to trap DRX.
Push getting ready to come through. And there's the Trailblazers. Spots out on the one, but I think that Blanco was actually able to juke it out a little bit either way. They're not going to look to challenge forward here into the garage. Pull back from the angle. Meteor taking a couple shots over here, trying to find Flashback. Let's get a little bit of damage across here onto the KJ. Both of them just going to be pulling back away from one another, it would seem, as double entry into the B site, try to intercept this Lakia for now, poking his head through that C link.
Flashback has seen a couple at A, so that's going to cause DRX to pull back here. Some space gain, but Buzz down.
And Lakia able to come away with that kill. Bane trying to pursue, finds it. Spots up the swing, sets up the recon. That's going to be a quick clear here from Texture. He just go ahead, dashes forward into backside. Looks for the challenge, instantly finds the headshot. Bane going to be taking down Mako. Dead. Texture, Snappy with the ghost as ever. Flashback cannot get that transition over onto the next player, so it's only Lakia dead, as Gen G will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, I mean, just really solid discipline stuff as we've come to expect from Gen G. Holding their positions in their hidey holes very nicely, not giving up anything in either of those spots with Lakia or with Meteor. Good recognition by DRX to pull off that A hit, but an even better reaction from Gen G, understanding that the A pressure didn't come through, even though Mako tried to sell it by pushing towards the A side up the ramp. Wasn't enough to get Gen G to bite. They anticipated this nicely, and Texture gets so far ahead of this play. Plant comes down, and he's just knocking players down right behind it.
And that's something that's really scary to see if you're in the DRX camp. The Texture, if he's going to be guffawing after the round that quickly as Caron just says, okay. I suspect some C pressure, and he's got to find a second. And it is a terrifying sight to behold here for DRX. The Buzz as well, knocked down at 21 this round. It's pretty much already over.
Yep, kind of there, right there with you. The Guardian holding the close angle against the potential push out from Flashback for Texture. DRX just trying to see if they can maybe wait out some rotations, but challenge towards Caron. No damage done.
Spot out on the one, finds Buzz. Texture clean up Flashback, and Munchkin is pushing forward. It's actually going to be Caron who's able to claim that one. A 4-piece for him with the Sheriff in hand. Not quite the repeat on the ace, but it's a flawless round for Gen G to go ahead and win out the anti-ecos. We go into the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G just so sturdy. Caron has been ridiculous all year at locking down sites. And no different this time around, just fully anticipating off of his opponent's smoke that they're going to be pushing up in that direction and just lets loose with the Sheriff. And finds some serious value there. 4 kills for him. And a nice start. Gonna grab a Spectre as well. Coming into this round. Rifles for the side of DRX. Flash for Flashback. Forces him back. See what I did there?
Yeah. Saw it, didn't like it. Texture.
Oh, come on now.
Pushing forward at C. Mako just around the corner. Tailwind popped. Ooh. Mako able to collect. And shuts down the aggressive push out. Now the approach coming through Garage. It's going to be Meteor here to try to hold down this site just with the Spectre in hand. Dodges on the fault line. Swings under the corner. Buzz not ready for it. Mako still able to find that kill in kind. Munchkin takes out Bane. Foxy goes ahead and takes out Gen G's IGL. Caron, however, decent pacing timing. Already pushed forward. Similarly, Spectre in hand. Jumps his way up onto the Lumbersack now. Looking to drop back down. Playing around these tiny little gaps. Trying to see if he can identify anything at all. Flash at the ready. Lakia going to be caught with Util in hand. It all falls down to Caron now. The Guardian gets a jump on Foxy. Mako taken down, and now Caron already dealing significant damage in a position to try to clutch it out. Cannot. Flashback will find the kill, will get DRX on the board, but it's 4 players lost in the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, seeing some good things from both teams in this round. First of all, Gen G just getting aggressive off the rip. This is something that Gen G is really, really good at. Is turning up the tempo a little bit from time to time. Just make sure they keep their opponents a little bit off balance. But also, Flashback doing a good job here checking that A lobby area, because we saw this the last time against RRQ where this toxic screen is set up for A lobby and it's kind of a trap play with Lakia's flashes and a push out. And DRX is at least being aware of it, being cognizant of it. Because the normal default toxic screen is here across B and sewers and A main. But that time around they showed the different one, and DRX was fully aware of it. Flashback able to avoid any disaster himself and close out the round.
Only 2 players on DRX right now that have full armor, so this Outlaw in Texture's hands could certainly do quite a bit of damage. Mako as well, the one that's looking to maybe challenge here over at C. Very much at risk if he peeks that corner.
Definitely scary. Turret is going to get popped off the garage contact here.
Oh, he just swings in. Buzz not prepared for it. Ends up getting picked off. That's Buzz now. 0 and 4. Certainly a softer start compared to what we were seeing from him yesterday. And now Foxy9 as well, taken down.
The layers so good on that C site. Talk about it more after the round, but
I mean, look at the positions here from Gen G. They're already corralled around this B site. Lakia just over at connector. Caron playing forward. There's the spray through, and there's the cleanup. It's going to be another flawless here from Gen G, now 3-1.
Yeah, I really want to talk a little bit about the KJ setup for Texture there on the C site. The turret to watch Garage. Meteor can play off of that. There's also a nano at each entrance, so there's a ton of delay there for Gen G to set up this Outlaw for Texture. He's able to watch that extra angle. Meteor had to peel off a little bit, and then Caron is...
He's 9-1-1.
Yeah. somebody call the ambulance.
But not for him.
Yes.
Placing swarm grenade.
It's just been an incredible start across the board. Munchkin continuously spraying in towards window, trying to see if he can get some straight contact. But speaking of it, Buzz again and Mako both getting tagged low there by the spray from Lakia.
Oh. This is going to be tough. A lot of DRX.
Oh, Buzz, Stinger trying to find that kill. Going to be Bane, he's able to collect one, but Munchkin takes out 3 before falling.
One
TP across Mako, just trying to play elusively here, but he cannot escape. Karan will find himself a 10th as Gen G get 4.
Yeah, I mean, just phenomenal reactions from Munchkin. I thought that actually might be a little bit difficult for Gen G. Their defenses weren't a super great place necessarily. They didn't get any info on sewers as Flashback was tucked pretty far back away from the Trailblazer, and the attack itself was somewhat unchecked until that fault line comes out. But the response with the snake bite is beautiful from Munchkin.
What a just turn on the flash as well from Munchkin. Snappy as all hell. Be able to realign the crosshair instantly after that flick is just disgusting. And this is one of the things that we do have to talk about because Munchkin has been pounding as of late.
He's back to what we saw earlier in the year. Just absolutely creaming people.
I mean, yeah, people out there who want their IGLs to be able to frag, look no further.
Yeah, well, he's been leading by a lot of examples in different ways.
Player could never. I won't name names. There's plenty of them, actually.
He's probably going to be watch partying the next match.
Nah. That's not even who I was going for.
Oh, really? Oops.
I had to kick somebody while they're down.
Nah, I would never.
Foxy, though, now down to 21. Bane, similarly, 74 HP, so not even a full health bar between the two of them. Rolling Thunder is online, but dude, they want to try to invest this here. Slow creep up, a peek into B, nothing spotted. Gen G,
right here.
Very stagnant, very quiet. Munchkin with a bite at the ready. Any hint at this B hit coming through, that bite is going to be at their feet. That's going to soften them up. No, Munchkin gets taken down. Bane able to catch a glimpse as he swings out to try to go for that util and flashback. Finds texture. Brown suddenly looking very good for the side of the RX. It's only Bane taken out thus far. Meteor, the last man standing, and revealed.
Nearly impossible for Meteor, but might as well go for it. Got plenty of cash, and he's just taken out through the smoke by Mako. No hope there for Gen G, but honestly, I feel like Gen G read that round pretty well. Just DRX hit some really nice shots. Flashback able to win that flank angle. And they're just very coordinated on that hit to just sort of shut down Gen G's hold. Munchkin peeked out a little bit out of that toxic screen. Paid the price. Good paranoia. And a nice swing in from Mako finding 2.
나이스.
It's the third to clean it up.
우리 문제 없어. 좀
Oh, it's a good break in the building monotony that was Gen G just taking away every round. DRX, they're second on the board. They keep things relatively close, but now we have an attack op in play and all the timing. Buzz pulls off the angle.
Yikes.
Does manage to go ahead and get the punish though, so a 1-for-1. Sova for Jet. Operator now going to be on the floor for the side of Gen G. Lakia looking to re-peek out as Karan spotting flashback and needs an immense amount of damage through the wall. Has to pull back and even sends out the paranoia.
And that just to keep Flashback at bay. He's got reinforcements from Meteor there now. Cover this out. Seekers let loose. Foxy not close. Oh my god.
Takes them all down. Flashback still trying to challenge here against Meteor. Gets him down to similar HP levels, but cannot confirm that kill.
Another. This time around, the B site is left undefended. Right now, Munchkin seemingly thinking that this might be a pullback towards A, but gonna get the heals for Karan. Get him back up to near full health. Not quite, and he's gonna win a battle against Foxy 9.
Takes him down.
30 seconds left.
3 players though. Near A, but now the attack gets ready to come into B. Updraft going to be heard. Munchkin going to be spotted. Munchkin still able to take out Buzz. Karan finds flashback, and now Mako trying to keep them in the round, but he is just surrounded so very swiftly. They elect to go to B, but there's already so many players from Gen G nearby. So it's a very swift retake, and Munchkin kind of slipping the net. Makes everything fall to pieces. Just, you know.
Getting those squats in.
Okay, whoa. Put on a show for Lock.
This is, yeah.
Check the age rating on the stream.
Yeah, PG-13, please. I mean, this is a huge win right there. Karan didn't even need the heals, just hit the headshot, swings in for the last couple. This time around, it's just a delayed retake of that B site. They don't try to challenge it at the point of attack. And, you know, DRX takes a lot of time because they're trying to figure out where the defender is on the B site. Wait it out, and then eventually they're like, okay, I guess nobody. Send Buzz up on top with the op, but he loses that battle even though it gets spotted out. And Buzz is ready for the angle. You can see that's probably what he's hanging his head about. He almost certainly feels like he should have won that one.
It really does. And Buzz right now trying to get worked up, trying to get into the right headspace here, but clearly it's everybody else on Gen G who has come into this one looking to very much prove that they are the new kings of Korea.
Well, they're definitely the kings, and they are looking like they are in royal form.
Yeah. About sending a message.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think this has definitely been kind of Gen G's sort of MO for the whole year is group stages, you know, let's just get through it. Let's maybe, you know, see what works, see what doesn't, and then bring the best performances we've got for the playoffs, for those Masters appearances. And certainly got to be thinking that they're going to do it at Champions as well, but still some time before we get there. Again, this toxic screen out towards A lobby this time, but no pressure again from Gen G. This is all, I think, trying to funnel them towards the other direction. Meteor,
and he just only gets shot in the leg.
That is close.
Yeah.
That could have gone real sideways for Meteor there. Flashback trying to punish those positions of Meteor as best he can, but time around not able to connect. He looked so good yesterday, especially on Abyss versus Talon.
Looks like the RX is going to be looking to play into the A site. Nano's an alarm bot set up on the entry.
Right there.
Turret in the meantime is inside B, just at the entrance on that right-hand side. Flash to come through, smoke up into heaven. Still going to be dumped here on the entryway, and a bit of damage going to be taken there as the nanoswarms get popped, but nothing that Buzz can't shrug off. So now Plant ready to come through, and Foxy does have this Rolling Thunder for the post plant. As hit going to be coming through here from Munchkin.
Oh, this is interesting. It's right towards the edge of those boxes. Gives them a little bit of opportunity to get some distance in, but like you said, still that Rolling Thunder, although it's more of a delay at this point. Pitch drop.
Yeah, they just let this one drop down. Lock up. But the window going to be taken down as Foxy's able to find one. Rolling Thunder now going to go crashing across. The ping reveals come through, and Buzz is able to find 2 kills. And that leaves Karan now, operator in hand, on his lonesome, and he will have to just drift away from this A site and allow for the spike to go off. So DRX going to be keeping things relatively close, just going to be down by 2 rounds as this spike gets ready to go off.
Kind of curious if the thought process there was, you know, try to spring a trap, use the Viper's Pit as a bit of bait for the Heaven drop. You know, try to, when it drops, have everybody kind of spring into action. But it gets read really, really well there by DRX. Get a huge spot out from Bane with the Sova util. And the follow-up with the Rolling Thunder makes it relatively easy.
Off your feet.
Buzz just swinging into action. Him and Bane doing a great job there. Playing off that info. And whatever Gen G was thinking with that pit didn't go the best, but I'd be kind of curious to pick Munchkin's brain a little bit about that one.
Well, Texture once again. Oh, is he going to try to push out of this one? Send out the flash. He's going to go for the peek, and he manages to find the flag. Foxy 9 taken down. Texture does get tagged up, but he's playing alongside Lockheed, so the heals immediately come through. He's right back up to 100.
That's unfair. That is unreal. He's just got the most disgusting flicks.
Yep.
Just time and time again. It's like surely this time. But nope, he's always good for it.
Got a bionic arm.
No, that's Breach.
I'm saying, I call those hospital flicks, but Texture healthy as ever.
Yes.
There's Mako, quick check on the ult there. See what he can spot out, but immediately smoke out in response from Karan. Still going to try to attack through this one, wait out that snake bite at the very least, but Karan now paranoia in hand.
Oh, flashback.
Ready to try to intercept. Cam gets set up a little bit deeper, cleared out from window. As the Meteor lurking on the side, and Flashback just not aware of that at all. Buzz now going to be taken down up on top of the site. Munchkin will clean up 2 swift kills to deliver another flawless here at the hands of Gen G.
Yeah, just really great job there. Sneaking Meteor underneath Flashback's nose. Flashback thought off of that cam. He'd have the space to get in at least to the front of the site. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. And then they just all flood in. Don't even allow the spike to get planted. But literally the whole time in my mind, I'm just sitting there watching Flashback thinking, if he doesn't win that battle against Meteor, this round's going to go real bad, real fast. Because that flank angle is so crucial for that B plant. Not that I think it would have mattered too much. Gen G did a great job reacting.
Oh, the push up, and Mako is just trapped in a corner. Lakia trying to flash himself out to safety, but Buzz does manage to get in. It's ahead of that. Finds the punish with the knives. Now, weapon going to be scooped up for him. So in the end, 4v4. Smoke still sat there at Sewer, but Karan going to be drifting away from the angle. Munchkin holding this close right approach. Buzz, does he check? Oh, this is going to be a double fade, but Munchkin is able to gun them both down, and Karan has a covering fire. The wider swing doesn't matter, and it's going to be another multi-kill round here from Munchkin as Gen G get up to 7.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds by DRX, when they try these executes, they're just being read very, very well overall by Gen G. Even on one of the rounds that DRX got a win on, Gen G had a pretty decent read. They just got outshot, and DRX trying to find any kind of footing, not really able to do so. So it's going to be Sheriffson and Marshall, it looks like. Just trying to jump in and set up that high-low angle with the updraft and the Blade Storm. But Munchkin having none of it. Just absolutely ferocious today, 11 kills.
I mean, they're aware, clearly. They're both facing into that corner.
Yep.
That somebody could be positioned there, but the flash doesn't come through.
Munchkin just not missing his shots today.
Does eat some early damage here, down to 49. Texture watching for it, but not quite fast enough to be able to find the punish there on the jiggle. So Mako keeps himself alive for the time being, but look at this meat grinder of util that they have set up. As Karan, what is that?
That is outrageous.
It's disgusting, and yeah, on the second attempt, Texture not going to be missing that one. Nor is Meteor the first 2. Bane does take him down with a Sheriff, but tries to exit out of garage. Karan missing on that punish. Bane with an opportunity, but not for very long as Lakia arrives over in window. And Gen G just in complete and utter control.
Yeah, I mean, they are really dialed in these last couple of days. Just seemingly back to championship form. Any doubts that you may have had during the...
Table those.
Yeah, exactly. Throw them in the garbage. Because they're worthless. What a shot by Bane, but I mean, overall, still, they're so crispy. They're so understanding of their scenarios. Like, it seems like the Killjoy utility is always a step ahead of what TRX is thinking in the pre-round. And what do you do? I mean, when this team is reading you well, it's already hard enough to go up against them when you're making good reads and you're doing some stuff like that. Yeah, why are you laughing?
The number of weapons. I mean, it's the last round of the half.
Why not, right?
Lakia started with a Judd, swaps over to the Phantom. We had 2 Odins in play. Now we've got the rifles there. There was even an Outlaw.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, we got all this money. Yeah. Use it, and then we'll just have secondary weapons.
That's what you do when you're rich. You buy stuff. Like a boat. Or 2 kills.
Oh, flashback on the approach. Dodges that paranoia. Needs to win this fight, though. It's versus 2, but Karan just wide swings out a little bit further and finds the shot, and now it's a 2v4. Bane, I mean, a Hunter's Fury, but what opportunity can he find to actually utilize this? Maybe off the back of a drone, but it's just a double swing out.
Spike down A.
They make him pick his poison. Both are deadly. It's Mako. There's that Judge. Munchkin scoops it up. It's going to be 9-3 at the half. Gen G in firm control.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, when Gen G knows what you're doing ahead of time, it makes it even more difficult. You know, when you're able to confuse them a little, you know, they're still a fearsome opponent because of their individual skill, but they're just on another level right now. I mean, DRX had some okay ideas there, but frankly, just every twist and turn, they were read. Every execute they seemingly tried to make was contested or, you know, accounted for at a time, other than, I'd say, 2 of those rounds that they won. Thought they confused Gen G well enough, but the rest of the time, I mean, Gen G gives you so many different looks. They're so good about hiding players in certain spots and using your own util against you, like Flashback in Garage when he throws the camera. Meteor's already tucked in a corner, and they keep it obscured by clearing the camera with somebody from the back of Garage, from the window. It's all these little ideas that they have that have so many layers, and then just, you know, they can just do stuff like this. And, you know, the paranoia, okay, it doesn't hit. Well, they're throw the snake bite at the exit. So Flashback is stuck in a limited angle, and Karan knows that he can take advantage of that in wide swing. Just dominant stuff. I mean, 7-11 is the best score for anybody on DRX.
Yeah. Karan is 18-2-6.
Yeah.
It's got
pretty good.
4 more kills, 4 more assists, and hasn't died since like round 8.
That's insane.
Round 8, yeah, he saved the operator, and just hasn't died since then.
Yeah, so he died on the bonus and he died on round 8?
No, he didn't die on round 8. He drifted away.
Oh, he didn't die.
Yeah, he saved the op pour.
Oh, right.
Either way, it has been a dominant showing, to say the least.
Yeah.
Single Sheriff here for the side of the RX. Just in the hands here of Buzz. He was putting that to work just yesterday.
They're pushed way out.
Paranoia crashing across box and force off the angle, but he's fully blinded up and taken down. Easy pickings there for Texture, as it's going to be the A-Link plant here on the B site. Trailblazers just sweeping through, and yep, turret set up behind.
Still, though, you have to clear it one way or another. That's so smart. So well prepared, our Gen G.
I mean, they have to know exactly where all of Gen G are. They could be re-wrapping around through windows, so that has to be a cause for concern. But otherwise, it's going to be that A-Link side. Got the spike, instantly the bite through. Meteor able to find a kill. Flashback taking down Lakia here in response. Buzz is just trying to push forward, wants to get himself through this smoke, but doesn't get the opportunity to spam. We'll just take them all out. Lakia again in the pistol, the only casualty, Gen G. 2-0 in that regard, and now at double digits.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're just steps ahead. And it's a quick B hit, but that turret is enough to give them the info they need. And like you said, they get so deep so fast. I was watching Flashback on the map, and he has to watch spawn. He has to watch defender spawn because they gave up so much space, and then they can just spam through this door. Good luck.
Yeah, and it's just, what, like 4 more assists and the kill for Karan because everyone's dead within his smoke.
Yeah.
With the paranoia. It's just racking him up.
Yeah. It's so well thought out. I mean, they're just so well drilled. Meteor.
Makes some damage, dodges the fault line, full push, getting ready to come through. Buzz looking to close the gap a little bit. Manages to do so fast enough to get the punish. Meteor this time not going to be getting away scot-free. Sheriff going to be scooped up. But plant on the A site, completely controlled here by Gen G, who of course still do have that weapon advantage. So DRX going to be needing some heroics, going to be needing some really accurate shots to break through this.
And a lot of util to work with here. Maybe we'll get to see one of those classic DRX retakes. It's been a while.
Cover going out.
Smoke down. Karan looking to play up into this one and catches Flashback. The timing on that dissipates is absolutely gorgeous. Buzz now taken down. Sheriff scooped up by Bane, but similarly, he gets taken out. Doesn't manage to find Munchkin, so it's not going to be flawless, but it's going to be Karan continuing on with this career game. 11-3 for Gen G, but Karan so far out in front at 22-2-10.
The man's ascended. I mean, this is just Gen G in serious mode. Just absolutely disgusting. A Karan on top of it, just seemingly infallible.
He's just immortal.
Yeah.
I mean, he's radiant, but he's immortal.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Like, I like shadows. That's nothing.
It's just incredible. Oh, Buzz, though. Okay.
Good timing.
Yeah. Found a great timing on that swing. Caught Munchkin completely off guard. You're just clearing the utility and, oh, swing off that fault line.
gets the catch. Meteor taken down. Solid here from DRX. So far, significantly cleaner here. Attempt at shut down to the bonus conversion. Paranoia. Catch on to Bane, but he just re-swings. Delivers Karen a third death. Now it's Lakia. All on his lonesome. 2 players over at this A site. Buzz now reinforced by Mako. Looks like it's going to be a slow drift down in towards the sewers here. Any more damage that Lakia can deal, of course, going to be valuable for Gen G.
Thought about it. That's all of his util, but gonna be a tough angle for him to clear.
30 seconds left.
Won't be able to deal anything else. Solid here from DRX. Very much avoiding the mistakes and the catastrophic losses that they had in the previous bonus there.
Yeah, making some really good reads. Kind of anticipating some of that early space that Gen G's trying to take off the back of that toxic screen. Fault line to set up Mako right as Meteor's trying to swing into that angle. Bane holding A lobby beautifully. Says, okay, well, I'm getting paranoid. I'm screwed. Might as well go for it anyway. That was much better. Bane still being himself there, trying to hype the team up. The Korean Zelsis, as he has dubbed himself.
Oh, if we go for not just KD, but KDA,
yeah.
Aaron still is
he's
11.
Yeah. No. He's having one of the best games. I mean, if this map ends in the next 2 rounds, it's going to be likely him having a absurd scoreline.
Here's what the KD record is. I wonder if we can check on that.
Not sure.
Either way, Trailblazer not going down towards sewers, and Buzz is going to be able to collect a kill here on a Munchkin once more. Spots out several more players, decides to just go ahead and back away, but no, double fakes the exit. Might want to try to re-peek here. Lakia watching the angle for now. This Buzz more just concerned about somebody taking some forward space.
This is going to have to be really good on this entry. You've got to clear Foxy 9 and flashback pretty efficiently, and now Bane's sliding in too. This is going to be a tough entry for Gen G.
Flash, ball line at the ready, texture up and over, taken down mid-air. Flashback able to find that kill. And that completely halts the approach here from the side of Gen G. Buzz now arriving in window, able to find one. Mako pushing out of garage. Just ushers Lakia into a corner, and he is able to collect. It's going to be a flawless in response from DRX as they finally string 2 rounds together. Themselves up to 5, but it is still a very long road back into this map.
Oh, and you can see why this map was so preferred by Korean teams for so long. It's because their defensive protocols on this map are really, really good. And everybody just doing the right things at the right time. Buzz is winning his battles in sewers. That's opening up the space for him to go for these lurks. They're reacting very well to their information on the map off the back of it. That means they can collapse onto B. Mako just needs to hold down garage. And everything is easy peasy lemon squeezy. But I want to talk about Gen G just a little bit, even though DRX played very well. Have you seen One Punch Man?
Nope.
Why not?
I know that he's bald like you.
Okay, yes.
I heard that it was...
Well, anyway.
I heard that it was good.
Yeah, it's really good. You'd like it. It's very funny. But anyway, he has this thing where he's like so overpowered he doesn't have to try, right?
Right.
But then he has like serious mode, and that's kind of what it feels like Gen G is doing right now. They're going like serious mode. You know, like all it takes is just them just kind of flipping that switch when they need to. But who knows? Maybe DRX is making a comeback. Maybe this is just going to be one of those maps where Gen G kind of starts to lose a bunch of rounds and they look kind of a little bit shaky, and you kind of start sort of, you know, kind of scratching your head a little bit. Going, well, what happened? Like, they were so good at the beginning.
Keep up.
But DRX also very, very good. They can make these turnarounds, these comebacks. So it's going to be a weaker buy, though, this time around for Gen G. Off the back of that timeout. One-way put up and maybe just a fast hit. I think just the cam to check.
Karen with the attack, Bucky.
Cam's right above the B door.
Paranoia across. Foxy going to be blinded up here. Backside by Mako. He's able to go ahead, refill the space, finds that kill, TP up over at the top, and Karen is not prepared for it whatsoever. Meteor with the Sheriff will be able to find 1. And now he finds himself all on his lonesome. And Mako will be able to find a 3-piece. DRX not allowing for any thrifty shenanigans off the back of the timeout. 3 rounds consecutively now for them as they get up to 6.
Yeah, this time around a good TP from Mako. Saw one yesterday that was a little bit wanting, but this one is perfectly timed. Gives himself a great opportunity while that plant's going down. Knows he has that angle. Knows he has a free kill. Very nicely done. Now Mako in the positives for his score. Matching Haran, well, not quite, but, you know, he's getting there.
It's Battle of the Omens.
Battle of the Omens. There you go.
Defense op now in play, though. Both going to be situated over at B. Shock Dart not going to be getting the connection there.
So close. And now we have seeing a little bit more A congestion, hiding a couple players. That smoke dissipates. Great timing on that from Bane. It's a spot on the texture, and that's going to back Gen G up, at least for now. Make them rethink their strategy here.
It has the Hunter's Fury, but given that you get the Jet, not worth trying to open up, pick them off with that. Too much mobility available.
I've got your trail.
Just hold on to it, but now Execute getting ready to come through. Seeker's leading the way. Paranoia crashing across, connecting out onto at least 2 of the players here, but that fault line really comes up the works, and now Meteor and Texture both get picked off. Munchkin looking to redirect. Have the camp cleared out. So many players going to be closely positioned to try to go for a flood retake. Karan getting the plant down. Weapon cannot be drawn out in time. Flashback takes his head off, and once again, it's going to be Lakia. Last man standing. Given the investment of the round, might just be a call to save. He's tucked back, waiting to see any forward aggression here, but Flashback doesn't need to overstep, doesn't really need to go beyond this point. Up on top of the box. There'll be a little bit of damage, but ultimately Lakia just hanging back, holding onto the weapon. PRX continuing to run this one back.
Yeah, now we're seeing them kind of do what Gen G was doing, having really good protocols, understanding, you know, what Gen G wants to do, where and how. This time it's that big read off that Owl drone from Bane. That really shuts down any of this setup for an A hit that Gen G seemingly was looking to try to accomplish. And that thwarts them. They get a couple big kills on the re-attempt. They divert over to B. Bane gets a decent spot there. Karan and Texture identified. Let's see how Gen G wants to work off the back of this. Trying to spread the map. Buzz's op is all the way over on C. So if Munchkin challenges that angle, he find himself on the bad end of it once again, but smoke comes down. Gen G gonna just spread the map a little bit more. Just watching to see if any more util is expended here by Gen G. Still have the one more flash. Oh, the Trailblazer just went out. It's going towards C.
Oh, I think might have caught a very last little glimpse there of Buzz.
Maybe. I think you're right. They're pulling off.
Gonna be leaving Munchkin forward here at C, tucked away in Cubby, but there's still that tripwire set up to catch him. So even if he does get a delayed lurk timing, if Buzz rotates off the site, he's gonna have to expose his position. Looks like they're just gonna pivot around here towards C. Enough doubt, so DRX start getting positioned for a potential A hit. Cloudburst sent down Buzz here at Gen. Tailwind forward, now the spot out, the first shot, not gonna be able to find anything. They try to bite, set that up, to try to get the catch here on him, but they do not. Flashback able to collect 2. Hunter's Fury now crashing across, Flashback with a 3rd. Aaron Lakia able to find 1 apiece, Lakia now with a 2nd, but instantly dealt with by Mako, who will find Meteor as well. And DRX, they continue to bring this back into their favor. Only down by 3 rounds now.
Just really great little micro plays by Buzz and also Lakia there to dodge Buzz's op angle. You know, Buzz turned the, you know, dodged the flash, tucked back into the corner. Lakia kind of expecting him to be there, just jiggled out and forced him off the angle, but then Flashback was right there instantly to back up Buzz, and that really set the round off balance. And yeah, I think definitely you want to get another timeout here for Gen G. It is starting to get a little concerning. That's 4 in a row for DRX. 5 in a row.
5. They closed out the anti-bonus, and they haven't lost anything since. I mean, we saw the stats coming into this one. PRX's, defense half overall quite good. I believe it was 54% win rate on those rounds, whereas Gen.G had above 60 as far as the attack's concerned.
Right.
But there's also a fairly larger sample size for DRX. It played Haven, but twice compared to Gen.G's singular time. So a little bit more shown, but the big thing that we're seeing is the impact of this Cypher as well as this breach to slow up these approaches has been impeccable.
The breach in particular, flashbacks, or excuse me, Foxy9's breach has been really, really good. He is hitting some tremendous fault lines that are completely stymieing Gen.G on anything they want to do on some of these executes, particularly on the A site, but
Here.
now he's going to be shifting over to B as well, has set up for some nice kills at the front of that. Maybe just a fast hit, some Guardians for the side of Gen.G.
Looking like it, but already you've got 3 players in position from the side of DRX. Texture going to be spotted out, takes a bit of damage there, has to pull back down to 30. Lakia can heal him up and will do so. The approach here on the garage, the site widely going to be in the hands of Gen.G, you would think, but Flashback still holding her back. Gen, swing out, Buzz going to be taken down. Karen able to find that one about Foxy, gunning down 3. It's just Meteor on his lonesome once more, and the timeout value is not being found.
Here.
Just absolutely insane. Turret out.
Turret into the face of Foxy, but instantly cleared out, and he still just doesn't know how many players are going to be on the far side of that smoke. Tucks in behind the Fox, but he is just being approached upon, but it does not matter. Bane doesn't need to get involved there. It's going to be Foxy with 4. Praise the util, praise the rifling. It's DRX now just 2 rounds away from tying it up.
Yeah, and I like the idea here from Gen.G. They take advantage of the open space in Garage, try to set up these crossfires, but it's just dismantled by DRX. They win the opening battle, slow him down enough to get Foxy9 up on top of that box, and he makes him pay. Man, DRX right on top of things. Blade Storms for Texture, Rolling Thunder for Foxy9, a whole bunch of other ults for Gen.G if they so choose. See what they can do. Mako already got close.
Is going to be used. Bane's going to be taken down. Munchkin able to find one. Rolling Thunder now out in response to try to slow things up, and Mako up on top of the box is able to find Meteor. 1 for 1 so far, but site occupied here by Gen.G.
Welcome to my world.
It's going to be invested. The last ult that they have available to them here in the round. DRX, how do they try to retake into this? After Shock 2 flashes available, Paranoia has already been burned. Mako on the hunt, spraying out, but Lakia swings out of the smoke, is able to find him. Can upgrade the weapon, and does so. Catches a glimpse there of Buzz, and he manages to hound him down. Pit will fall. Foxy, just dragging across through the smoke. Still at full HP. Texture tagged low, but doesn't know which way they're going to be coming from. Gen.G finally able to push back, and of course it's in thrifty fashion, because that gets them up the map point. They still have Seekers now available, plus that lockdown.
Absolutely wild at the beginning of this round. The Rolling Thunder comes through to try to slow this up, but Gen.G's already passed it. Getting that pit and that poison cloud there for Lakia to just sprint around, spraying it. Makes DRX's life a nightmare trying to get through there. Of course, the decay as well obviously comes into play, but really nice setup there in that post plant for Gen.G, really taking advantage of that Viper util very nicely. Start out. Munchkin gonna get ahead of it. Is Mako gonna read that? I don't know.
Slow creeping down. Munchkin just on the other side of the wall. Mako pushing forward and does get punished. Buzz now. A lot of pressure applied. It's a flash to the face. Trailblazer coming through. Nothing pushing off the back of it though. Just gonna be catching that trap wire. Gen.G now look to cycle their way across to the opposite side of the map. Big push forward here from Foxy9.
Oh boy.
Gonna be hearing some of these footsteps with the Seekers. He's gonna tell all. He's gotta clear them out. He does so. But now knows it's gonna be too dangerous to continue forward through window. So it will just be Bane trying to hold the lines. The rest of the team wrap their way around through Link. Start set up. Final Seeker cleared. Lockdown in play. Bane gonna fall. Flashback able to find one, but needs to do so much more. That lockdown getting ever closer. Meteor will find the final 2 kills. Detain, not necessary. 13-9, a solid effort from DRX to try to get themselves back into this game, but Gen.G Similarly to the previous series that we've been seeing from them, deal too much damage in that first half, they set themselves up for inevitable success.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be really happy as a DRX fan with the way they were able to punch back after a disappointing first half, but Gen.G's still just too strong.
That they do, but we still have DRX's map pick of Sunset coming up next, but for now we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from Haven.
Gen.G is looking unstoppable. The last 2 matches and today, they are coming into Super Saiyan mode, like full Super Saiyan mode right now. They're scary. Haven was their map pick though, so
True.
They were prepared.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reads that they had were correct in the fact that, sure, DRX can come prepared, they can have certain plays that they've always had, etc., but it's just not going to be as clean, and you see that on the attacking side. When they go on defense, actually, I think DRX, they completely read Gen.G's tendencies, and that's how they start to course correct, but again, like the caster said, it's just a bit too late.
It's really just difficult. I mean, when it ends the first half in the 9-3, you know, it starts to feel a little bit painful. But DRX, that said, on the second half in their defensive side, they did have some reads, they did have some plays, and they managed to, you know, come back a little bit. Just that after that timeout from the coaches of Gen.G, everything just, you know, it really was like download complete.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you have any early thoughts before we head into the second map, like feelings about this. DRX, though, this, I wouldn't say, you know, it was they didn't roll over belly up or anything.
No,
like that.
I mean, definitely not. But I think, obviously, we talked about this briefly backstage as well, and I've mentioned it before, in that I think Breach is one of the hardest initiators to pick up and learn at a pro level for a team, especially if you're playing against teams that can get aggressive. It's just so much coordination, and you actually have to learn how to abuse Breach rather than just use Breach. And I think that's where DRX is still struggling. If you're going to stick with this Breach comp, you need to have someone who becomes a Breach specialist. And Foxy did fine. His aim was good when he had the chance. But again, you're always relegated to, I have to sit back, I have to set things up, I have to find the right timing. And it's very tough to do that until you get more reps in. And I think that was one of the biggest weaknesses they had on the attacking side, because you saw them trying to do stuff like cut audio so that you could abuse the toxic screen against Gen.G, things like that. And even then, I mean, Gen.G's just waiting. They're like, well, we know we still have a timing in front of you, and DRX just couldn't get the right shots and the right setups he needed.
Yeah, I think that's why the attacking side was like a little bit lacking, but you know, for me, I love the Omen players for this specific map, because you could clearly tell, especially on the defensive side, these guys were controlling everything so darn much, especially Karon. Look at this ridiculous stats, like 26 kills, 9 deaths only. He had so many impactful frags. The way that he was playing out in some of his positions, just tiny peaks, single kill. He's so ready for everything.
Yeah, we were just told that we might see something special from Karon today in terms of frags. Like, he has been fragging a lot this year, and I think he's been racking up the score.
That's right.
Oh my God. It's insane. I mean, it just goes to, he's always near the top. It's actually very rare. We actually have to point out the times that he's near the bottom of the scoreboard, right? Because that's the rarity for him. Again, I mean, his rookie year, so let's just not forget that. But I also want to give a little bit of shout out, just because, you know, DRX lost, but I want to make sure that it's not forgotten that on the defensive side, Flashback, I think, understood the assignment. He knew that Gen.G's going to like to push and pull if they get stopped. So when his teammates kind of put a stop to the initial approach, he doesn't move, he doesn't overcompensate, he waits until Gen.G takes the initiative and then goes for it. But kills like this, I mean, this is where things fall apart. DRX, in theory, the idea of, okay, hey, let's creep up and then let's jump in, let's double peek, and we're going to check this corner. They did everything correctly, you just couldn't land the shots. And at that point, I mean, who's to blame? Gen.G, Munchkin was just ready for moments like that.
Yeah, that one's just, I don't know what else to say. It's a little bit unfortunate. Like, Gen.G's just performing a little bit better in that aspect. But then coming back into some of these other rounds, you know, there were some interesting ideas from some of these teams. DRX trying to send one player to creep up. Meanwhile, the main force is kind of rushing in towards the B site. Stuff like that makes DRX look a little bit better and inspires, you know, a little bit more hope, at least for the next map. So I kind of hope to see a little bit more from them, considering the fact that they did pick Sunset. So we'll see how that plays out. But for now, I mean, just highlighting some of the plays that happen, right? Foxy9 able to shoot, Mako with some pretty good teleports here and there, Flashback doing just, you know, a fantastic job, just nailing down the fundamentals alongside with like Bane here and there. But of course, out at the top of everything, Gen.G just continuing to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, they've been looking so good since the beginning of this year, and yes, we've kind of seen some wavering happen since Shanghai, but we did talk to HSK about it already, and he explained a little bit of why that happened. But you know, they got over the biggest hurdle, and they're just going and going. It's up to DRX today to stop them in their tracks with Sunset, because DRX doesn't win. They'll be going down to the lowers to next week. Oh no, yes,
Yep,
next week.
The lower finals.
God, we said it's like the last day today.
Like, what day is it now?
Next
I don't
week,
even know.
we'll be in a brand
Tuesday? Huh?
Yeah, we'll be in that
brand new venue.
the finals arena, the final stadium next week. So that should be exciting. So we'll see if DRX can extend their life here on their pick of Sunset. My biggest question is, does Gen.G bring a new composition? They've had some time. It's not necessary, right? Given the circumstances, you're still in the upper bracket, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe you don't feel the need, even if you do have something prepped. And I still think that this composition is fine. I think the SM composition is fine here in Sunset, but it's very difficult to perfect. And I think once teams start to pressure them, Gen.G has shown that they start to show a little bit of the cracks. So DRX probably came prepared for that, and I think it's the ball's in Gen.G's court.
That is an interesting point, though. Is it a matter of changing the agent composition, or just doing what they've done on all the other maps, which is just refine, add more, have a deeper playbook, just figure out more levels to whatever they've already got?
Looking at Gen.G's track record, probably just adding more layers is the better way to go. You know, the time that they put texture on Omen, it didn't go quite well. Although personally, I was a fan of that composition back on Icebox. So, and here's the thing: is that you're never done with a composition. There's always more to improve, and there's a way that you can maneuver that composition to counteract your opponents rather than just relying on the agent pings. And I like that about Gen.G. I think that's what makes them so reliable. But again, when DRX comes in prepared, it's not an easy mountain to climb. So I'm wondering if Gen.G gives that respect.
I mean, they've been pretty good at adapting so far, but that's why I see what you're saying, about the layers. They truly are kind of like the agent specialists with how they're playing so far. Gen.G just being that consistent with everything that they're doing. It's just the layers and how they really kind of adapt on the fly, even with the coaches calling some of the strats and like seeing some of the differences in the game, and they have to like just figure that out as they go along. It's difficult, but I think it can be possible. Meanwhile, for DRX, yeah, this is where you can kind of start to feel maybe a little bit more hope for them. Considering the fact that they picked this, there's probably some anti-strats or some set plays that they've kind of figured out.
All right, now before we talk a bit more about the agents that they might be playing, we got our guessing game because it's game time for us.
Oh, look at that beautiful color. Yes.
Purple.
Continue.
I do like purple,
Yes,
clearly.
purple's great.
I think I wear it better than you, so we should just give me a diamond.
I agree.
The question is, which team will win the pistol rounds on map 2? Obviously, the choice is Gen.G, DRX.
Wow,
or
the
is
AI
it a
went
tie?
DRX. Bold move,
Yeah.
bot. I'll see you at the end of this game.
Are you going to be as bold as our predictions today?
I'm gonna go with what I believe will be correct.
All right. I'm going to go with the wingman, the audience. Is y'all my wingman? I'm going to go with Gen.G.
I'm gonna go with a tie.
Ooh.
If you can see it. It's not even double up, and I'm still gonna go for a tie.
All right.
I was thinking about DRX at first, but then I was like,
I think DRX winning it is hard, just because Gen.G is very good at their pistols. Gen.G
Yes.
also knows how to abuse the sheriffs to take advantage of the pistol rounds.
Exactly.
So I think it's gonna be hard for DRX to come out on top both times. But listen, you picked it. You gotta have some strats prepped for the pistol round.
Absolutely, and I do think, considering they brought out Abyss immediately yesterday, and they did have some time to go into the lab, cook something up, I think they're going to do something different. And here we go.
Okay.
Hold up.
This is exciting.
All right, Buzz is Neon. Okay. Foxy Knight's still going to be playing the Breach, so we'll see if it's a little bit more comfortable here. But if he can set things up for Buzz, it's going to be great. I actually think this is going to be feast or famine, because if you're playing Neon Breach, you're relying on compensating for only having one relay bolt along with the fault line now to help cover that. And if that timing works, then Neon's super powerful. But if it doesn't, there's going to be rounds where Buzz is kind of left alone in enemy territory, and he's going to have to fight his way out of it.
We really got to see that happen, but it's going to be tough. Gen.G is looking really, really hot right now, and it feels like they're going to be able to continue on their streak.
All right. Well, Sunset is the second map of this match today. Let's go over to our casters Achilleos and Paperthin.
Well. This is certainly a surprise. DRX, they pick Sunset. We knew that they were going to have something special prepared for this one. And it's Buzz making his career debut on Neon. Now, some people might be thinking, surely he's played Neon in the past. Nope. Usually had RB there. Yeah. RB was the Neon specialist. You think back to all those crazy games on Fracture. Yeah, he's not done it before.
Absolutely really interesting that DRX is the one making the change. You know, the whole talk and whole thought about Sunset for Gen G was maybe they needed a comp change. Meteor out front. Oh my God.
Okay. Well, Meteor able to go ahead and find that mid-slide headshot, but Flashback still looking solid. Comes up with 2 and Munchkin's quick to trade back. So now we find ourselves in a 3v3. Fragment going to be going out. Stops the plan here for now. Foxy9 just forced around the opposite side of the wall there. Mako takes a deep position over towards Boba.
Still some flashes from Foxy.
Shots coming out, nothing finding a connection, but Munchkin. He does get him. Texture now creeping forward, the swing getting ready to come through, but just a classic in hand. He's got the tailwind. He's able to go ahead and avoid getting tagged up. Foxy now down to 45 and the man advantage here for the side of Gen G. 0 point interrupts the push forward. Texture looking for the kill, but Bane is able to shut it down. Gives him an opportunity, but it basically has to be headshots, and they have to dodge these Sheriff shots from Lakia, which they're able to do. Bolt line now back into play. Munchkin has been tagged by it. Not sure either way. Time is dwindling. He is reconned. He is absolutely screwed. Nothing more to be done here, as DRX will be able to collect a pistol round win.
Right here. By the skin of their teeth. I really like some of the util from Munchkin in that round, but DRX able to get to that plant because of this big win out in mid by Flashback. Able to take down Meteor just before Munchkin gets there. Then this hold, a great 0 point from Munchkin. Good fragment as well to delay the plant, but DRX steady. Able to take a much needed pistol win. As they come into this with some weaponry, a couple bulldogs. A lot of info from Munchkin, but Vandal as well for Bane. Buzz going to be one of the ones. That bulldog.
Texture really look at the challenge. He gets an immense amount of damage across on the Mako.
Got the dink.
And down to 8 HP now. That's going to lock him in place.
They're already full committing over towards this A site. You know, just Texture being spotted so far. Gen G saying, well, maybe they'll push mid and we'll stack there, or we'll just try to crunch them as they try to hit towards A. Another Sheriff in the hands of Meteor as well.
Texture just backpedaling that Neon, looking to try to fill some space aggressively, but Buzz cognizant of the potential lurk there from Lakia. Does find him, but Texture on the re-swing. It's the Sheriff headshot. Brings it back within relative parity, but of course Mako still down to 8. Reposition now.
Starting
red. Shifting across, but yeah, Meteor is out here near tiles, ready for it. Caron able to find Bane as well. Meteor will get taken down, but this is already an immense amount of damage dealt. The hands of Gen G. 2 Bulldogs left. The Sheriff still here in the hands of Texture. Seeking to do more damage and ready to try to intercept the swing in from Flashback. A little bit of damage onto him. Now even more going to be found. DRX will be able to get this plant through at least.
Left. They're going to be able to scoop up guns though. DRX had to concede that territory to make sure that they could get this plant through. So the Vandal and a Spectre going to be scooped up by Munchkin.
Yeah, pass the Vandal over to Munchkin.
Yep, he's got more health.
Fault line at the ready. Fanned out here, RDRX. 0 point, not going to get the catch. Fragment up over the top to land it behind the box, but it's not going to be. He's a little bit too deep, so Foxy's still able to hover there, and that's going to be the Vandal put down on the floor. Texture swung out wide. Spectre swinging in, but Foxy staying alive, knows Texture's position, sets up the fault line. DRX look to just go ahead, drift away from this, hold on to their weapons. Vandal's going to be scooped up. Foxy dumped the Bulldog, actually. He does have a Spectre. So a loss in that regard, but the Vandal's still going to be saved, and DRX start things off 2-0.
A great recovery here by DRX. I mean, Gen G, once again, doing a great job of reading the map, understanding DRX's tendencies. at every twist and turn. Texture just so filthy with the Sheriff. Meteor taking the weakened Mako down. Long range classicing from Karan. It's great stuff, and Foxy plays this beautifully. If that fragment, though, had gone a little bit deeper, might have been a very different round. But Foxy uses that fault line to keep Texture at bay and continuing to show really impressive performances on the breach today, in my opinion. Oh my god.
Okay. Oh, Mako already was alive and well in the first map. It's a fantastic shot to give them the man advantage off the rip. He's a little bit of damage, as does Buzz, and that slide through and lock it. Gonna hold down Market, comes up with 2.
Down B.
It's Meteor now knowing that he's basically shoulder to shoulder with him, and Mako still finds the kill. Vandal gonna be scooped up, and DRX on pace for a bonus conversion. 2 players tagged up, however. And with Texture and Karan still alive, Gen G could recover this, but this is already a pretty brutal anti-bonus here for them.
Oh, this is so difficult, especially with the flank angle held by Flashback. Good luck.
There.
Oh, already damage. Exchange, Flashback presence known, gets the wallbang shot, and now it's all down to Karan. Buzz jiggling out, Karan knowing that he needs to take the fight to them. Break open this B main position, but he just can't quite align the aim. Buzz will take him down. 3 players left standing as DRX convert the bonus and start things off 3-0.
Well, this is a lot of this round just comes down to that early pistol win by Mako. The long-range Sheriff kind of break open mid, allow them to take market control here. I mean, Buzz gets deep, wins that battle against Meteor. That sets up this angle for Flashback, makes it borderline impossible for Texture and Karan. Speaking of, by the way, Karan very close to his 1,000th kill.
Yeah, we learned about that in the break.
Yep.
That's insane.
Absolutely insane. Just VCT Pacific, by the way, folks.
Yep, it's 1 year. Mako, in the meantime, though, looking to further delay that. Wants to kill onto Meteor. Wants to just go ahead and continue to close up these rounds as easily as possible. As Munchkin's just completely and utterly screwed. Buzz with a relay bolt, setting him up for the easy kill. As the plant now comes through on this B site.
This is challenging, to say the least. Sheriff's in hand. Texture trying to go for a walkabout, but already being accounted for. Buzz there, the trap wire as well. Oh. Well, he's good with the Sheriff.
Yeah.
We've seen that.
Bullets are magnetized to Buzz's head. Second time he's gotten him with the Sheriff. Covers a weapon, but it's just stuck in too deep from there. Mako cleaning it up. Might not be flawless, but they want to be as flawless as humanly possible, so single casualty. Karan at the back of sight. He's going to be stunned up, locking him in place. Foxy saying, yeah, you stay there. You die to the spike.
They're just looking great, our DRX. So much pressure on the map, especially in mid. Making it really challenging.
Yeah, and this is...
Meteor just red. Munchkin red.
It's a very different look compared to the last time these teams faced off on Sunset. I'm not trying to usher up any kind of curses here, because that was DRX with a very hot start into Catastrophe.
Yes.
But the form that's being shown right now, this is completely different from that last game.
No, they look so clean right now. And Buzz is doing his job on Neon. Has to deal with this angle. Texture's up. Ooh. Gave the position away.
Say, can you flick the slide? Doesn't need to. Buzz avoids that shot. Flashback out of the open, though. Ended up getting taken down. Rolling Thunder does allow for the players over at elbow to get their way forward onto the site. So Plant can come through, but still, Pain being held at bay.
Spike planted.
Where is everyone hiding? Still have the Hunter's Fury here for Lakia. Now that they have the spot, is he going to go for it?
Here we go.
It's going to be an overdrive out. It's the flash comes through, and Buzz able to collect a very quick kill here on the Texture. Between the backside, Mako is crouching down. It's only going to be 2 deaths now as players continue to surge upward, getting towards cash cap. And DRX find themselves up 5-0. Timeout call necessary here from Gen G.
I mean, that's just Incredible good post-plant discipline. Buzz knows he's got Texture screwed with that overdrive. Able to swing back in. Holding the line is Mako behind the generator. I mean, doesn't get much better than that for DRX. They are rocking and rolling here to start. And the woes continue for Gen G on Sunset. Sticking with the same comp, but still not quite able to find that success that they would like. And it just seems like every time they try something, it's accounted for and dealt with by DRX. You know, that angle that Texture was taking is completely dismantled. Forced him all the way back. Used the Rolling Thunder to clear sight. And that sets up Buzz for that quick overdrive peek around the corner. There's no backup for Texture with that op. They're doing a good job of kind of just dismantling Gen G one by one. And it's back to Sheriffs and Texture. Curious to see what he buys. Yep, Sheriff as well. Munchkin can't even afford a half armor. It has been rough sledding for them.
Doesn't want to go down to 1,400. Granted, they do have a couple players who are buying a little bit lower.
Let's just see.
Early 0 point, going to be spotting 3.
Yeah, that's a lot of good info for the side of Gen G. But generally, DRX has been kind of pulling off some of this early information, so let's see if they double down on it this time. One-way smokes traded on the box at the corner. Flashback just keeping his eyes towards mid.
Texture just quick tailwind out. Meanwhile, this big forward push from Flashback, completely unnoted, unscouted. There's potential to deal quite a bit of damage here as he gets flush against the wall. 2 players just behind him, but right now, he isn't watching this angle. Slow creep bump would spot him out, but there it is. Karen going to be taken down, Cyber Cage popped. He shifts away, jumps out, does eat a shot there from Lakia. Keeps his life intact. Now the approach, though, from DRX, working their way over towards this B site. Meteor sending out a pot shot. Smattering of damage, but relay bolt into the back. He's looking to try to scatter the players of Gen G. Meteor finding one before falling, and Lakia coming up with 2. Makes this a very winnable round. And what a round it would be for Gen G as Texture spotting him out, finishing him off. A Thrifty to get Gen G on the board.
Well, there you go. It's just Gen G 2024 in a nutshell. Just things kind of look a little bit off for them, and then they win a Thrifty.
Here.
And like I said yesterday, coming into, I'm not exactly sure what it is again. I'd have to see if I can dig up the stats, but coming into yesterday, they were winning about 50% of their eco rounds.
Charges left.
Which is outrageous, and you can see why. They're disgusting with the Sheriffs, and this time around they've got a really good read on the timing. Lakia doing a great job there, diverting some of the attention of the utility. He gets hit by the recon, he gets hit by the relay, and he dodges all of that as Buzz is swinging the corner.
Trying to slow up. Meteor eating a bit of damage, pushes up into the Cyber Cage. It's going to be Karen. He's able to find the first kill. Spotted there on the Foxy 9, and Meteor collects that one. Bane just grabbing the spike and hopping away out towards safety. Noise now going to be cut, but Drone spotting in towards this attacker's spawn. Texture is watching from top mid, so Gen G very well aware that there hasn't been any kind of fast rotate off this side of the map. Meteor able to spot out a couple players. Stuck in the corner, Bane trying to push forward, trying to find the spam. Meteor eats a little bit more damage now, down to 1 health. Somehow stays alive.
He's able to get out. Footsteps were heard there by DRX, but right now, they're just stuck in a corner. I mean, where Lakia is pushed up all the way to, they have the trapwire to watch their backs, but
30 seconds
it's going to be some fancy shooting required to get out of this scenario. You don't have the paranoia, you have the recon bolt, but you have another smoke from Flashback. You have Mako smoke, so you could try to caterpillar your way in, but that's a lot of damage taken by Flashback in that exchange. Down to 27 HP. Just
10 seconds left.
Nowhere for them to go. Yeah.
We'd love to do some more damage here, but no real opportunity to try to play out this round, just given that you're 3v5. Two players with no health. PRX just have to allow for Gen G to win a second round in a row. Still a considerable lead for them. But that momentum build, something that needs to be a big concern here for TRX. Now Gen G a way back in. That's where things start becoming very troublesome for you.
Oh, just great angle found.
Nice.
Meteor finds a great timing to peek out, shut down the second player of DRX on that entry. So that's going to be a timeout here from DRX. Curious to see what they want to do. Just try to spread the map a little bit more. They're doing a good job early, pushing and pulling Gen G at least a little bit, winning some of those important early fights, finding those isolated moments. See if they can get back to that. But Gen G seemingly have tightened the screws a little bit, not allowing for some of those early picks, some of those players out of place to be identified and isolated and eliminated. And yeah, we are right back into it. Some ults for the side of DRX. Still have that narrow theft. Flashback couldn't quite find the opportunity to use it when he got that pick on mid. Bane has his Hunter's Fury. So you have some kind of combo play set up. Seemingly looking like some kind of B consideration. Buzz just going to contest that front angle. There's that trap wire. Really popularized by RRQ. Oh, Flashback sees Munchkin crossing. A lot of Gen G now already leaning in towards B. No contact from Texture. 0 point as well. Gets the mark. And that means DRX doesn't feel as confident about this. Just gonna scoop the orb. Oh, it's dangerous. Double stack from Gen G. Flashback immediately pulls off wisely.
Take flight.
This pulls back drone now going to be sent. Flashback trying to get tucked away to avoid it, but no. Doesn't make it in time. Drone goes deep enough, so it does get spotted. Get a cyber cage out of him.
Yeah, and that's all of Flashback's utility. Oh, Munchkin.
Oh, Meteor. Quick peek out of that one, but blinded up. Bane, Hunter's Fury, able to find Lakia. They tag into the back as well as Karen, I believe, gets touched by that one as Munchkin will be able to find two. Now a 3v2 as the plant comes in. Flashback spotting here on the Texture. Shows his face for a brief little moment. Tailwind popped. Texture knowing that he's being approached by two players, but now he's got them both occupied. They have to deal with Texture, otherwise the fuse can come in. Bane able to find that kill. Karon trying to fake it, finds the first, looking for the second! And he's got the readjust. The 3K from Karon to get Gen G a third round victory. Gen G now, the ones running things back as he pulls off the clutch.
And just by the skin of their teeth, Munchkin holding that back pillar angle, finds two massive kills. And then Karon, who has been absolutely ridiculous today, wants that 1000th kill. He is not too far away from it now.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Barely winning out this final fight. Was at 30 HP.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, probably needed a,
Got the meat on that one.
Yeah, probably needed it.
If my count is correct, we are 7 kills away from Karon hitting 1K.
Okay.
Munchkin 0 point, going to be spotting out a multitude of players. Double push. Down through mid, Karon leading the charge and finding the kill. 6 to go, Flashback, dead. Mako reshifting around, catches a glimpse of him for a brief little moment, but now Munchkin peeking in towards that B main position, finds Bane as well. And it's DRX very much on the back foot at the start of round 9.
This may already borderline need to be a save. Maybe you can sacrifice Buzz a little bit. Heard the TP, identified it, but it's a crossfire. On the other side, Lakia as well, right around this corner, waiting with this dart off of contact.
Gotta go.
Great protocols here from Gen G. Just not giving an inch over to DRX. And with that operator for Texture on A, he can be good for one and get out. That could very well be round over for DRX.
Foxy trying to assess. What's the best place here for this fault line? Well, there's the jiggle
30
peek.
seconds left.
Gonna look to try to take him down. Tailwind's out. Manages to escape. They both as well. Not gonna get the catch. Fast lane set up. Karon on the opposite side though, able to deal with Buzz. Texture with the up, finds Mako, and it's back-to-back 3Ks for Karon. This Gen G now just one round separating.
I mean, this is... Oh, here it is.
Okay.
He's got it.
I was incorrect, but hey, congratulations, Karon. 1,000 kills in VCT Pacific in his debut year. This is absolute absurdity. If my math is correct, 24 matches, including this one here today, meaning an average of 41.6 kills per series played.
Absolutely outrageous for a rookie. Oh, this is pacey.
And it is. The texture just the wall gets an immense amount of damage. His flashbacks and Bane fall down to 24. But kill cannot be found. Man advantage still going to be there for DRX all the same.
Go, go, go.
That was 2 headshots, I believe.
Now going to be coming through. Mako is applying lock here.
Spike planted.
They're stretching the advantage, but Karon is still alive and he is still taking names. He peeks across the way to double setup here behind the box on site. Buzz and Mako. The two remaining vets from DRX to try to hold the line versus Meteor and Karon. Spotted on the one. They can suss out where the other is as well. Buzz gets across, but I'm not sure Meteor's registered that one now. They know, but Meteor collects the kill. Mako going to be taken out, and Buzz cannot find it. Meteor with 2. We'll tie things up at 5-5.
Yeah, and there's so many good things that I'm seeing from Gen G. Micro adjustments on the previous round with helping out Texture quickly with that op angle. Karon was there immediately to set up the crossfire onto the site. And this round, I mean, Karon just Johnny on the spot, just shuts this down. That double kill is outrageous. Meteor, just doing Meteor things there. Business as usual.
Yeah.
Chomping away on the gum and, like you said, taking names.
This goes here.
It's another day at the office, but I mean, for anybody who might have been on the fence about Rookie of the Year,
there's no doubt. There is no doubt.
Get rid of those doubts.
They found my wire.
Sorry, flashback.
That or get an assessment. Psychological one, because you're not thinking straight. He's just been so damn clean.
No, he is truly astounding. Truly astounding.
Texture now pushed up quite far forward. The peek coming through. Nails the flick. The re-peek. Oh, and the quick scope. Texture
Spike down A.
takes down both the vets on DRX. Not wanting to give them any hope here in the round. Third shot though, not going to connect. Bane able to go ahead and take him down out of midair. Munchkin, however, still lingering nearby. The drone to his escort. Flashback, able to collect the kill. Karon tagged up, has the TP out to safety. As Bane will be collecting the operator.
Shot dart.
Well, there's definitely a chance. Rolling Thunder still in play for Foxy9. He is right on the site. He's looking for any kind of information they can get to use it. Oh, Bane.
Yeah, really close angle. Would have been nasty flick it had he been able to make it, but good swing timing here from Flashback. Will get the punish on the lock. Yeah, and Meteor distracted by the camp. Karon stunned up. Still puts a decent amount of damage there onto Foxy, but he's got so many angles to clear. And while we've been singing his praises for the last 2 rounds, this one does seem like a bridge. Perhaps too far. 1 bullet left in the clip. Shorty drawn out. Wants to try to go for the half hold, but yeah, they're not close enough for that one to work out. It will just be a thrifty pickup here for TRX to break this win streak of Gen G. They get themselves up to 6.5.
Just winning some big fights around those corners. Texture overstaying his welcome just a little bit. I mean, this is just Texture in a nutshell. But then he gets caught in that corner. Trying to do what he can to escape it. Munchkin there with an outlaw to try to back him up, but can't win his fight. Bane finds that secondary, or second swing out. There we go. DRX right back into it with some big ults. Everybody's got ults to work with. Munchkin has the no command. A judge for Karon.
Neural theft nearly there for Flashback.
Yep, and Meteor already has his, so this could be a wild round. I mean, this is So much space taken.
Okay, well, just the one. Could have been significantly worse there for TRX, but now flashback again, trying to go for that deep push up in the mid. This time is read by Gen G. Munchkin finds the punish. Hero Death on the reveal. Locky going to be good for one. He gets taken down by Bane. Fragmentless is just trying to hold them here, and he catches a glimpse of Munchkin. Knows that he's crossed to the opposite side. But right now, TRX are completely surrounded. 2 players here in elbow. The swing out puts the spike on the floor, and Texture is snappy with the knives. 6-6, we are all tied up at the half.
Outrageously good from Gen G. This bend but don't break defense works a treat, and they're able to read Flashback. Flashback trying to play a timing hit while DRX is making their attack towards elbow, and he gets shut right down, so no flank angles able to be created, and the rest of their forces get trapped in elbow. Texture quick to it to get to that spot, get to main, lock it down with the op. the current trend for Gen G, 2-0 win.
Yeah, I think that's just been the playoffs trend.
Yep.
DRX, that's the question. Can you give us our first 3-mapper in the playoffs? Or will we have to set our sights on PRX versus Talon to potentially deliver on that front?
I am still just like, every time you say it, I'm like, it's all been 2-0s.
Yeah.
Hard to believe. Yep. I thought for sure, especially on the first day.
The last 2 broadcast days have been quite quick.
Shockingly so.
Yeah, it's very... It's been odd. We're used to getting out of here a lot later than we have been, but
yeah.
Clean stuff here from Gen G to keep things evened up. 6-6.
Yeah, I'm used to sprinting to try to get to that last train before I'm going home. But it's been really quite impressive, especially with Gen G, the form they've been showing. But DRX now really starting to punch back. Having a solid half. It's just now, can Gen G's attackers have match or better? What DRX was able to accomplish. 3-man stack on A for DRX. And all I see is Texture leaning that direction with a Sheriff. Everybody else seemingly set up for some kind of B hit. There's not much contact there other than Flashback for DRX. Just one trap wire placed towards site. Right on the floor.
Dodge of the 0 point until online. TP forward from Charon is, the double face forward. As Texture eventually able to find that shot. Foxy cleans up one, looks for the second, and just managed to have it. Sparing the blushes of his teammates. Still eating quite a bit of damage.
Camera taken out.
Cam's going to be cleared here in mid. Flashback. Swinging and turn away from the angle. And Meteor eating a headshot. Things now brought back to parity between the two.
Yeah, just now this allows for this lurk from Bane. Are they going to read this forward position? Oh, he's scooting back towards the site now. Got the info. That opens up this space for DRX. Try to push through. I think they're reading that this is A, though. Yep. And they're going to find out here in just a minute that that info from Bane worked against him a little bit.
Recon sent does get cleared. And that should be the tell-all, especially as the smoke comes down. Paranoia sent over, but missed timing with the missed shot from Bane. He doesn't get the punish there on the Meteor. Life intact. Looks to be the first line of defense on the post plant. Pushing his way up in towards the smoke. Bane maybe sussing this out, especially as the cam comes his way, but Flashback in the meantime is able to find Lakia. Now it's just Charon and Meteor. Try to close out the pistol, otherwise both going to be going the way of DRX. Foxy caught. Timing a little bit off there. Comes down to Charon, but he cannot make it happen. Bane will have the headshot. Ghost in hand. DRX collect both pistols. They tie it up 2-2 on the series, and they take the lead once again.
Yeah, it's spike the fury. Almost goes Gen G's way in a couple different scenarios. You know, with Texture trying to deal with that 3-man push, Munchkin gets there to try to bail him out. The flash from Foxy hits Munchkin full force. Texture as well. That allows him to scoop up those 2 kills. And then Gen G actually finds an opportunity to get the plant down, sneak underneath DRX's noses. DRX's retake very, very clean, coming from a lot of different angles.
Yes,
winning out in some of those battles, having those ghosts in hand as well. That's it. Tricky there for Karin at the end with just a classic. challenge. And a couple more sheriffs. Once again, Texture, Meteor, everybody else classics for the side of Gen G, but we've seen what kind of damage they can create. The angle for flashback gonna be there if there was a B entry. Instead, Gen G now going on a bit of a mission here with Meteor.
Oh, very well aware of this is DRX.
Gotta go.
Solid opening kill found. Texture peeking up towards mid, but just not seeing enough there. It looks like Buzz might have caught a glimpse of him as he turned away. Ping comes down. Trapwire set up, but still fairly clear and straightforward path over towards the default plant. Smoke comes down. Cage up, TP forward here from Charon. Bane, let's just go for the spray. Looks like, no, they're going to play this out a little bit more patiently, but that allows for Texture to find an opportunity. Flashback going to be taken down. Bane does get Charon, though. Can't exit after the plant. 3v4, no weapons recoverable. Gen G still in a rough spot.
Mako going on a bit of a walkabout. I don't think Gen G has any idea that this is coming.
Slide forward, Buzz able to find two before getting taken out. Foxy will be swift on the cleanup of the back end. The other Bulldog can be scooped up and will. Diffuse goes over to Foxy, gets him halfway to that Rolling Thunder, and DRX move up now 8-6.
Yeah, once again, a really good start for DRX. Let's see if they can string together another bonus. Got the overdrive already for Buzz. Just reading that play by Meteor so well. Bane just lurking in the smoke, waiting for his timing after the plant comes down, and then Mako able to lurk his way through mid, set up for the paranoia, set up for the push out for Buzz, and easy does it for DRX.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Towards a very similar setup. Fire right at the door.
This should do. This goes here.
Setting up the low ground, not setting up the one-way there. Flashback with the cyber cage. Munchkin worried that there might be a push out now. But Gen G just quietly working their way through the map. This has been pinged out, Meteor's position. So DRX seemingly somewhat aware. Shock dart to try to clear if there was a trap at market door. Bane gets a spot at a Munchkin, trying to look for Meteor. They know. They know with the way that was cleared. They're putting the danger pings right on Meteor's position.
Mako is alone here in this spot, and he's going to be taken down. Spectre delivers a little bit of damage there on the Texture, as once again, Meteor going to be dealt with. These deep top mid lurks continue to not pay off. The punish found.
Shadows traveling.
And also gives Flashback the opportunity for this flank, working his way through tiles at the moment. Drone going to be coming through. Texture, however, in onto the side, able to find Foxy 9, displaces him. Knows that Buzz is around the corner, and kill's going to be found, and now it all comes down to this flank from Flashback. Bulldog just in hand, but Lakia reading it, cognizant, aware of it, gets the better of him. Gen G not allowing for another bonus conversion. They keep things tight-knit.
Yeah, I mean, even though DRX drops this round, I'm still very impressed with the early round kind of diligence that they're showing with the utility. I mean, reading Meteor's position from the rip. Just can't win that battle against Texture. And then they start kind of just doing Gen G things. Getting some sick shots, covering their angles. Texture being Texture. And they look like they might have an opportunity to do some more damage. Rifles for both squads. Very pivotal round potentially in this match. Seeing exactly what info that Gen G can try to bait out. Just, again, sending in that shock dart to try to clear if there was any util at that door. This time around, they're going to sneak two players up into mid instead of just Meteor by himself. And that's Spike for Munchkin right in the dead center of the map. Let's see what they're going to be able to do this time. Oh, Meteor already taking a bunch of damage. He just...
having a rough time.
He is not having fun in mid. Oh, Bane. So far ahead.
Oh, snappy though. Doesn't find the kill, but keeps himself alive, identifies. They were further forward there. Space now being filled in towards B.
Cam gets cleared in mid. So no information there. It's going to be an attempted sell of a bit of a fake, using some of this leading utility. Try to keep DRX planted while the rest of the squad heading the other way. Buzz and Mako ready. See if they can get this stop.
Paranoia timing's fantastic, and Texture just taken down through the smoke. Buzz, however, will be traded out. Terran able to find one.
Time.
The time is dwindling. Working their way forward. 0 point to try to check, but now they can try to intercept here. And yep, Spike's going to be left out on the floor. The round is already over. There's no way to recover it. No way to get themselves back into this one. DRX putting their foot down. Once again, stretch the lead up by 2 rounds.
And this is just so good from DRX in so many ways. It's, again, not allowing Gen G to have any of the openings or opportunities that they want towards mid. And that allows them to keep the map firmly under their control. It means they can really just bottleneck A main and B main and just make it so hard with moments like that, with the paranoia to set up. Even though Buzz ends up falling, they're able to just retreat, and with the time so low, you can quick rotate as DRX there to get in to help out, just shut that round out from Gen G. So now you have a frenzy for Karan, Sheriff for Munchkin. We're able to get rifles for Meteor, Lakia, and Texture, but money had to be somewhat expended. Meteor down to 0 creds to make this round go for Gen G, and there again, trying to spread the map a little bit and continuing to keep track of Lakia. This time around, though, a different look. Lakia not on his own right now. Minute on the clock. Is this going to be the execute here? Bane holding a hard angle. See if it gets cleared. Yeah.
Jump forward, nothing spotted, but they know that Bane's going to be here near the site. Foxy 9 as well, arriving from behind, just 1 kill away from that Rolling Thunder. There's updraft, tailwind forward, Texture looking to try to take some space, but Fault Line will hold him at bay, but so too will this flash hold Bane back. Swing onto the corner though, Bane able to find 1.
Spike down B.
Meteor coming up with 2. Definitely not happy with how the first several rounds in this half ended up going. That leaves Mako now all on his lonesome. Given that he's down to 550. Likely just have to go for the save here at the end of it all.
Just a fantastic execute. Well coordinated by Gen G. Just dumping all that util onto the back of sight to make Bane miserable. They try to step in and shut it down. They get 2, but quickly traded by Gen G.
Not ready yet.
So good at covering each other.
Revealing area.
As per usual. Now Lakia has that Hunter's Fury for the next round. Meteor has a Neural Theft. Foxy will have that Rolling Thunder though. And we go again. We are just neck and neck here on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, but the fact that it's being played this close, got to be a cause for concern here in the DRX camp. Granted, still both teams do have those timeouts available, 1 piece remaining. For now, not going to be seeing the coach intervention. Depending on how this round goes, I think we certainly might, because there's a lot of ultimates on both sides that could end up getting invested here.
Yeah, for sure.
Could get very messy.
Exactly. And you see that with these coaches where the timeouts often seemingly come when there's ultimates that they find a read on the opponents and want to get full advantage.
11-11-11 for Munchkin.
What a map.
Oh, went up over the top of Texture, instantly able to find Foxy 9. The headshot comes through, and that means that the Rolling Thunder cannot come to play. Drilled that down, going to be invested. Texture able to find 3. Mako and Buzz just did not stand a chance. Pings out. Texture, how many times has he been in this position? With an attempt at an ace. It has been denied over and over again. How badly does he want it? How hard will he hunt for this? Looks like for now, Gen G, Munchkin, they're keeping the leash on him.
He's pinging it out towards Boba. Wants to go for it, but Lakia, loses that battle to Bane. It's okay, Ace is still in play.
Intentional death.
Yes, on purpose.
But he's running out of time. The spike ticking. Slow creeping forward. First challenge here around the corner. Finds it.
Whoa.
The 4-piece. And there's the kill. And now we need the replay. The player cam.
He is going to be losing his mind.
I think, well, that's like 4 in the last 2 days.
Yep.
He's just always gotten the 4K, but he cannot get that ace.
He is going to be, if he's not losing his mind, I'd be more surprised.
Oh, dear.
These were clean, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
3.
Here
This
we
one
go.
right here.
The moment of truth.
It never gets old.
It doesn't. It's always amazing.
Every time he's just good for it.
Oh, somebody please. I mean, at the end of playoffs, before champs, can somebody just go back and just make a highlight reel of every single one?
Somebody needs to remix it like they do in
Oh,
EMEA.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, Texture, you are just, the man is just a quick machine. As a 1-for-1 exchange here as Meteor and Bane going to be taken down. Buzz needs to pick up that weapon. 0 Point interrupts the ultimate, but he doesn't live very long after that. Now flashback on his lonesome, trying to survive, but cannot. It's going to be Charon finding 3 to take Gen G into the lead, now up 10-9.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Gen G is starting to kind of identify that, you know, them spreading the map, them trying to take, you know, mid-control without overwhelming numbers, those kind of things just don't seem to be going their way. Sure, you got to watch the flanks, but really it's just the coordinated gunplay of Gen G that can definitely set them apart. And yeah, it was an eco round, but you know, when they're working as a 3 or 4 man, sort of just playing off of each other, letting Texture be Texture, you can string some serious rounds together. And Glow and Termy talking it over, seeing what DRX can do a little bit differently. It looked like it was going to be going so well. Just trying to look at the paper on Termy's desk, see if there were any secret sauce strats there, but it's just like a picture of the map.
Wow. Final timeout call for TRX. Going to be looking to try to tie things up here. Once again, it's at 10-10. And then close things out. Take us over to Bind.
They got a lot of ults.
Yeah, a lot of ults to work with. The overdrive used in the last one there for Buzz was instantly punished.
Bane is having a hell of a match.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
20
that goes there.
Karn is once again just
right there.
Ridiculous. Man is just fired up today. Oh, Bane got a spot. Saw the shoulder.
Very quickly going to be backing away, but TP into the defender spawn here from the side of Charon. Paranoia sent. Not going to be hitting anybody, doesn't matter. Texture's already found one, found himself a second. Bane going to be taken down. Mako, however, getting the punish. Putting the spike down on the floor. Turns things on its heads here for the side of DRX, and Mako finally gets the read here onto Charon, taking him down. That early TP not leading to much of anything, and Lakia completely exposed. Barring some miraculous heroics here. I think that timeout call from DRX is going to be working a treat.
For sure. Able to dodge a really tricky mid-push with an attempted flank angle created towards their spawn. And they're able to hold on, even with Texture kicking in the door, or at least attempting to, and then Mako just steps in, hides right in the corner there towards Link, and just shuts it down. Using those smokes so well to hide his angle. Down goes Locky at a flashback. We're all tied up, Achilleos, 10-10.
Yep.
Woo!
Keeping it neck and neck here. Still plenty of cash to work with on the side of Gen G. Take a bit more for DRX if they want to close at the map, break the bank. But ultimately, didn't have to spend too much as far as the ults are concerned, so overall, it's a very good round economically for DRX.
Nice.
Korean lesson of the day, that means nice.
Good job. Your Korean's improving.
Yeah, shows you the level I'm operating at.
Yeah.
But now, just a singular ultimate invested, so still have that Hunter's Fury, that Rolling Thunder, Mako's own TP.
You know, our Korean teacher was inquiring about you. She's wondering where you're at.
Now you're going to out this?
I am.
We've literally had this conversation. This isn't a conversation that hasn't already happened behind doors.
Yeah, but I felt like doing it on air.
I've been busy. I've been very busy with things that I can't discuss right now.
Sure, I know. But I still got to throw you under the bus. I know, I still felt like throwing you under the bus.
That's fine. I have hair.
Yeah.
Let's go as the attack onto the B site gets ready to come through. We truly do like each other, guys. But TP forward going to be noted there by the trap wire. Going to be an instant exit here. Karen gets out safely.
Well, this is now really difficult. If Mako can win that fight, Texture just backing right out.
Nobody can swing off the fault lines. They can't find the punish to just save him off to keep Mako alive.
Yeah, that's a huge win for DRX. They can just keep this Gen G hit kind of under control, but they're going to have to give up the front of the site. Not enough presence being able to be shown.
Oh, Fury here from Bane. Buzz trying to snap on a Meteor. Pushes through the cage, is able to find that kill. And now flashback. Just out into the open, exposed and taken down. Meteor collecting another. Ping reveal, Spike planted, but the Rolling Thunder comes through all the same. Bane now looking to try to flood retake onto this one. He's going to be cleaning up too. Munchkin Meteor, last one standing, 6 HP. On the Cypher, 48 on Munchkin. And Meteor cannot find any additional value this round. Brought right back into DRX's favor. Tap onto the Spike. Delayed send on the Fragment. And now they're sticking it. The push forward. And he cannot interrupt the defuse. Mako will be the one delivering the final shot as DRX gets up to 11.
I mean, this is just wild. I really like the way Buzz plays this angle. Just somehow Meteor outduels him. Just barely. And then gets a second, somehow. But this Rolling Thunder, so perfectly timed, so perfectly placed by Foxy9. And him and Bane are just swinging in, knocking players down. 2 kills each. And then Mako. Yeah. Bane is fired up. Genji wants to take some time to think about this. See if they can figure out what's going wrong. And Munchkin kind of pounding the back of his neck there. Just feeling like he should be able to make some better calls potentially. Get Genji in slightly better positions. It's just they had to play so far forward there to make sure that they could get the plant safely. And that'll open up the opportunity for Foxy9 to use that Rolling Thunder. And I mean, it's been so back and forth on this map. They're both really showing us some good stuff. But DRX seemingly might have what it takes to take us to Bind.
Yeah, and then from there, it really becomes a toss-up. Bind has overall been a very strong map for the side of Gen G here this year. I believe there's 6 and 4 on it, counting internationals.
Yeah, I think they're 3 and 2 in Pacific. If I'm not mistaken.
That goes there. I feel like they played twice internationally. I think there's a win versus Fnatic, and then maybe
maybe they're 4 and 2 in Pacific.
And they played against Sentinels on it as well.
Let me look.
Either way, it's overall been a strong map for them, but it's a map that we haven't seen from DRX since they last played Gen G on it.
Yep.
And that was when Stax was still in the roster.
It'd be a while.
So who knows what their look is going to be. But hopefully we'll be able to find out. DRX are just 2 rounds away from giving that to us. No more timeouts. No more slowing down the action here from the coaches. Both teams left to their own devices, their own calls, their own judgment. Buzz in the meantime, operator set up for him.
Oh, and with all of this presence that Buzz has, he can lean into this mid control. DRX can back off, but they've got Foxy's utility to try and shut this down.
Oh, the anti-updraft tail went forward there from Texture, just able to dodge out of the flash, but does get punished all the same as DRX want to bring this one to a conclusion. Map point about to be theirs as Munchkin suddenly is the last one standing. Timeout call from Gen G seemingly being read by DRX like an open book.
So good. Anytime Gen G wants to take mid control, it's so well handled by DRX. And every look that Gen G has shown them has been thwarted and dealt with. And this time around, it's the great combo again between Foxy and Bane. Munchkin all alone isn't even able to take Bane down. And we go up to match point off the back of a flawless for DRX.
And that's one of the most critical times here for TRX to be able to get up to this point, because money is not great on the side of Gen G. Granted, yes, they do pull off thrifties on the regular, and they have enough to buy down several rifles, but DRX seemingly have a very strong understanding about Gen G's attack here on this map.
Nice!
And it looks like they are going to be sending us to our first map 3 in playoffs. A Bulldog, Vandal, 2 Guardians, and Another Vandal, but plenty of half armors here on the side of Gen G. Need to win 2 consecutive to take us into overtime if they want a chance at closing things out with a 2-0.
5 and 3 on bind for Gen G and Pacific. Just did a little checking.
So 1 loss, 1 win internationally.
That's what it looks like.
Loss to Sentinels, win to Fnatic then.
There you go. A couple Guardians. Gen G still have that Neural Theft in Meteor's back pocket. Just need to find the opportunity to use it, trying to set up a bit of a crunch hit.
3-player setup here on this side. Trap wires as well. Going to be cleared out though. If we get a 1-for-1 exchange, Munchen going to be taken down. Flashback traded out, but Karon able to find Mako at the same time. Man advantage now here for the side of Gen G. Neural Theft is available, but do they want to invest it? Looks like it's going to be a shift around to the side, so Meteor can try to get on top of that corpse to be able to find him, but now Foxy takes out Karon.
I know
Recon going to be cleared out. Neural Theft going to be invested. Buzz still rotating over. Aftershock trying to hold them at bay there at elbow. All 3 players board at that spot. They push out into the open. Texture going to be taken down as Bane finds 2. Lockett dead. Suddenly it's all on Meteor. Buzz and Bane both have been tagged up. Not even a full HP bar between the 2 of them. As the drone checks in deep enough, doesn't spot anything.
They found my wire.
A wire gets cleared. The Spike stranded. They know that he has to try to pick it up, but they won't give him the opportunity to lay his hands on it. Final kill is found by Buzz, and we are going to a map 3.
Just great holds from DRX on their defender side. Really, really impressed with their ability to shut Gen G down from gaining much map control. And a lot of Gen G's success just came from kicking in the doors at sites. And every time mid was attempted, DRX had an answer.
Well, first time Neon there from Buzz. He's able to get a win on that, so 100% win rate. So let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst as to break down the action from Sunset as we get ready for bind.
Hey, it's our first full series since playoffs started yesterday, so it's not a lot of time, but still, first full series. And Will, about our predictions.
Oh, yes. Well, the hope is alive. The hope is alive.
Come on, I'm going to take the wins where I can. Where I can, and DRX should feel the same way.
No, absolutely. I mean, they come in, on a map that they've had to kind of revamp, right, with the Breach coming in, now with the Neon as well, and they showcase that they are growing, that they are expanding, that they're redefining what DRX is, with Buzz now taking on things like the Neon.
It looks pretty good. I mean, I think, he's trying a lot of different things, especially the relay bolt timings and some things like that. It's actually putting a stop to a lot of whatever Gen G's trying to do, which is pretty impressive with how they're controlling the map. And then that said, of course, I think like on this map, Bane was just like doing different things too.
Yeah, I do have to point out though, Karon getting 1,000 kills today.
It's insane.
Oh my god.
He wasn't here last year in Pacific. This guy caught up so quickly, and it's absolutely insane. And it happened here on Sunset. Yes, on their loss, but even so, something about Karon and just...
I mean, it's just impressive. I know, Achilleo is going to rattle through the actual stats, but it just goes to show, on average, how many kills he's getting, win or lose. And you could argue, like, sure, they have a lot of full sets, right? They have 2 1s across the board. They go through the lower bracket. But still, you have to be fragging above average in all of those games to reach 1,000 in a single year amongst teammates who are great fraggers. So, like, this
Way
just
above.
goes to show, that Karon absolutely fits into Pacific, if not at the top near it. But a close game. I think DRX, the great reads continue on the defensive side here, and they're able to shut things down coming out from Gen G. Love what the cast just called out about mid, just because mid generally tends to be free for attackers here on Sunset, and DRX understood that, and they knew how to trap Gen G into their own setups.
Yeah, we can see some of those moments, especially like towards the end of this whole map where like DRX is playing so far back, and then you have just the perfect fault line setups from Foxy9. You have a couple of players marking, areas like Market, and it just really cuts Gen G off. They're actually singled out, isolated, and each and every single one of them kind of fall down to some of these one-on-ones. And out on top of all of it, we had fantastic moments from a lot of the DRX players. A lot of the reads, they start to come back towards the second half, and what's more impressive is just how, capable they are of fragging out. Like, Mako is doing his thing. He's still, trying to improve on this role and finding his own moments. But at the same time, Bane, like, how many frags did he pick up on this map?
Yeah, I mean, you're top fragging for the entire server. So Bane Last time they met in Stage 1 in the elimination, DRX lost it, but Bane was the one who was trying to keep them in the game. We have to remember that. Bane, also a rookie. Sure, he's had time here and there, in Tier 2. He was trying to go through Ascension last year, at the end of last year in China as well. So yeah, he's got some experience under his belt, but not on this level. And for him to be fighting against, what turned out to be a Masters winning team is very impressive for him. So I love to see that we're now finding all this new talent coming up in Korea and across all of Pacific, seeing the light. But again, I think a lot of the prep, a lot of the read, DRX going back to their roots and saying, hey, we're strongest when we know what to expect. Let's focus more on the defensive side. Let's focus on how we make sure that Gen G doesn't get the momentum. You're understanding what Gen G likes to do with their defaults, how they like to push and pull and, seesaw the map. And DRX has controlled that both on the Haven defensive side, but now to more success, especially after an even first half when DRX was attacking on Sunset.
I mean, this is what we want to see from DRX, so I'm glad this is exactly what they're going into. But this was still a fairly close scoreline, and, Gen G are not looking too bad at all.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, this is how Gen G wins their matches. Every Gen G fan knows, all right? You just have to wait till the very end to see Gen G win. They are rarely going to go through a one-sided match.
A true entertainer. Now, with the scoreline that close, it was really important for DRX to win both of their pistols. So
I don't know if I'm happy or sad about this.
Yes, this leads me into AI is actually the only correct one.
That's insane.
Today.
Out of all the things for the AI to guess correctly, it's this?
Yep.
That DRX is good. Well, that's...
It was unexpected. I think we all collectively are a bit surprised by this result.
Yes.
AI gets to stay with us a little longer.
It survives. AI's just like Gen G. They turn it up when they're about to get eliminated.
Got resurrected.
Yeah, before they get erased from the board.
He's back.
Climbing up.
So Wingman is in wood.
So am I.
Oh, you too. Oh, Mika's got friends.
You can really tell that our production did not expect this many of you guys to be stuck in wood rank because the platform is not that big.
We needed a bucket.
Yeah, we needed a bucket, not a basket.
Or a trash can.
A trash can. There you go.
That should have been the real rank.
Yeah.
Just a straight up trash can. Look at us.
This is how you know we also are gamers because we like to trash talk each other.
Oh yes, absolutely. But we know when we're trash too, and not looking too good. I mean, Chobra, you're on a good streak this stage too.
No, don't try to make me feel better because I see Seth up there. Okay, listen, the goal is to be better than all of you in wood rank. The goal is to beat Seth up top. All right, I don't.
He's got the
listen,
crown.
I'm
it's
happy
like dancing
for you,
over there.
I'm glad you're smiling, but that ain't my competition right now. Okay.
All right.
My competition's up there.
He's above that. He only plays with the pros, Well, speaking of pros, we are going to bind. This was, we were deliberating a bit about this. This is not the map that they might have gone to, but I think was split out of the pool with Abyss as a new map in the option. Gen G banning Abyss off the get-go. We're going to go into bind. This is the last map for these two Korean teams.
Yeah, I'm curious if DRX saw this coming. Probably, just because their Icebox, again, they've shown so much carry potential on it. So I think DRX probably wasn't too surprised by it. We did get to see Gen G's bind here in the playoffs, obviously against that RQ game. And I mean, listen, the comp stays the same, the setups stay the same, the overall theory for Gen G continues to stay the same. But that's what's scary about this team is that not much of that core philosophy has changed for the entire year, yet they continue to learn how to adapt around it because they haven't changed comps.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about in the pre-show, right? It's just Gen G adding on so many layers to their current compositions. And that's really how they operate. And they're showing, especially in that RQ match, that they really know how to kind of control the map, control the flow and the pacing. If their opponents really want to try to force that pressure against them, they just have so much utility to kind of stall and find ways to trade out in all of these duels. So it's kind of up to DRX to try to find some of these gaps and try to expose how they can play around this. And that's where the question is, right? How are they going to play it? What's the composition going to be? Because what we saw in the past is like Bane on the Brimstone, Mako on the Viper, things like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're probably not going to see a change here.
Oh,
we're going to see a change of roles, okay. And they're taking away. Okay, so they're going to take the same exact idea. You're going to stick with the Sky instead of the KO. So you're going to switch that up, and Bane's going to be controlling it. Foxy 9 on the Brimstone. I'm actually okay with this just because I think Bane is just much more used to now being that specific second line of entry, the specific setup Foxy9 is now, has to flex around, which, by the way, props to him. He's given up the Sentinel row once again to make Flashback coverable. But the Brimstone, a little bit more, in the back line again, can take a little bit more of those 1v1s, can just go in for those trades when you know you need to. So I think the comm should be a lot easier for Foxy9 as well.
He's going to really have to understand how to control that space, but at the same time, I mean, interesting that it's, the Sky instead of the KO, it's a complete mirror matchup now.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an exciting one. I don't know how you guys are feeling about your predictions, but we are about to find out in this last and final destination between these two teams. Let's go over to our casters. Mike's with you.
Who's Mike?
Mike?
Yeah.
I don't know any Mikes.
I don't know. Well,
unless he's the coach for 100 Thieves.
Oh, yeah, there you go. But either way, Foxy. First time Brimstone. Yes, thanks for the desk for teeing everything up. As we get ready to go into this one, Foxy, first time Brimstone, as he picks this up for the team, continuously flexing around, looking to just make everybody else as comfortable as possible. And we've seen how much of a linchpin he has been. Granted, the fragging, it might not be always near the top, but we saw he can put up still some very solid numbers. Those breach performances looking incredibly strong from him, but he's also been the vibes guy. He's been keeping everybody jazzed up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, this has been such a great change up for DRX in terms of their mental, because you have Bane and Foxy who are just seemingly unflappable with their positivity. Munchkin has to get the heck out of there.
Pop Flash not going to find any blind there. Flashback on the approach, hits the trap wire. There's going to be Munchkin collecting a kill with Mako quick to trade it out as Munchkin will fall. Mako now taken down, however. Glocka gets himself on the board, but Foxy's able to flush him out.
Great play there by Foxy. Backing up Meteor, close, but not going to make any moves just yet. Waiting for the reinforcements arrive, waiting for the smokes to come out from Karan. Just going to cut off the back of sight and make a go of it.
Angels to try to clear out. That Sheriff in play here from Texture. Bane down to 70. It's Foxy going to hold here at elbow. Tries to react fast enough, but Texture is not ready for the reswing here as Buzz comes around the side. Hilt found, draws back down with a weapon, has another paint shell built up, but it won't be necessary. Bane will be able to find the kill, and DRX will take the lead in pistols as well as here on Bind.
Yeah, just a full commit from DRX at the beginning of this round. Go for this B hit. And even though the trap wires get a ton of value here, they're still good enough with their trades. They're able to catch Texture trying to switch out guns. Buzz coming up huge. Bane watching that flank angle, able to come in and clean out that final kill. Once again, it's going to be Genji on an eco. Just one Sheriff this time, just Texture. Knocking a tap of the orb and a lot of vision on DRX players.
Just jiggling out, and that's going to force the rotate here from Meteor, wrapping around. Still a Sheriff in play, but otherwise classics for everyone else. Quick turn to the flash. Lakia gets himself set up here, tucked away on that left-hand side. Mako, though, aware, suspicious of it, able to take him down. Phantom finding value. Snakebite to try to hold the rest of the team at bay.
Here.
The potential for a TP rotate. As Texture pushed out quite far, finds himself over towards the attacker's spawn.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if DRX is going to pull the trigger on the TP.
They wait a little bit longer. I mean, they've already drawn the rotation from everyone other than Texture.
Right here.
Karan now getting himself situated as well.
Well, there's a cam to watch A, but they don't have any info on Showers, so I think that's what's causing them to pause and really think about this.
Meteor sat here within the smoke. DRX just waiting for this to dissipate. He's got to pull back. Doesn't want to be out in the open.
30 seconds left.
As Molly now at their feet to hold them at bay even further. The delay utility here from Genji has been astounding thus far. 20 seconds remaining. Texture wary about the pivot, but it looks like DRX very much is going to go ahead and force their way into this site. Munchkin able to find one before getting taken down, but it's going to be 2 kills for Buzz. Point click across Buzz.
10 seconds
getting wrecked
left.
down to 40 HP, but the kill cannot be found. And now Texture is all the way across the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. Might be able to find one.
He needs 2 shots on a Bane or a headshot. Buzz will go down to just about anything.
But if he could drop one of these rifles, that'd be pretty huge.
Nate at the ready, and no, Buzz not going to give him the opportunity. It's a 4K for him. Just one charge away from that showstopper already is Buzz going into this bonus here for DRX. 6-0-1.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, he's had just had a hot start. He's able to suss out these positions really well. Follow up off the back of his teammates. Shut down Garan, even though it was a close range. Right click with the classic. Got a lot of head damage, but
right here
wasn't able to find the kill. And now I'm curious to see, like, what does DRX do? I mean, could just try to play for an orb, but as of right now, they're not showing that at all. Just trying to clear these wires. One wire set up for the blast pack entry up top, but DRX is just going to walk underneath it, just limbo right through.
Skirting along the wall there. Poison orb comes up, still one more trap wire set up, but it's above the box. Swinging here from Meteor. It's a glimpse of Buzz and is able to take him down, delivering that first death. Showstopper now online for the next round is, oh, the Texas got his knife out. And Flashback says, well, thank you for the weapon upgrade.
Piss off.
Some minor flesh wound. And it's lucky we'll find Mako on the lurk. Trailblazer will tell that there's nobody else over towards C long. Hinge set up a Meteor with a flush out flashback.
Cage triggered.
For the timing here, looking for the catch. Meteor pushes back up into the smoke, and he will find them both. A 4K for him, as Gen G will deny a bonus conversion. They only lose out on texture.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's solely because when it's Buzz that you see pulling back, you assume he's the tip of the spear. And my guess is they didn't really mentally prepare for anybody to be in U-Haul there. Just never saw Flashback scoop past. He was able to get the one, but that was it. Meteor just walking around, spraying with the Phantom, dealing a ton of damage, has his neural theft, but that showstopper is there for Buzz. Buy gonna come through for DRX. 1/2 armor for Bane. Everybody else at full. Guardian for Karan.
Tuck away here. Looks like Texture gonna be pulling back behind.
Launching smoke.
Double stack box. Things very much slow down to a halt. Mako again gonna be drifting over towards that C site.
Yeah, and DRX is trying to take Shower's control. They're gonna send Bane on a mission, see what he can do. There is a little bit of Cypher util to account for that angle by Gen G, but really they just want to close out this short A. Just try to make it difficult for DRX to even set up for this hit at all.
Broke down, but now Showstopper. Oh, he does get grabbed up by that trap wire, but it doesn't matter. Rocket goes deep enough. Karen gets taken down. Flashback and Foxy get one apiece. A site completely blown open. As heals come through from Bane. Plant now in effect. Lock in Munchkin. I mean, granted, yes, they do have money, but a 2v5. Let's see how far towards this A site they actually want to push. There's trap wires on both sides here.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. It just nearly impossible to do anything at this point, so I think more of a save. See if you can find one of the lurkers. See if you can snag a gun out of DRX's hands. But what an entry by DRX. I mean, Buzz gets up high enough, able to find that showstopper, and the other two teammates right behind him to find those other two kills. Just a fantastic execute from DRX. So well drilled are both of these teams, but right now DRX starting to find the upper hand. Everything's starting to really swing their way. They're just making great reads on those positions. Gen G tried to set up a trap, kind of to counter the showstopper. Just everybody just backing up Buzz beautifully there, just walking through some of that utility. Just confidence from DRX. They are really just playing great today. Best Valorant we've seen all year from DRX.
Yeah, 7-1-1 at the moment.
This goes here.
Very solid start for Buzz. One for DRX. Another tap of the orb and guiding light this time from Lock-In. As he goes out for the Jiggle Peak, will eat a little bit of damage.
Well, this time around, the Cypher util set up in hookah. Texture. Ooh. Got the spot.
Off.
Yeah, couldn't find the damage. Couldn't find the head, at least. And this is a little bit better from Gen G. Now you've got a lot more map control. Now you're taking Shower's control.
Hello.
Oh, boy. Lock you, though.
Lucky to be able to backpedal.
Yes.
It's out. Karen on the jiggle. Spotting flashback. Delaying though. Now sends down the smoke. On the swing out, yeah, legs are spotted. Karen able to avoid taking damage. As Trailblazer confirms that there is still presence over at B. Just a big fan out here from the side of DRX.
That's bought the rotation of Munchkin over, though. He went all the way over to A. So if DRX were to go for this hit, he's got the numbers advantage.
Flashback now making plenty of noise. Texture swinging out through the cage, and they're just going to be able to wallbang him down. Flashback loses his life. Mako spotting one as here comes the TP. The cavalry arriving, and Mako strikes. 2 kills, now a third. As he is putting him down.
What a play from Mako.
Spike planted.
Just breaking things open.
Players arriving. Locky in a really rough spot. Getting out of here to try to go for a save. Basically impossible, so he's just going to try to play forward. Mako.
One enemy
does he want to pursue? No. The attempt at the ace now going to be taken away as Buzz is able to find that kill, but that's going to send Meteor packing as DRX are going to move up 4-1.
I mean, this is just so tricky to deal with as Gen G. They make some pretty good maneuvers there, but Mako just outplays them. Finds that timing to strike and gets 2 fast kills. Absolute insanity.
I mean, it's a terrifying prospect. The idea of DRX getting to a point where Mako's calling is a lot cleaner. He gets solid reads, and he's still able to frag.
Right. No, that's horrifying.
That is a where is your god now moment.
You know, and it's a real credit, no matter the result of this. The step up from everybody on DRX. That's just filthy from Mako. But it's just, it's everybody doing like good things. Whether it be the new players, you know, Bane and Flashback, who have shown tremendous individual firepower. You know, Foxy9 being called upon to be flexible in his role and has been very willing and very capable. Buzz is Buzz, Mako is Mako. I mean, I think the biggest question for me coming into this stage was, what is Mako's IGLing going to look like? And it, to be fair, at the beginning, it did seem a little bit shaky. They looked pretty readable. But now they're throwing you a lot of different looks. And this round was one of them. And this was tough to read for Gen G because it was all over the place. I mean, you were challenging Showers with Flashback, and you commit to that angle, a couple players to make sure you can maintain Showers control, and Mako just finds that perfect moment, that veteran instinct that he has to strike and get a huge multi-kill. And then they just TP right over. Just unexpected stuff, and it looks so good. Texture does have a showstopper now. Only a couple rifles. One that Meteor is able to carry over. And a bought one for Texture. Stinger for... nope, Sheriff, okay. Wait, Frenzy? All right, Lakia. Settled on the Frenzy.
Right here.
Continue to try to play up close and personal at Long B. And, you know, with that showstopper in play, DRX has to be wary. So they are going to take their time at the beginning of this round. They're like, prefer not to give a free kill over.
Yeah. Something to be avoided. I mean, but speaking of kills, Foxy, Flashback, Mako, all 3 of them just one away from having those ultimates online.
Yep. It's very challenging, the position that Gen G is in. The ult cycle very much in DRX's favor. The economy very much in their favor.
Look at the attention draw here, though. Gen G, 3 players positioned over on B.
Yeah, they're
just
really...
the lone rifle here of Meteor. Try to hold down Showers alongside Charon. So creep up. Oh, the instant tank, and Meteor like the kill. That's going to be the narrow tip now invested. Rotates back over here to the opposite side. Meteor pushing forward, gets himself tucked away in the corner. Jump forward, Mako going to be dealt with. Meteor able to transition onto a third. Cannot get that forward, but does not matter. The showstopper does come into play to bring an explosive conclusion to the round. And Gen G, they will be able to close things out and get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, and this is one of these moments that has created so many opportunities for Gen G to change the tide in their matches, right? It's Meteor or somebody gets a kill on the flank, And this really opens things up because all of a sudden, I'm watching the map the whole time. They kill Buzz, and it's Texture and Munchkin just beelining it over to A. I mean, they are hightailing it over there because you know that, a lot of the attacks are going to be set up off the back of that duelist. And they feel like it's very likely to be A, and they're so good at those rapid reads, those rapid rotations.
Remember when Meteor just used his ultimate? Halfway to the next one.
He kind of does that sometimes.
Yep. That's Meteor with Neural Theft.
He's pretty good at getting those multi-kills.
Now, DRX, those critical ults we spoke about. Online, Bane similarly. Just one away from having those Seekers. Now she's moving the Trailblazer out to scout. Lakia still just holding presence here at Garden. Keep things contained for now. Running light in towards Hookah, nothing going to be noted there. It's Mako creeping forward, sat within the smoke.
He's trying to find that timing again. And they're going to leave the A site completely wide open.
Thing is, yeah, now he's pushing forward as that next smoke comes through.
He's read him again.
Flashback, he's going to be able to tell him, yeah, they're both over here, but he's going to be able to deal with them. Flashback takes down Meteor, takes out Charon. Now the rotations have to happen over to the A site. Orbital Strike still available from Boxy. The Snake Bite to try and delay. Munchkin eating a bit of that damage, trying to disrespect it, but now falls down to 61. The Operator, this is going to prove to be so damn difficult. Hit in play as well. I think Gen G are going to have to just make the call. Yep, rotate out, go for the save. DRX going to move up 5-2.
Yeah, all they had was the Seekers to potentially clear this pit in terms of util and the Boombot as well from Texture, but you don't want to risk that Operator this early. And Gen G here trying to cheat a bit towards Showers, get that extra man advantage. And even if Flashback doesn't get both, Mako's right there, waiting in the wings to probably knock down whoever's left. And instead, he's able to just immediately cut up towards the spawn. Use that Snake Bite to dissuade them from having any hope of getting into place to try to shut that round down. And DRX is looking so good. What year is it?
Nice.
It's a weird one. It's a weird year.
Yeah, we won a trophy.
In and out of game.
Yeah, Pacific wins a trophy. DRX is back.
Just astounding to see. And it doesn't even cost them any more than, the two ults they invest there.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Still have the Seekers and the Orbital available.
It's massive.
Texture now set up with the Operator on this A site, but DRX seemingly clairvoyant. Let's look to try to apply some pressure over towards B, and this is going to be the draw. The rotation now starting as Texture starts working his way over.
Satchel out.
Showing a blast pack just in case anyone's holding close. Shots out, flashback. Ooh, getting tagged up a bit. Thinks about staying for a little bit longer, but decides that it would be unwise. Seekers now going to be coming through. Bane letting those fly. There's op shot. Ooh, not going to be connecting there onto Mako. Snakebite now at Texture's feet, trying to reroute him. H-Shell's lobbed in. Lockett is eating some of that friendly fire. Wants to be able to hold close. As well committed as the wall falls, so too will Mako. Lakia able to pick up that kill. Flash finds nothing else. Could be a TP pivot, but Texture's already worked his way back over towards the other side of the map, and Munchkin flushes him out. Foxy and Flashback both going to be taken down. Bane, 9 HP.
30 seconds left.
So he and Buzz just going to be inching over towards the teleporter. Maybe just trying to hold their ground from here, but otherwise Gen G seemingly going to be pulling off a flawless to get themselves a third round win.
Well, this round, DRX just kind of thinking B the whole way, never really willing to pull off of it. Had those ults, felt like they should be able to clear the space, but not able to find that value. Lakia takes that cheeky position. Munchkin gets 2 big kills. Buzz taking some damage. Let's see if Lakia is going to try to re-swing again. Oh, Buzz just barely able to get out of there, down to 24 HP. Able to backpedal into the TP. Yeah, this time around, those quick rotations from Gen G, I thought maybe DRX might be able to backpedal and change direction. But they really were relying on that orbital strike to create the space they needed. Instead, Munchkin and Lakia just having none of it. Just shut it right down. It's a big, big win for Gen G there.
Oh, but now we get op the op. It's Buzz bringing this forward here on the attack. He's going to be challenging over towards B long in the meantime. Cam clear out. Flashback eating some damage to the Cyber Cage, and Meteor just damn near perfectly tracking his movements. Right on the peripheral here. Flashback not being spotted, I believe. Boombot should be able to suss it out. And that leaves Flashback stranded in a very rough position. Yep, there you go. Paint shells into the corner. He gets finished off. Texture finds the kill. Trailblazers sent in. Lakia sat within two, dives forward, gets the concuss out, fight now, trying to slow up the approach, and Lakia swings out, finds Mako, finds Bane. The wall bang to take him out, and Buzz. How desperately do you want to hold on to the operator? Wanting to buy another one. Asking like Gen G going to be able to string 2 rounds together.
Yeah, I mean, I think this almost has to be a save.
It does.
I mean, the defense is now at this B site really shored up for Gen G.
30 seconds
Just
left.
doing a great job with their util, delaying, finding some huge shots there. Lakia through the tube. Insane stuff. So you do have Karan starting to see if he can put some pressure.
Might just be walking right into the crosshair, but no, Buzz going to pull off the angle.
Wouldn't mind another alt orb.
And it's been slow going for Karan, just a singular kill to his name, so most of what he's gotten as far as the ult charge in this map is concerned has widely been from deaths, as Buzz looking for the re-peek, and this time we'll find the headshot. He can hold on to the operator. So Karan will get his ult charge, maybe not in the fashion that he was intending. Gen G, otherwise, a very clean closeout on the round. And they bring it just within a single round separating the two teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout now from DRX. Try to see if they can push and pull Gen G's defenses a little bit more. Try to take advantage of it. Some of what they were doing at the beginning was really, really good. And now they've kind of gone down to sort of static attempts at executes that are very, very ineffective against Gen G's defenses. Gen G, man, they have a tremendous protocols. One of the things that I think it was Mako was talking about in one of the videos before the match was that, you know, the fundamentals for Gen G are outrageously good. And that's something that so many teams have had a tough time getting through this year, is because if you let them play defaults and kind of react the way they want, they will shut you right out of a round. They're so clean. It's so tricky. And Flashback also kind of learning the hard way there.
Yes.
That trying to outplay the likes of Meteor and Texture can be really tricky. That showers control, so vital to what Gen G wants to do. And kind of curious now with an op on, still the op with Texture and Buzz, what that's going to look like.
Toxins going up.
Don't see them necessarily crossing paths. Buzz just going to try to slow push his way up long, see if he can find any angle. I mean, again, though, this round, DRX just using the cam to watch showers, going to leave that space up to its own devices. Some pressure shown, but the spike not picked up, so this is all just information gathering for Gen G. Maybe looking for that pick, maybe looking for that player of Gen G out of place. Aki holding an off-angle. Munchkin just takes down Foxy 9.
Solid early kill. A lot of the smokes now taken away here from the side of DRX. It's going to be a reroute, the call to rotate the spike across over towards A, where Mako again trying to push forward, trying to take some space, spots out the trap wire. We'll just clear that for now, but it has to just tuck away. Much more pressure on Flashback, inching his way forward over at Showers to try to find some kind of opening. Spike now, again, back in alongside Buzz. I think, you know, if they can get an opener,
30 seconds
likely a big pivot call over to that B site. Otherwise, likely be them rotating They're trying to join in on this A7. Now Mako's going to be taken down. Lockett will find the first. Buzz will slow creep forward. Does find that kill. Munchkin slowly creeping around through elbow. It's going to be a quick exit here. Hearing the TP. Buzz trying to rotate, but the time is pretty much been taken down. I mean, 10 seconds. I think he can just get to the corner, but this is going to put him at risk. There's no smoke, and Karen finds the headshot. The round will come to an end.
I mean, they're just doing a great job of holding their positions. RNG not giving up those angles to Buzz to find value with that operator. Even going to find flashback at the very end. Is Texture with his operator. It's tough because if they're not going to reveal themselves, they're going to hold these off-angle positions and then just find the moments to strike. You know, Mako clears a little bit of utility, pays the price. Akia just holding the corner, but again, it's all about just making sure that you're not giving any freebies. And DRX has a hard time sussing out their positions individually. Very, very difficult to do against Gen G. TP check.
I really like that bait. Just setting up the cam. I mean, Meteor, he's been playing over towards this A site. Says, yeah, I'm going to give you the cam. They're going to come in. They're going to hear that.
I'm just
going to keep toggling it, and then you just strike.
Yep. Just those little things Meteor does with his util.
Scout destroyed.
You're going to see Buzz. So it's going to keep Karan over here.
Showstopper just one away now.
Look at where Texture is. He's right outside that teleporter.
Up over the top, wide spread on the paint shell. Gonna clear out any additional Cypher util, but again, the bite coming through, and they are getting torn asunder by it. Fox is gonna be taken down. Munchkin able to find Mako. Buzz gunned down by Meteor, who will find himself a second this round, bearing no fruit whatsoever for the side of DRX. Flawless fashion, the shutdown comes through. Spain desperately tries to make something happen with that stinger, but now we go into the final round of the half. Gen G, potential for 7-5 with DRX. Might just be able to give us another 6-6 half.
I mean, it's so tricky. All the util in the world there. Snake bite, orbital strike.
They're also like the most casual reload into just headshot kill from Munchkin.
He's just...
Hang on, let me finish this.
Just wait. If you guys could just hold for just 1 second.
Yep.
Now we got Texture up on top of the truck with the op. The trap wires in anticipation of the showstopper. They're going to try and limbo this again.
Buzz just along the box here, tucked away.
Net.
Everybody just hidden out of sight. Waiting for the moment to strike, but as soon as it happens, it's going to happen very quickly, you'd suspect. For now, paint shell sent towards Texture's way. For now, just sat quietly. Showstopper not going to be finding much of anything there. Plus, trap wires get cleared out for him. Swap with the weapon. Texture has that Phantom on standby. Hit, however, now going to be invested from Munchkin. Back truck. Try to stave him off, and Foxy. It's quite a bit of damage.
Stuck, can't get the plant down. Buzz has to break things open. These angles are being really well held.
Oh, Foxy, that's going to strand the spike for a brief little moment. Bane able to answer it back, so it's just going to be straight on the brims.
30 seconds left.
Plant now being held. Buzz pulling back away, a quick glimpse back behind him in showers. But there's the reveal, the neural depth pinging out the players here of Gen G. Not going to be set, but Munchkin able to find Mako. As they just tug back within the confines of this pit. Spike now going to be planted by Buzz. Losing out on the challenge here, as Munchkin will gun down another two. 3K for him, and Gen G with a monster streak on the back end of this half. 5 in a row to get them a clear advantage of 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so good at playing their lives. Texture just knows he doesn't have anything other than a one and done there, has the gun ready because the coffers are so full. He can fall back and they can just set up their crossfires, use that Viper's Pit to make it really difficult for DRX to get the plant in the position they want. And you have to be really cautious at that point as DRX, because like we saw with Foxy 9, he almost died to the paint shells trying to get that plant down. And they can just wait it out.
I think they want Gen G to win.
You think?
I think the other one wants DRX to win.
Could be.
But man, I could be.
I don't know what gives you that. Yeah, I don't know what gives you that inclination.
As we covered, my Korean's not very good. My English isn't either.
Reminded of One of my favorite movie quotes. I only speak 2 languages, English and bad English. You know that movie?
What's that from?
Fifth Element.
Oh, God, I haven't seen Fifth Element since I was in college.
One of my favorite movies.
Well, this has been one of my favorite series.
It's been really good. I'm so glad we got a 3rd map in our playoffs, finally. And especially with the tremendous back and forth we've seen on these last 2 maps. I mean, this bounce back from Gen G is insane. But DRX looked really good at the beginning. I mean, they had a brilliant read on how Gen G wanted to try to take showers control, how they were giving up space to try to cheat towards certain angles and things like that. But since then, Gen G has just kind of defaulted and held their ground and not given up the opportunities. Munchkin's now 10-3. He has been frying. Just so clean with that Phantom. Now the attacker side for Gen G. Pivotal pistol round. DRX has been really good, winning the last 3 since Haven. Can they find more success? Start off on the right foot on this defender's side. Just a snake bite there. But actually, Bane pushed out ahead of it. Knows there's not going to be any contact for me just yet. No texture.
Ghost in hand again. Continues to be clean with it. Shades of what we were seeing map 1 over on Haven. Flash in, flash back, able to turn away from that. That's the trap wire to try to play off of here. Right now he is surrounded and he's not ready for that swing out. Karen takes him down. Buzz, snappy as well. Doesn't manage to find one, but lock it quick on the punish. And now Bane, last one standing, still rotating around towards this ace site, and Meteor is playing up close and personal with him. Gets spotted, gets dinked, but manages to stay alive. 14 HP, no problem. We're going to be tied up 3-3 on pistols across the series, but Gen G now stretches the lead by 3 rounds.
Come on, man. Like, Meteor gets dinked and he still wins this fight. This is huge right here. Breaking open showers. This leaves Flashback on an island. Buzz screwed from multiple angles. I mean, just from there, Gen G can just flood, work as a team, and hit you from so many different sides. It's something they do very, very well. Meteor now up to 12-5. The tremendous map. Orb attempting to be grabbed and shut down.
And it's not even the Phantom that's coming up with the kills. It's Lockheed with a Guardian. He takes advantage, who gains those orbs. 3 charges towards the Seeker here in the second round of the half. DRX just with a full gamble rush out of B.
Well, they got the orb. So they got that going for them.
True. Buzz push up into the smoke, instantly dealt with. Texture finding that one, the blast back forward. Knows that he stays, and that's going to be Lakia collecting a 3rd kill. Flawless in the anti-eco from Gen G. 1 away from double digits.
But I can patch a bullet hole or 2. Let me know if you need healing.
Yep. You just spam through smokes and good things happen. Especially when your opponent's on an eco.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Kills found.
1 enemy remaining.
Just exciting and skillful gameplay.
I mean, hey, they had the read.
They did. Look, that's why you do that, because it works.
Okay.
It's the right play. Can't fault him for making it.
Buzz holding close, handle and ham, a texture. Just strafes in, doesn't manage to deal with him, but Foxy not quick to trade it out. It's going to be a trade up as Meteor also picked off. Solid advantage here for the side of DRX. They look to stop a bonus conversion.
Careful here.
Yeah, I mean, just an attempt at a pacey crunch hit through Hookah and Long B. Off the rip for Gen G, gets thwarted by DRX. Now they're going to try to slide over in towards A. Mirroring the movements is Mako.
Careful.
All that Cypher util plus the Trailblazer of Bane should give them plenty of info where their opponents are. Kind of give Mako and Flashback some extra level of prep.
Poison orb emitting.
Mako has to win this fight, though.
About to be potentially double face, so a full flash in, gets misaligned, and so we can take it down, and now Munchkin finds Flashback as well. The Cyber King lineup, everything to his advantage, but Munchkin now
30 seconds left.
deals with Bane. Pops the shrugging Tactibear spray. I don't know. I just killed him. Now it's just Foxy standing. Gen G looking to run away with this second half, get themselves up to 10 after converting a bonus here. It's because Foxy, yeah, no money on the team at all. Has to just shift, walk away.
This is incredible. I mean, Gen G just gets there just a little bit ahead of Mako's anticipation. He's trying to cheat out of U-Haul, hold that angle. He gets pop flashed right in the face, pays the price, and that breaks things open. And then Munchkin just continues his reign of destruction here on Bind. That Guardian is... sometimes I just start to wonder, like, maybe he should just use that most of the time. But he's playing Viper, so the Phantom makes a lot more sense. But, I mean, he's so good with the Guardian.
I need to see that kill on the flashback that he was able to get. Oh, right as the cage is blooming. I was going to say, did he just fully predict his placement or something? But no, it does catch that glimpse. Well, the lone Vandal carried over from Foxy, passed into Buzz's hands to see what kind of damage he can deal. Bane wanting to take that ult orb. It's pushed off of it for the time being.
Let's see if they can shore up the defenses, get a Thrifty of their own. DRX leaving the Cypher util in showers. Gonna just collapse close at mid. As per usual, this guy on long B duty, trying to suss out their positions. Spots the shoulder, flash out to delay. Oh, Buzz.
Oh, he's able to utilize that Vandal quite nicely. Finds one. Potential now for Bane to also be able to recover the weapon. Pushes out into the open. Where did it?
Hawk out.
Can't find it.
Maybe I missed something.
Did they juggle it?
They might have juggled it. Didn't see them juggle it, didn't hear it, but maybe they juggle it. Either way, Bane can't get a weapon. And that's dire for DRX, but they still do have a man advantage. Flash is coming out, Lock here, taking space forward here with Caron, who's able to just go ahead, get the pivot over to Mako. Cleans up both. Buzz now dead. That lone Vandal now lost. Smoke dissipating. Foxy out into the open. No immediate punish found. Gets spotted on the Caron, but he's only able to put a single shot into his leg, and the Lockjet will quickly clean it up. Bane will get Seekers, whether a kill or a death here. He seeks to just deal any kind of damage that he possibly can, but there's still already just so much money available to the side of Gen G. Meteor will find the final, as this has been a monstrous streak built up. Not since round 7 has DRX been able to get around victory.
Is that 9 rounds in a row? By my count, pretty good. And I mean, this corner for Flashback has been miserable. The flashes from Locky have been so good at clearing out this angle towards the A site. Whether it be getting Mako and U-Haul, that time around getting Flashback, really making DRX's life miserable. And I mean, Buzz gets a great opener, but I mean, Gen G just so fearsome in their individual firepower. You just give them an inch and they take a round. I mean, it's incredible what they're able to do.
That early advantage, just not being able to lead to anything. Can't recover the weapons. Now, final timeout call of the series for DRX, unless this gets to overtime. See if they can try to run things back here. Similar scenes to what we were getting on Haven. We saw DRX starting to get themselves back into that game. Ended up making it a 13-9 scoreline. Can they do something similarly here? Because 11 has been the number that Gen G struggled to get past.
This is a nice spot.
Seems to be an unlucky number for them, I suppose, but
that goes there.
Seemingly they usually eventually figure things out. Do have those Seekers for both of the skies. Meteor has his ult, so get some info. A little bit of congestion by Buzz for the shower space. Leave him on his own. See what Gen G wants to do. They're looking for any kind of push out. Lakia gonna kind of wait a little bit. Since the Trailblazer cleared immediately by Buzz. Spawns with his Boombot. So util for util. No massive amounts of information garnered for either side. Gen G's just gonna line up for a short hit, it looks like. Or are they gonna rotate? No, I think they're rotating. They're just using this to cross. But Mako should suss that out pretty quickly. Should be able to relay this over to Bane. And DRX is pinging out Hookah. But it's a multi-pronged attack. Here from Hookah. Bane on his own and long. Goes for the spray. Not really finding much. Flash goes pretty deep. Gen G gonna be noted, but looks like they're going for this hit.
Cam spots one. Seekers now sent forward, just a further delay.
30 seconds.
Clear those out. Both gets picked up. Seekers now out. Texture gonna be sniped out of the sky. Shows up, not gonna be finding any values. Flashback's able to find two. Foxy gets involved. Munchkin gonna be taken down. Heron's still trying to punch forward, but Foxy finds himself another. The ping reveals, meaning absolutely nothing. The time has been drained, and Meteor is all on his lone, so the blast pack, he offset the aim. He still will be able to drag across and find a headshot on the Buzz, but Flashback will collect a third. And DRX, off the back of that timeout call, will finally break a 9-round win streak from Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, just really good cautious play from Bane. Keeps him alive. God, Flashback. Just filthy shooting there. That really sets the tone. Allows Foxy9 to set up for these angles, and very reminiscent of what we saw from Gen G on their defender side, that just kind of play a little bit further back from those entry points at B and just knock them down as they try to come through. And it's a very difficult choke point to get past. Buzz. Oh, Buzz.
My ult's ready.
Karon died? At the same time, yeah, Karon's swinging out. His eyes were trained on Mako. He gets that kill. Buzz just trades it back out. Showstopper online as Boombot. Combat does come through, but Foxy on the creep forward. Catching Texture from behind. Showstopper to clear the close cubby. Nothing spotted, but again, it's a man advantage here for the side of DRX.
Yeah, that's going to force a bit of a pullback from Gen G. Almost had Showers under control, but Foxy over there to hold that angle a bit for DRX. Now they're going to try their luck over on the other side of the map. Cypher util once again. Up in Hookah this time for Bane to play off of. Otherwise, he has the ability to drop back, cover this angle after they clear it. Making plenty of noise anyway. See what he can do. Huge.
That's the first. Here's the footsteps. Meteor still able to win out the fights that the plant can come through. 2v3.
Spike planted.
No targets for a neural theft here from Flashback. Unless he can create one. It'll have to be Lakia. 13-5 in the moment here on the sky, and that timing. Fabricate's going to be coming through. Meteor spotting one, puts Foxy9 down low, finishes him off, finds the shots. Stops Flashback on the entry, now Buzz. Tap of the spike, spots out one, but he's not ready for the swing. Meteor with 4 will get Gen G up to match point.
They're so good in these moments. I mean, just knowing that they need to push those angles to cut off that neural theft. And it works a treat. I mean, Meteor just so good with that Phantom. Legging Foxy9 after doing a bunch of damage to him, and then just ready for that re-swing from Flashback. And Buzz, so tough on top of that tube. And it is looking like Gen G will be going to their 3rd Pacific Finals in a row.
Yeah, it's just insane. Every final of the year, Gen G has made an appearance at it thus far.
Every final possible.
Yep, and Meteor, is one step closer. Foxy9 taking down, Texture finds Mako. Buzz able to answer one back as Meteor will fall. But now it's just gonna be a TP pivot. Working their way across over towards B. Flashback on his lonesome, just a stinger in hand. Has the neural theft if he can get a target, if he can get a kill to try to set up the rest of the team here. There's the drop down, the full flash connects onto his face. Lakia finds the kill. Buzz, snappy to go ahead and get the punish here on the Munchkin. Gets the dink through the wall on the Karon, but cannot confirm the kill. Orbital strike at the ready. Karon just waiting for his teammate to say the word go. but it won't be necessary. Texture will swing out, Bane will fall, and Gen G will punch their ticket into another grand final.
Just stellar stuff on Bind and Haven. This Gen G squad has such a deep map pool. They are so brilliant in so many ways. Individual talent through the roof, but good game planning as well. However, I am thoroughly impressed with TRX. They had a lot of good ideas on these maps. Their Sunset was really, really good. They really shut down a lot of what Gen G wanted to accomplish. Started out hot on Bind, but couldn't keep up, couldn't match the pound-for-pound firepower that Gen G brings. But man, oh man, what a great battle between these two Korean squads.
So far, the only team to be able to deliver a 3-mapper here in the playoffs for us. They do make Gen G draw blood. That Sunset clearly still a bit of a pain point here for this team. The DRX certainly still a force to be reckoned with and not out of the playoffs yet. They still could earn their way back into a grand final, have a rematch, and another crack at this Gen G squad in best of 5 fashion, but that will have to be down through the lower bracket. We still have to see who their opponent is going to be, because of course coming up next, we're going to have PRX going up against TLN to see who is going to be keeping themselves afloat in the playoffs. But that does it here for the first series. We'll pass things now over to the analyst desk to break down all the action.
Looking bright, looking strong. Gen G are once more in the grand finals of VCT Pacific. This time it's the last one. It's Stage 2's grand finals. Now DRX looks really good on this map, but Gen G just are continuously one of the best here.
I mean, 5th grand finals in a row. That's insane. They've reached every single grand finals that was offered to them this year in 2024, and that's with a rookie. It's with a roster that hasn't played together, right? The entire core was just brought from all different teams. I mean, this is an insane run from Gen G, and I think that alone proves why they continue to be one of the strongest teams in the world.
Truly, without a doubt. Like, there's no contest to this. They feel fresh, they feel explosive, and just so precise and deadly with how they are playing. I mean, we talked about, you know, the Karen coming in. This is his first year. He's reaching 1,000 kills. Maybe a little bit quiet on this map, surely, but still, you can feel every single bit of impact that's thrown out. He's like throwing out the orbital strike, and he's kind of controlling the map. There was that one round off of, you know, a bit of a loss against DRX at the start, but as soon as a timeout was called, as soon as Gen G picked up that Thrifty off of like just insane plays and how they really wanted to break open up that A site, everything flipped around.
Yeah, and I think what we saw on this Bind, especially more so than the other two maps, is that Gen G started to really play like they're playing against DRX, right? They remembered that, hey, we're not playing PRX, we're not playing Town, we're not playing Team Secret, we're not playing RQ, we're playing DRX. We can actually go back to some of the older styles of relying on Meteor to create space on his own, right? And then relying on Lakia to get that information in the clutch timings. Go a little bit more textbook rather than just full aggression on our trades, because that's what's going to break apart DRX. So now Gen G, I think, are proving that you don't always need to change your comps to adapt. In fact, using the same composition, now you're a lot more flexible and comfortable individually as players, and we just saw that on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, that exact point. It's been such a huge contrast, seeing how Gen G's been doing, seeing how even DRX has been doing it to an extent versus the likes of PRX and Talon, who are playing the next match later today. And there's really something to it. I think we've seen so much already in the very few years of Valorant and VCT, and we're kind of seeing a new formula for this year, and that's just kind of refining what's already there.
It really is just truly becoming like those specialists. We see how Meteor, you know, has the cyber cages. At the same time, like, he really is very capable of randomizing a lot of his trips, and it's something that, you know, DRX are trying to work against, but sometimes, you know, it's just a little bit too much for them. And Gen G are just really, really operating, you know, every single player in the game on a different level.
And we saw adjustments even in the first half on the defense as well, right? Some of the other maps, something that Gen G loves to do is that they'll get information initially, they'll over-rotate off of it, but then they'll overcompensate by pushing out that side of the map. Now, that's a lot harder on Bind. They understand that. They also have recognized that DRX has started doing this, abusing this against them on the previous maps, so they start to really just leave someone in spawn, and they say, you know what, we don't need to push out. We don't need to take main control. Let them have it. I know that's textbook says that you have to play Bind with control on one side of the map. No, we're not going to do that, but we're just going to flood. You know, we're going to go for these trades afterwards, go back to our roots, back in kickoff. That's how they used to play the Bind, and it comes out to success here with a 13-6 scoreline.
And just, again, with the same composition, they're just that capable of it. I mean, you can see how many first kills that they're picking up. That's, you know, the firepower that they have. Texture at the same time on the Raze is just doing amazing stuff. And then, you know, they're playing the objective as well. You can really see, especially with the scoreline below, it's particularly from round 6 onwards. Yes, DRX picked up the subsequent one, but Gen G really started to pick it up on a rampage once they start to figure out, right, like you mentioned, Will, that they're playing against DRX. Let's not, you know, do anything too crazy, too aggressive. And they are able to really bring themselves and bring the whole map under their control. And it happens oftentimes because of Meteor.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the scoreline.
Yeah. Now, I do want to point out Karen. Now, he did hit 1,000 kills today, but he's still really up there as one of our MVP contenders for the overall series for today. I mean, he's just performed so well.
I mean, he was the top fragger for the first 2 maps, right? That has to count for something. Yes, he's not at the top, but it's also not like his KD was really weighing the team down. He just wasn't carrying the game anymore. But that's okay for a team like Gen G, because then you have your Meteors, right? You have your Munchkins who can step up. And even Lockheed coming back to Bind, a map he knows like the back of his hand. I mean, the util was great. I mean, just look at his kill-to-death ratio alone, not even counting the assists. That just goes to show that he understands what positions he needs to take, when he needs to go in for these trades to make sure that it leads to a round win. And on the other side, very uncharacteristic numbers for, you know, the majority of DRX. But again, I think part of that is Gen G kind of drawing DRX into their traps and making them feel less comfortable about the whole fact, like, hey, aren't we supposed to be meeting opposition at this point? Like, what's going on here? And DRX starts second-guessing themselves. The trade angles aren't quite there yet, and Gen G is in an advantageous position.
Yeah, it's really tough to work against, and, you know, it's just such a big advantage for Gen G with this win. Yes, Sunset was a little bit tricky, but with that, you know, they get a little bit more time, and also going to Grand Finals.
Yeah, now DRX, I like this look for DRX. It's continuous improvement, and I know that's been the theme for Stage 2, but truly, you can really see it happening with DRX, and I think next year, 2025, is going to be a very, very scary DRX. But they're not out yet. They will be facing someone, you know, the winner of the next match, PRX or TLN.
And either one would be great fun, right? Either old rivals in PRX or a bit of a grudge match for TLN. Like, this should be exciting. And I love that you pointed that out, because some people I know have said it in the community as well, that this DRX, even getting to playoffs at Champions, that alone will be impressive.
It is really impressive. Now, we are going to go to the stage for today's victor. They're always winning, this Gen G. Let's go to the stage for the interview with Jen and Karen, I believe.
Thank you, guys. I'm now standing here with Karan as he's spitting his gum out to be polite. Now, thank you very much, Karan, for taking the time to join us and have a little talk about how the match went down today. But congratulations first on making it to the grand finals. This is 5 times in a row. You guys have never missed a single finals in every tournament that you guys played in. So what does this one mean to you? 이번 결승 5회 연속인데 좀 어떻게 느끼고 있나요? 어떤 의미가 있을까요?
일단 저희가 이번에 상하이 마스터즈로 우승하고 왔기 때문에 그런 떨어지지 않는 기량들과 팀업을 보여준 것 같아서 저희가 결승에 진출하는 게 좋은 그런 길이라고 생각합니다.
Now, after coming back from winning Masters Shanghai, winning this one as well, and making it to grand finals, it just proves that we can stay consistent and we are still on top. So it really means a lot to us that we can perform as well as we did in Masters Shanghai. So it is definitely a good sign for us, and I'm excited to play in the grand finals, definitely. Now, Karan, you have already reached 1,000 Pacific kills today, and it's been less than a year. This is your debut season as well, and I know you were thrilled to hear the news before the interview, but I honestly think that you should apologize for being so brutal to all the victims for the record. Talk to me about how you assess your achievements so far this year. 1000킬 달성했잖아요. 올해 전반적으로 카런 선수가 일궈낸 모든 성과와 함께 1000킬 소감도 들어보고 싶어요.
일단 1000킬을 할 거라고는 생각을 못했는데 이번 시즌에 해서 너무 좋고요. 그리고 저희가 그만큼 경기를 좀 많이 했다는 거니까 비비기의 젠지를 계속 보여주는 게 아닐지 그런 생각을 갖고 있습니다.
Well, I didn't think that I was going to get my 1000 Pacific kills this fast and this soon, this year as well. But I'm thrilled that I got to get that achievement off my checklist. But honestly, I think it's partly because we played so many maps and so many matches. And it just shows that we can stay consistent and we have the mentality of fighting till the very end and getting ourselves across the finish line, but it definitely means a lot. Now, you guys faced DRX, but they stepped up huge compared to the last time you faced them, and you were just like kind of sweating here right after the match. So talk to me about what it was like going up against DRX today. DRX가 너무 성장했잖아요. 힘들다고 했는데 오늘 경기도 DRX 만나본 소감 부탁드립니다.
일단 생각보다 잘 쏴가지고 놀랬고요. 그래가지고 그러한 부분들이 좀 저희에게 좀 저희도 이제 총을 쏘는 젠지인데 총을 쏘는 DRX가 돼서 왔으니까 뭔가 좀 더 경기가 좀 비벼진 것 같습니다.
Well, DRX had really good aim today. They were popping heads, and their aim was on point. And personally, I think we have one of the greatest aimers in Pacific as well. So it was two teams with good aims going up against together. And I think it was that matter of who shoots better that kind of brought the match closer and the scoreline a little bit closer. Now, you guys will be playing in the grand finals on Sunday. We still have 2 more matches to see who will be your opponent. So just give me a rundown on your predictions. Who do you think you're going to face? 누구를 만나게 될까요?
누구를 만날지 사실 모르겠고 이번에 DRX도 세다는 거를 느꼈고 PRX도 세다는 거를 느꼈기 때문에 뭐 탈론은 포기한다 했으니까 그래가지고 그냥 이제 DRX나 PRX 둘 중 하나가 올라올 거라 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I got to see how strong DRX are right now and what kind of a strong competitor that they can be. So I think PRX and DRX have what it takes to make it to the grand finals. TLN, on the other hand, kind of expressed that they will be focusing more on the champions. So I'm guessing my bet is on either PRX or DRX. Well, thank you very much, Karon, and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you.
And that was Karon from Genji. And with this win, Genji will be playing in the grand finals on Sunday. Now it's time to see who gets to play DRX on Saturday in the lower finals. It's going to be PRX versus TLN Esports, coming right up after the break.
just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ち日グループ。
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2. I'm Victoria, and together with me it's Chobra and Quack. We are going to go into the elimination match for PRX and TLN.
Hello guys. Now, first time facing PRX for you, Krimi. What are your expectations?
He said,
No more. Well, good luck today, Krimi. And thanks for the translation, Cruz.
Genji's coming back.
Hello, something. Now, this came from TLN.
Oh wait, we got more.
You got more?
Yeah, we got more.
Well, too bad.
Not bad, not bad.
That's great.
He got more. He had like a dozen of them in his hands.
Oh, man.
Now this graphic is also something here too. These two facing off, PRX versus Talon. We got two coaches with a lot of emotions constantly being expressed. One more physically and the other one more verbally. And just sit and enjoy the graphics that are in front of us right now. But yeah, we've seen. I guess maybe they want to try a new duelist.
My favorite part of this is I can just hear Frost's voice saying, "I feel bad for the desk, man. Like I feel bad for the desk."
Oh yeah, you're right. It's like his kind of
I'm glad he's passionate about the game, but I just feel bad for the desk. I can just hear it. It's so funny. That picture is so good. But anyway, yeah, like you said, I mean, two cracked players that had so much promise and hype behind them, and they both delivered in their opening games, right? Something comes in last year, just wreaks havoc on the Jet when he first enters with PRX. And now Primi, of course, sure, yesterday was a loss, but overall his debut game was insane. And even yesterday, the numbers were still very good.
Yeah, I don't think he lost any of his kill contracts at all, and that's the craziest thing. I mean, of course, between these two teams, these are the players that we want to look at with the highest impact, right? Because they need to be able to frag out in order for their teams to start performing a little bit better. I mean, you can make a little bit of a case for Talon that it's not just Primi as well, though.
Yeah, we have a lot to break down. They have a lot of duelists to discuss on both sides here. Or maybe not duelists, just absolute fraggers. Whoa, someone just screamed in the audience. There are serious PRX fans, I think, in Korea sometimes.
Yes.
And they're bonkers. But here we're looking at something in Governor, and we were talking a bit about exactly this in terms of their fragging potential, and both of them have started to flex.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, is that just worldwide we're seeing that you have to be more flexible. These two were kind of the go-to duelists, but now given the rest of their roster, they've been given the task to start flexing around and more become kind of a duelist specialist, right? In case of something, it's the Jet, and then we're starting to maybe see the Reyna come back. Governor, obviously the Neon, a big part for him. But it's also how much can you now support your teammates now understanding what a duelist needs?
Now, it's going to be very interesting also when we go into map pool. We've seen both of these teams play yesterday. Both of them lost to the Korean teams. Both of them have expressed interest in playing Abyss with mixed results here. And I think we're going to go to our map ban pick. It's going to be very, very interesting.
I mean, that's just the toughest thing I feel like between these two teams right now. It's that they have the tendency or the propensity to try a lot of different compositions, and of course with the players trying out different roles as well. But their map pools can kind of overlap a little bit, and you just can't really quite know what to expect or predict what they're going to play or how they're even going to play it, because the consistency, right, it always goes a little bit all over the place.
And the self-ban on the Abyss. Oh, Talon. I mean, I'm disappointed but not surprised, right? PRX has hinted that they've been working on Abyss. They're kind of scared about what craziness they might bring out. And Talon already tried two different compositions, and one of them not to great success yesterday against DRX. I think you have enough data that you want to go back and rework it, and okay.
Ascent again. Okay, Ascent for both of these teams have maybe 3 times a charm, but I don't know for which side.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I honestly though, if I'm Talon and I saw the Ascent from yesterday, I think I'm okay picking this into it, right? Because I think you're seeing that once again. This is classic PRX saying, hey, none of our other comps worked. Let's go back to what worked last year, and then it didn't work out quite well yesterday. So the Talon's probably feeling comfortable, but the Lotus.
All right, that's an interesting one, because PRX's bind is not terrible or anything either, but choosing to go on Lotus over it for Talon, I feel like that's just something where they want to bank on the fact that they have a little bit of data on how Talon plays this map.
Yeah. All right. Okay, we got hugs, we got love. They did do a collaboration, Talon and PRX, with their the cool elephant. Well, they're called elephant pants, but they had other animals on it with their respective teams here. Now, we are starting with Ascent, and we saw interesting comps. Multiple comps from both of these teams.
Very
Talon picked it. Do you think it's going to be the zombie comp? Well, which name do you guys like? The Immortal comp, zombie comp? I like the 9 lives, like the cat comp.
I like the Phoenix Clove Sage KO comp.
Okay,
Of course, Will likes that one. That's the one Will chose.
It's very direct.
Hydra comp is really nice, and that's like, you know, something along Cobra's. But you know what? I mean, it's fun to watch, but I feel like Talon has a lot more control with their, you know, the default comp, the optimal, you know, jet comp, and I feel like that's maybe what they're gonna go for, right? Because it's elimination match, they don't want to leave too much up to risk, and at the same time for PRX, that's where one of the biggest question marks comes in. What comp are they gonna play, and how are they gonna play it against Talon? Because you're gonna need to be able to kind of have your own game plan in mind, but also be able to read what your opponents are about to do.
Yeah, now if you're going to work under the assumption that PRX is still going to use the Reina Harbor, which I wouldn't be too surprised, although I do wonder if you sneak the Sky back in despite the nerfs, because I think that's why they switched to the Silva. It didn't quite seem to gel very well. Now, if that's the assumption, I do think the default Ascent composition is probably going to be stronger. You have a lot more ways to just force them to have to go through your util, already take damage and enter the site, and that's something Gen G used to their advantage yesterday. But if you're relying on the fact that, hey, we just need to get our ult cycling and then we can just overwhelm them with numbers, sure, that theory still works for Talon as well.
I do want to talk about our predictions here. And also, the thing is, in the last match, we saw Gen G. We were just discussing how they don't really change up their comps. They're not going to surprise you with that. It's the layers that they developed with those comps. And now both of these teams, PRX and Talon, they just keep mixing it up, shuffling, and trying again and trying again. And I don't know if that's the solution. So I'm very curious what's going to be happening today.
Well, I'm just a little scared of the AI, because the AI got the guess and gain right from the first match alone, and now they're alone in this, and I'm starting to think they're back coming for our jobs.
I don't know. I believe in the full power of the talent pool. When we come together, when we become one, we become.
But do we ever become one? Because we're usually at each other's throats.
That's also true.
Well,
I may be a part of the problem, but
you are definitely part of the problem.
I'm just gonna remove myself from this. Delulu is the Solulu.
He's speaking for himself right now. But Aserai is on board with this. I don't know. Maybe AI is onto something.
Listen,
clearly,
I think Talon's shown a lot more potential so far on what they like to do, but at the end of the day, individual firepower, PRX still favored a little bit.
I'm not gonna lie though, I was actually a little bit nervous watching the games yesterday. Yes, Talon took a loss, but Primi is strong, so there is a slight chance.
All right, well, this is the first time PRX is going to face against the Primi Talon. So let's go to the stage and welcome the teams.
Now this full mid focus is just picking them to pieces as Gen G deliver utter dominance over PRX, punching their ticket into the upper final.
Matchup against Gen G, obviously they were the champion in Shanghai, right? And they really strong. Actually, we don't really expect that we can go almost comeback, because even in practice our SN is not really good. It is what it is,
We didn't understand each other, what to do, and caused a lot of miscommunication, misplays. For the next game, I think we will prepare to play as a team more and work together as a team to show that we will be making improvements alongside our new addition, Primi.
Against Talon, I'm really curious what can Primi do to us, and I'm really excited to meet the new guy in Talon.
I think it's gonna be a very fun one because now we have Primi, so we want to see how he fends off against pure aimers like PRX.
This is incredible, and it also shows young guns up against the old. Primi has a lot of talent, and it's showing so much on the stage today.
So I think both Something and Primi are very talented players. They have a very special skill set, but I think the difference between Primi and Something is that Primi is way stronger at holding angles compared to Something, where Something is Mr. Wide Swing. He's very good at swinging people.
I think the difference, I don't see Primi using operator that much, but I think Something obviously is he good at both gun, operator and Vandal and stuff. I'm very confident against Talon. I will try my best to win the game today.
We're gonna try our best to win against PRX. today. So it's gonna be a match against Nephew Forsaken and Uncle Cruz. I hope it's gonna be a bang.
I've been coming up hot for a minute.
PRX.
In comes PRX, the Singapore org, who's become a VCT household name, regularly gracing the top 3 podium in regional and international events. Now, they ran a total undefeated run throughout stage 2 before getting knocked down by Gen.G just yesterday. Now, the Dinosaurs are no strangers to the lower run, though, and today we may see another brilliant rise. But in the opponent's corner are TLN Esports of Thailand, keeping us surprised with every match, whether it's kooky Asian compositions or slotting in a rookie for the very first time for a playoffs elimination day. Are they crazy or are they onto something?
I mean, I think Talon's definitely onto something. It's just a matter of how fast does it come to fruition. But already they've proven that they are going in a direction and they're onto it. They're committed to it. Obviously, Primi returning to the stage today. I did find it interesting that we do see still a lot of confidence from PRX, because Forsaken, it's the words he chooses are very curious. A lot of people, when they're facing against someone like Primi, they would say like, ooh, I think this is going to be a fun match. I can't wait to face off. But Forsaken says, I'm curious what he can do to us. Right? There's this vibe that, listen, we're still the big dogs. So let's see what damage you can do.
Look at that coach fist bump, just full on. But I'm curious, yes, these guys are facing off, and the confidence that Forsaken had going into this, I think that indicates a lot. It's not too modest.
Yeah, it's nothing to scoff at. You know, PRX has so much experience. Meanwhile, Primi, he's a new addition. That's still the craziest thing. He does have the impact, though, and he's not facing PRX alone. So that is something that PRX will have to be cautious about. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now. This is an elimination match.
I would love to see PRX. I mean, just give it a go. I think it would be worse for sure because of the Sky nerfs, but going back to the old Ascent composition, I think that's something I would love to see because I want to see how Talon would combat it as well.
I completely agree with you. It seemed to be lacking that second layer of flashes that worked for them in the past on Ascent last year. I mean, they may or may not bring it back. We're going to see that happen very soon. I think this is going to be a very exciting matchup either way. Again, elimination match for these two. Even though they're both qualified for champs, you do want to make it through to the end. You want to be there representing Pacific, looking stronger than ever, because you know, just watching the other regions, because they are also going to be competing against them over in Champions.
Yeah, it's not that far away. Just a couple more weeks and we'll see all these teams on the champion stage. So right now is how you set yourself up. What seed are you entering champions as? And also how many reps do you get? How much can you also identify both your own strengths and weaknesses? Because now it's a battle against yourselves to just continue improving out here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, feeling a bit of that endurance on both sides, really having a lot to show. So let's get this started.
All right, well, this is going to be an exciting one, an explosive one. We're going to go into the first map. The destination is Ascent. Let's go over to our casters, Mr. Achilleos and Mr. Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get into this one. This one for all the marbles to stay in the tournament. Granted, yes, both teams have already punched their tickets over to champions, so we will be seeing more of them this year, no matter what. But if you want a chance at that Pacific Trophy to challenge Gen.G in the grand final, you have to win here today, or else your run comes to an end.
Yeah, and getting a chance to play in front of a bigger crowd at the Olympic Handball Stadium on the line as well. So if you win here, you get to go and play on Saturday against DRX. So that's really exciting. I mean, all these players certainly want that. And I'm really curious about this Ascent. I mean, this has been a pain point for both of these teams. So getting to see them continue to try to fix it, to work on it on stage, I actually really like it. I'm really happy that we're going to get to see it again for both of these squads. And you got your wish here, Kilios. You were begging after the match yesterday.
Wanted to just see that added little bit of flash come through for PRX. Went with the Sova instead of the Sky, instead of the KO. I still kind of prefer the KO, I think, in this composition, but they at least do have that so that when they're trying to go ahead, get an entry into a site, you have that Leer plus that Sky Flash to come through the cove to try to catch people off guard. It worked to treat in the past. How does it fare today here versus Talon is the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good middle ground between the Sova and the KO. Still have a lot of information gathering, but that extra layer of flash is really, really impactful. And pistol rounds are going to be potentially painful for Talon with all those heals. You know, you have the overheal from Reyna, you have the heal from Sky. That's really annoying to deal with in situations like that if PaperX can trade well. So pretty curious to see how Talon does. And my eyes also firmly on Van, who was destroying on Killjoy when we saw him yesterday.
And he was. That ascent map was very disgusting from him. It was a solid effort despite not being able to get the victory. Let's see if he can put up similar figures here, though. We have the crowd behind both sides.
I'm just listening to the fans just lose their mind.
I think there were some words in there.
There might have been some attempted words. All right, so Talon stacking a few players at top mid. Maybe trying for a bit of a crunch towards middle. Looking at Cruz, setting himself up towards tiles. PaperX is pinging this down. They've got the flash there with Jing. Maybe trying to set up for a counter push towards mid if it comes through, but that just got a lot of info. That 0 point landed late, and it caught, I think, 3 or 4 members of PRX there. And so now they have to peel back. They're just going to put themselves onto site off the back of that. The protocols for PaperX, so intriguing. Just giving up market, giving up main, just saying if you're going to come through B, we're going to try to hit you right at the switch. That's what
Talon,
it looks like.
I mean, Talon expecting PaperX to do exactly what they aren't doing, which is to come at them, to be aggressive. Everybody sat back, and you can see that Talon are maybe being caught off guard a little bit by this. They're now going to start bringing the spike around in towards B lobby. And it looks like ultimately the call here from PaperX is going to pay off. I mean, another 0 point over towards a checking out wine. A bit of a fake attempt, but you still have just Forsaken lingering here, jump peeking over in towards the mid, but now that the smoke comes down to cut off alley, PaperX should know that this is exactly where all of Talon is going to be.
Such an unorthodox start for both these teams. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Updraft up and over and in, and now Primi on the floor. Something able to collect the first headshot here. The swing out, Jing with the Sheriff. Puts down Chin Boys. Governor jumping through over and switch. I mean, he's shoulder to shoulder with something. Didn't quite realize it until after Forsaken had fallen, but it doesn't matter. Forsaken's the only one to fall as PaperX will take the opening pistol.
I mean, they just read that so well. And it's so awesome to see both these teams kind of coming at you with some unorthodox ideas, kind of what you would fully expect in this matchup. I mean, yeah, they just knew what Premium was going to do. They knew it was going to be an up and over. And they were so ready for it. And then they can use this harbor wall to play in and out of to just shut down the players that are trying to get there to support Primi. Not that it mattered because he died basically instantly, but I mean, that was so well thought out by PaperX.
You know, I might have missed it, but it just feels like Primi was set up for failure there. Didn't see the assisting flash coming through. I mean, something was basically staring at him the entire time.
Something hit him with a flash. I don't know.
But it was Devise on the back end.
Was it Devise? Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the guiding light go off, so I'm not sure. Maybe a miss on the lineup. Either way, Jing forward here on Cat. Primi had just peeked out, but nothing should have been spotted by either player. Hot flash towards A main in the meantime. Mind Freak looking to hold things down.
And Divide just awaiting some contact around the corner. You got a lot of PaperX players stacking up for this A hit if it does come through from Talon. No purchases at all on their eco, just classics. They're going to reroute. Maybe consider a bit of a mid hit as well, but something waited.
The 1-2 pump.
Spike down.
Something able to find both quick kills, gets out with the dismiss. Question is, does he want to pursue even further for another one? Looks like he's just going to be hanging back
30
here.
seconds left.
Position with an exit strategy. Tailwind has expired.
There's
a shot, there's a shoulder, and there's the flawless. A 4K for something. As PaperX start things off 2-0.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for PaperX today to get something going because he had a really rough go of it against Genji.
Yeah.
Second map in particular, but it just felt like he never quite came online like we're used to seeing. And if he can start lighting up the scoreboard with these sniper rifles, it's a good omen. Looks like it's all business right now for something in PaperX, keeping that outlaw in the next round. 2 Spectres, 2 Bulldogs. Guardian had to be bought down for Governor.
Standing ahead.
Let's see what Talon can do now.
That's
Able
just
to pull by.
Cruz with the half armor, so everybody else can at least survive a singular shot from the Outlaw.
Here.
We'll set up again here at B. Wall coming through, flash ahead of it. Boombot checking anything, but set up for the clear out on that turret. Just gonna shut the market door. They say, you know what? We don't have a Killjoy, obviously. We don't have a Sentinel. So just shut the door, and if they want to come in, they have to break it.
The door basically acting as a pseudo sentinel there. It's gonna go and kind of do standard things there. Clear out mid. See what kind of info you get. Trailblazer gives you a smidge of info here for Talon to know where Devi is going to be. It's only cleared out by one gun, so not much information for PRX to work with. Relying on this Outlaw from something to do some damage on this entry. Then maybe just wait for the retake. See how much PRX wants to challenge it. Mindfreak going to be locking down tree, but it's a full-on 5-stack hit. Brimmy just shuts something down.
Yeah, I was ready for that. Not going to give the Outlaw any opportunity whatsoever. Solid headshot. And the second player from Talon gets himself on the board. Play now going to be coming through. 4v5 for the retake here. PRX. There's a door just going to be broken open first and foremost here by Mindfreak. Brimmy spamming up a bit from hell up and towards heaven. It's going to be a double drop down as Forsaken's able to find one. Primmy on the floor. Weapon upgraded into Forsaken's hands, but he's got a little bit of HP remaining, so heals have to come through from Devi. Swing forward from Jing. Cut off guard. As that's going to be the kill coming through from Governor out from Tree. Chip Boys now pushing forward, finding 2 quick kills. Find out picking up that sniper. Gets a shot across on the band, puts him down to 10 HP with the round already over. And this, not really the weapon that he wants to be carrying over into the next round. Looks like Talon not going to allow for a bonus conversion. Solid opening kill from Primmy sets up for the plant on A, and they're able to convert it into a round win.
Yeah, what an opening shot. Certainly something has to be somewhat familiar with Primmy's game. I'm sure they bumped into each other in ranked before. Fantastic work here by Governor. Knocking down that triangle. That is clean as heck from Jip Boys. Now let's see how PRX is going to respond. Devi's going to hang on to that Outlaw. Again, one only half armor. This time it's Primmy. Has to cut down to it. They're going to maybe contest. Flash over the top to set Primmy up. Grenade in response from Jing. Takes the corner and somehow wins.
And Primmy just decides to sit there and challenge to eat a little bit of added damage from that paint shell and ends up falling down. Clear out on the turret again. Just this triple setup from PRX. He's constantly having a multitude of members on this B side of the map. Trying to take away those info gathering tools from Talon as much as humanly possible. Something waiting for the swing out. Spots a shoulder. Decides to stay for the challenge. Takes the dismiss. Gets away from Cruz.
Doesn't take any damage either. So well handled.
Jing now pushing forward, and Jit gonna get caught. I mean, it looked like he was decently aware of it, but now you've got the 2 remaining players from Talon. Sandwich into B main, pop flash, catching Governor fully in the face. The tuck away into the corner. Cruz able to win out though. Opens up for a retreat from behind. Cruz tries to do a little bit of extra damage, but it's gonna be Devi with that frenzy in hand. Upgrading the Outlaw to a Vandal. PRX getting up 3-1.
Yeah, they're doing a great job just controlling the points of attack for Talon. Jing wins on one side, something wins on the other. That's what you need out of your duelists, to be able to take those contact fights and win. That's something PRX was struggling with against Gen G. No problems here right now. Back up to bail Forsaken out. He had been sussed out by Cruz in that corner, but the rest of the team there, their overwhelming numbers advantage. Forsaken has a reckoning. Empress available for something. We're back down to an eco for Talon. Knife does catch Mindfreak, but kind of suspects that Jip Boys was up there, and Jip Boys had just moved off the angle. Something.
That failed jump does make some noise. Quick
3
clear
players
on that dart, yeah. It's a massive push up, and that's the spike here. And Cruz ends up getting taken down. Paint Shells forces him back over into spawn even deeper.
A little bit of a body block, but all's well that ends well. They're all over on A. They have left the B site completely open.
They have, and now Jit Boys completely isolated. Paranoia to try to buy him some time, but Mindfreak's just going to go ahead straight forward, finds that kill, and now the rotation's back over to B, going to be coming through. Reckoning going to be sent, just cutting off anybody in mid, anybody over in B main. And this buys enough time for this position to get further reinforced. 44 seconds, something, he's in their spawn. Empress popped, looking for the kill. Spawn out onto Ban. It's the first couple shots, looks for that kill, and eventually he's able to get it, gets the dismiss, gets pushed back up, full HP. Cruz nearly caught with U-tilt, rather a knife in hand. Ends up falling as Primmy's able to put something down. The round is over, the Spike stranded over on Catwalk. The most that Primmy can do is pick up this Vandal and try to find some additional kills, get those knives maybe online, but no, it's going to be Divide with a headshot out of range and take him down. Get PRX even further out in front.
Yeah, this is just really interesting stuff we're seeing from PRX. Gambling big time on some of these pushes, but that's PRX for you. Get so much control. Then Mind Freak able to just run down his Omen counterpart. Something has gained so much space that Empress, he feels so confident to go against these pistols.
Enemy remaining.
Really crazy stuff. Gonna get the op. Yep, I thought I heard Forsaken say it. Oh god.
Paranoia, I mean, yeah, looking for a bit of a Tiles crunch here. Ray's leading the charge. Something swinging out in towards mid. Is Jing and Forsaken going to be getting one apiece? Mind Freak has been caught up in the crossfire. Jing not overheating. Pulls away. Allows for Cruz to go his separate way for now.
No overheating from Jing in my Valorant. Nah, but that's the new PRX. That's 2024 PRX. They are much more disciplined.
Post Shanghai 2024 PRX.
Okay, fair enough.
Quick little TP jiggle forward into the smoke to see that it's cleared out. Jit Boy's just trying to keep some attention here on the A site, and so far it's working a treat. As Cruz and Governor exploring the space over here towards the B site. Something slowly working his way into position. Scatter. TP in the boats.
Always
Point
making
the
noise.
side, but yeah, noise made. Cruz going to be hearing that. But smoke comes down. Now the Null Command going to be popped. That stops something from going for something a little bit too risky here. So they can't just get the kill, dismiss out. So for now, held at bay are PRX as they get everybody corralled around here. Clock shot's going to be sent through. Forsaken going to be found. The Cruz traded it out. Man advantage still there for the side of PRX, but time working against them. Boombox going to be going through, but now it's going to be Jing able to find the kill. Now Governor all on his lonesome. Paint Shell's there, just past his feet. Jing just bounces his way forward into the smoke. Go ahead and claim it. Showstopper's already online, but time dwindling, so don't want to pass things over. Didn't have it available, so we'll just take that for himself. And PRX continuing now 5-1.
I mean, these retakes that PRX is playing for is apparently all part of the early game plan here for them. They're constantly just leaving B site relatively undefended, and it's because of the way they're able to use these high tides to get themselves back into sight to set up for these retakes. They're able to cut B site basically in half for whatever angle they're trying to approach from and really isolate these individual battles. Even though Forsaken goes down, it's quickly traded by Jing. Jing just so individually talented. Blades pop for Primmy. Everybody else was able to buy up towards rifles. See what they can do. He's been magnificent in some of these moments so far in Pacific. Push out from Devi. Gonna tuck himself into the corner behind the smoke.
It's just another very slow start here from both sides. Talon, again, probably anticipating a little bit of added aggression. Devi swung out, peeking the angle, challenges against Primmy. Who only has one knife now, nothing but a shorty left. Interrupts Bob, but Cruz is there to bail him out.
Yeah, there's no smokes there to help out Devi. Almost got out, but at the door, Cruz able to take him down. Something now pushing out with this op. Everybody from Talon makes the full wrap in towards A, and once again, seemingly, PRX gonna play for retake. It's so good.
Really good there, really cognizant of Ban. Sets that up to alert for this flank. So now recon in something as he push up in front of the smoke. Gonna set up the leer. Forsaken able to find one as Cruz gets taken down. Showstopper now in play. Jit Boy's annihilated, but not before he finds the headshot. Does get the punish there, the trade out. Brings it into a 3v3. Something on the swing, however, able to find Ban right before Mind Freak would have struck from behind. And that keeps his position even more obscured. Rising over Primmy. No, Primmy has the turn. He finds the kill. And now it's something all on his lonesome.
Here.
5 HP remaining here
10
on the Jet.
seconds left.
Spike not planted now, needing to be stuck. Looks for the peek out, finds the first one. Quick dismiss out. Primi, the last one left standing.
He has no idea, though.
Something with any kind of blind spray down into hell would find it, but for now they're just trading places. A footstep heard. Something on the drop down. Primi aware. Shot in towards hell. Something trying to suss out the position, and Primi has the headshot. And it all comes down to that moment from Mindfreak not being able to confirm the kill. Primi somehow gets them over the line.
You can't give him any opportunities because he is just ridiculous. I mean, this looked pretty good. Probably should have been
nonchalant.
Unbelievable. I mean, definitely Mindfreak's going to be kicking himself a little bit on that one. Forsaken's going to be grabbing an Odin for this round. Hunter's Fury and a lockdown available for Talon, so big ult to play with.
Spray opening up, but not really going to be found there. It's the Hunter's Fury. Does manage to get a tag onto Forsaken, looking for the follow-up, but he does manage to stay elusive. Push out, flying through the smoke. Divide, though, not paying attention to main. Does end up falling, but Forsaken quickly trades it back as he manages to find a 3-piece. Lockdown committed to this round. Effectively for naught. The swing out, the shot attempt, the headshot trying to be found. Something stays alive. Jing comes to the rescue. PRX did not allow for Talon to string 2 rounds together consecutively.
And Forsaken has another Reckoning. Devi stepping in there to bail him out a bit. But Forsaken just being really cagey with that Odin. Just spamming through, knew that Primi had dashed into that smoke and was just gonna hold that trigger down. That third kill was nasty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still remember Forsaken's Pearl moment with the Odin.
Remind me.
I believe he was playing Killjoy, approaching B site, kills at least 4 people.
Ah.
It was a while ago at this point. But we do have a timeout call here from Talon. Down by 4 rounds. Wanting to have more success on this attack. Still an opportunity to salvage this half.
For sure. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, this PRX comp, you know, definitely in general, PRX is going to want to be a little bit attacker-sided. But going up against Frost is not look happy. Oh boy. But they've been struggling to get through these entries. And even with that Hunter's Fury and the lockdown, they just couldn't get anything done. Maybe just kind of hit the go button a little too soon after that lockdown came through. Maybe should have waited it out to force that Odin back. Major entry after that. Now you've got the Seekers and the Reckoning to be concerned about. No op this time though, but something will continue. Have some mid presence and a wall to try to obscure some movement.
Something's pushing in front of the smoke, and he's going to collect an instant headshot onto Ban. Primi, similar on the opposite side, though. Takes out Jing, looks for Devi. Tailwind pop. He's going to go for it again, and that's going to lead Devi to pull back into the site. Trailblazer quickly cleared.
Gotta appreciate that Devi has challenged Primi a couple times here.
He has.
He hasn't gone, like, super well, but he's not scared. Oh, no.
So Jit Boys is the one who actually clears out that Trailblazer on the opposite side of the map. So they know that there's at least 2 players on that side, and now the push-up from Something should have a very good idea that this is going to be an A hit. The 3 remaining players. Reckoning immediately going to be coming through as the entry begins, but it's going to be Jit Boys and Primi getting 1 apiece, but then Mindfreak this time able to confirm the kill. Jit, last one standing. Reckoning keeping him locked in place as Something spots on the gun barrel, swings in. And Something soon, Something things. 3K for him on the Reyna. PRX up to 7.
Yeah, looking a lot more comfortable and confident on the Reyna. Able to take these 1v1s and win them with a lot of efficiency. A good Lear there after a bit of a missed opportunity on Cruz to give him the follow-up. Very nicely handled. Knows he has him out in the open. And a Reckoning that just barely works. I mean, Jit turned on a dime and took Devi out there. Primi is Primi on that entry. Still have the Seekers for Devi. Same high tide as always, just trying to keep this talent squad at bay. Jing this time, seeing if they're gonna disrespect that high tide again. Just for a little bit of pre-fire. They're putting a lot of pressure in towards mid. The boom bot is gonna get a confirmation that there is a player on the catwalk.
And there's just that door shut again.
Yep.
Jing again, pushing forward. Primi watching and winning. Guardian in hand. Finds that opening kill. Position now needs to be filled, so Dubai filtering over towards Tree. As Forsaken finds one. Primi looking to just hold a hard angle here, but Forsaken, not distracted, knows that, okay, I need to offer up some util for my friend. Actually gets away from the angle where Primi almost certainly would have been able to take him down. Hot flash going to be sent through Dubai, able to find one. Knows that he's tagged up another. Sends it. Primi full flash, and Forsaken will collect.
That right there is great value out of that Sky. Those flashes were massive. And right out the back of that Harbor utility, something is going to clean up Jip Boys. Find the final kill, put PRX up 8-2, but we had a long discussion about this after Ascent yesterday. And I'm liking what I'm seeing, Achilleos.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I mean, it's obviously not just the Sky.
No.
But it does feel across the board a lot better. The combos that you're able to do, the flash through the walls to really try to catch people off guard, make it that much more difficult to just turn from the flash, dodge those. That's all well and good. But also, PRX are just kind of hitting their shots today.
Yeah.
Which was something that was missing a little bit.
Yeah, it helps when your Reyna is going crazy.
Yes.
It helps. But I also like some of the high tides I'm seeing from Forsaken.
Yeah.
They're really kind of giving them some interesting amounts of map control, allowing them to obscure some of these plays they want to do on the backside of it, whether it be push out towards catwalks or just peek outs from short, you know, contesting mid a little bit more, or at least keeping their positions obscured so something can play off the back of them. All those things put together,
They will cover.
really, really enabling PRX to have success.
Okay, creeping forward, Governor, making plenty of noise. Do they just blind face forward? The answer's going to be yes. Finds one. Quick dismiss. I mean, god damn, he's so quick.
Jeez.
Just zooming. Mind Freak in the meantime. Winning the battle.
Got them zoomies.
Good lord. Jing able to find one. Can't readjust for the second. He does end up getting taken out by Governor, and Cruz in the meantime does find something. Consent cleared. And Forsaken says, hello, I have an Odin.
He's so clean with it, too.
You know, I don't think he's had a wallbang kill on the Odin yet. This is the most honest Odin gameplay that I've ever seen.
I was waiting for some kind of comment.
Last round in the half.
You're absolutely right, I think, but I mean, he's so confident today. I mean, it looks like a completely different PRX team. And this push out from Primi just not ready at all. Yeah, man. Seekers to cover there, too.
I mean, it looked like the Reyna just hopped on one of those like city scooters and just full throttled it out in the market. The Smith speed is so fast.
It is crazy good.
So we don't get too many glances of it as Jing bouncing forward, looking for a crunch over into tiles. And this is a gamble from PRX. It does not pay off. Talon do get free access to the safe site.
Well, you dodged the no command. So you got that going for you.
Yeah, by the time they all arrive, it will basically be ready to expire. And there it is. Break of the window. Drone at the ready from Cruz. Sending that up towards heaven, scouting. For now, Forsaken just going to stay tucked back, but something does get darted.
Shock dart gave away Cruz's position.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Snappy reaction, even with the shorty. Forsaken able to find that kill. Jing doing very much the same. Following in after his brother gets that kill.
I think he's ready for ban.
Primi here at hell trying to hold things down, but it's only going to be good for the one kill. Now it all comes down to ban. Trying to rescue the half a little bit, finds a headshot, but it's just not planted for him. Swings around, interrupts it. Mind Freak quick to pick it up though, without a second to spare. 0.77 remaining, 10-2. PRX dominant here at the start of Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, some really interesting ideas from PRX. Obviously, the flash is impactful, but I think a bigger part of it for me was that they're just taking map control and then, like, by gamble stacking on one side or the other half the time, it forces them to play retake, which plays into their hands, which plays into this extra layer of smokes that you have with the Harbor to kind of section off fights. and use those leers, use those flashes, use your positioning to just kind of cut your opponents apart and make it way more difficult for Talon to react to what you're doing. And just really keeping Talon informationless, making it really difficult for them to react. So, Primi, show me ace.
Show me ace. Well, confused by the previous signs. The Talon fighting, PRX please win. So you're trying to hedge your bets.
Yeah.
I like both teams, so
I do too.
I'll cheer for them both.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of fans are going to be conflicted today. It's 2 SEA teams.
Sure.
I've had a few of fans that I've talked to outside that have been like, yeah, I don't know who I want to win tomorrow. They really like both teams, and for good reason. I mean, they play, you know, from time to time comps that are off meta and make them look good. I mean, PaperX constantly playing comps that are off meta, but Talon, you know, showing us some really interesting stuff this year to get here, to get to champs. Yeah, PaperX right now, certainly looking like they're getting the better of them, but you never know. It's defender side ascent. Anything's possible.
Well, now this needs to be a monstrous run back here from the side of Talon.
Let's make them dance.
Ripped up the 13-0 sign during the arrivals interview, but they have avoided that, but still want to be able to have a strong map, given that this is their pick. It's going to be a Cove push out into mid. That's something that you see every day, but it's PaperX for you. All now coming up, but doesn't really cut off vision from anyone. They're all playing here within the site. Jinx playing first contact. Needs a little bit of damage, but Ban still going to be taken down to something. Finds a headshot. Mind Freak able to find Primi up and have it now. Forsaken takes out Cruz. Divide the only casualty. A lot of damage dealt, but Governor, does he read this? His eyes are trained on the window at the moment, but I don't know that he's necessarily aware that somebody has moved up into this, and now Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, is well looking to encroach on this position, but it will be something to claim the kill, and Jitboys get spotted here on the jiggle. He's using the PaperX Classic that he picked up, and now he's going to be sent back and backpedaling away. See, maybe if they filter into him one by one, if he can pick them off, try to find some kills when he gets them ult charge, but they will all hound him down. A pack mentality. The Wolves coming through. I guess we should say the Raptors, as PaperX move up 11-2.
I mean, they're just feeling it now. I mean, night and day difference in individual performances. Oh, that Shock Dart got shorted too to make matters worse. But again, that's the problem. You know, if something is getting those one and dones, it's so difficult for Talon to react the way they want to. I mean, they have a pretty good read on this round. They have a good setup to put down some serious firepower at that door. Just didn't go their way. PaperX just too good today. Hello, Mr. Dog.
Jitboys is actually just filtering through, I think, all of the playoff teams. He's got Gen G Classic now. Boombot up in towards heaven, but there's only Jit on this side of the map. Everybody else having to rotate over. 2 sheriffs in their hands. Potential to deal some damage here.
Blocking fire.
Oh, this is interesting.
That's why, yeah, I mean, shoot through the wall.
Yeah, well, it just gives them safety to peek and shoot and re-peek. Just control this heaven angle. So smart from PaperX.
Well, it's just several players playing back, saying, okay, well, a lot of them have to push into us in order to get out of spike range. So maybe we can get some picks, and they will. Otherwise, they can go down to the spike. As that's just going to be the cleanup there. Divide finding 2 on the back end. Cannot escape, so still going to be some damage dealt. Jing and Forsaken bought down below 1,000. But PaperX are now just 1 bonus conversion away from closing out Ascent.
Yeah, I still have enough for a couple rifles, though. And I love this Cove. It's these little things that PaperX is so good at putting together that just make the rounds easier for them, when they can really increase the percentage chances of winning the round and doing some damage. Judge for Forsaken. I think they're just gonna beeline it into A.
Well, Jing is just gonna die. Pushes out, weapon wasn't even drawn. Primi takes his head off. Quick clear on the turret, still 2 nanoswarms set up on the site now, gonna be popped here by Ban. Completely zoned off here. Our Talon for the time being. We'll have a 5v4 attempt at the retake. Try to get themselves back into this game. Dropping back, a little bit of damage taken from that first Shock Dart. Cruz still has the recon.
Still that Judge underneath Hell for Forsaken. Dog to kind of cover for him, but that's long range for that Judge.
He gets flashed and pushed over into that fragment, but there's only a single little pulse left remaining. Jitboy's able to find 2. Forsaken now here into the smoke, the drop down, they're able to flush him out. And now it's all on Mind Freak. This would be a hell of a Mind Freak moment, but they won't give him the start of it. Talon will hang in there, not allowing for that bonus conversion, for the map to come to a conclusion. They get themselves a 3rd round win.
Yeah, just really solid stuff here from Talon. Jing tries to challenge Primi, and Primi's really good in those moments. Just so good with his crosshair placement.
Knows just how wide you're going to swing.
Yeah. And I mean, again, certainly these guys have ran into each other a lot in ranked, so some of their tendencies going to be at least understood. Jing has to buy down to a Spectre, have another Reckoning for Forsaken. Been fast-tracking those round over round. Spike's going to be left back, though, so PRX is going to spread the map. Try to see if they can isolate some fights. Grab the orb for Jing, get him closer to the showstopper. Just mid being held by Primi with that Vandal. The flash, but no, Chipboy's not able to find what he wants. You are got to be kidding me, Devi. That is ambitious.
Very bold. Something as well, catching a glimpse of Ban. Gets chipped away at. Sky gone, no heals. It's going to be a rotate over here from Mind Freak, and then a 4-man attack onto the B site. Right now, Cruz, the only one watching in towards main, but 2 players very much nearby. But there's the opening headshot. Forsaken takes him down. Reckoning still available for a post plan as well. So we're going to be shut. Something. He pushes up into the smoke. He's going to challenge out, but he cannot get the Smiths away. Primi able to take him down before that can happen. Now a 3v3, but again, Harbor ult still here. And for PRX, they don't need to try to play out of the sight.
Showstopper 2.
Very true.
Good luck, Talon. How are you going to bait that Showstopper out?
Reckoning now sent. Again, this is for the conclusion here of the map, so they can just go ahead and stay tucked back. Showstopper goes in, Primi able to survive down, but not the follow-up shots from Forsaken, who sets up now another wall. Boys and Ban trying to push the smoke. Does a scorching up top, and he's able to find the kill. Mind Freak will get the finisher. It's going to be 13-3. PRX running away with a victory here on Ascent.
A completely different PRX from yesterday. They look so fired up, so confident, winning so many of their 1v1s. Better overall game plan as well, and it had a ton of value.
And it did. Well, we'll go ahead and pass things back over to the analyst desk before we get geared up for Sunset.
It's been a while, but PRX has finally figured out Ascent 3 times the charm, eh?
Yeah, figured out is a generous term.
But with that scoreline, they figured this one out.
They figured it out for today.
What is it, 13-3?
They figured it out for today. I'll give you that.
We're not talking about the next match yet. We're talking about today,
composition
William.
to play.
All right, fine.
You're
They
playing
figured it
by
out.
two.
Yeah. I get it.
PRXers
All right. They played very well. They played very well, and they went back to the sky, which I was very happy to see. We talked about it on the desk beforehand. They basically remembered why they came up with this composition in the first place, which was, hey, we can set up our own screens, get ready for it, and then isolate angles, flash everything, go in as a team, and just out-trade everybody.
It certainly helped, speaking of trading, that they were just hitting all of their shots.
Yes.
Well, 9 times out of 10 anyway.
Well, there were some moments with like something kind of having a little bit of difficulty, but it is what it is, right? I mean, the main thing is still the fact that they had the right reads, they had the composition to make it work, and they were just able to really put a stop to whatever Talon was trying to throw at them, right? Talon really struggled with being able to attack at any point in the first half, really.
I think what goes back to the whole, even the shots hitting, I mean, sure, maybe there's outside factors as well, but this is a team, Talon's a team that will be willing to play PRX's style. And I think PRX loves that. They love it when teams are like, yeah, okay, we'll meet you halfway there. Because PRX is like, great, because now we can just play like we always do. It's just going to happen even quicker. But then, you play against other teams like Gen G who are like just really dragging you out. That's when it gets troublesome. So that plus, the composition change, everything, I think just went absolutely in favor of what PRX was looking for on a map like Ascent. And obviously, they completed it to fruition.
It really did. I mean, you see a lot of these rounds, and I love what you're saying about, the comparison of styles that happens, right? Because not only is something able to frag out right now, you also have players like Forsaken feeling a lot more comfortable in his current role, in his current position, and he's pulling things out like the Odin, where he's always consistently snapping onto heads and then getting the subsequent shot. And, the utility that everything goes through with it as well is something that really, really throws Talon off, especially when he goes in for that Reckoning ultimate, and then everyone just pushes along with it. Talon finds a really tough time where they're just kind of stuck around the site. They are forced to choose either to get stunned or, go in for a bit of a fight, and it doesn't always work out. That said, though, Primi was still able to land some shots, and there were some interesting moments where, Talon showed they had the foresight to, flash out a smoke just because they think, all right, Forsaken's probably going to be hiding inside this.
There was a little fun moment. There was one moment. It was Primi versus something. Primi was down 5 HP.
Yeah. I mean,
after something just demolished.
Where's this going?
Give him his credit. Give him his credit. The fact that he stayed calm. I think this just goes to show that Primi clearly believes in himself. He's not going to sit there and start to shake in his boots just because it's something. He's going to say, this is just another game of Valorant, and he wins those 1v1s. 1v2s, in fact. It was a good clutch. So I give him all the credit. I think we don't really need to even praise it too much anymore. The fact that he is so mechanically skilled, that much is proven. But I think probably what this helps is remind everybody, in case there are still people out there that think PRX all they do is W key, it's the fact that they have their own theory behind the chaos. They have their own team style and team communication behind this chaos, because if this was literally just going in and aim dueling everybody, then Primi in theory should be winning a lot more, because then it would be nothing different than playing a game of competitive queue.
That's a fantastic point. Primi just feels very raw at this moment, and as you would expect, they just dropped him in, parachute him in, out of nowhere, in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, all things considered, this is a very unfair situation for him, and I think he's absolutely made the best of it. Great debut match, still putting up great numbers, still having some highlights, and already we're seeing small things where we're recognizing that, okay, he's picking up on things, what the teams are doing, learning what he should do or shouldn't do, and this is, if anything, this is some of the best practice he can get, as long as he doesn't, break down mentally just because of the pressure, which I don't think is a problem just yet.
Yeah, for now, it is what it is, but the potential, how he can really climb, is another thing, because he is still mechanically that strong, and that's something that we always have to look out for.
Now, Primi is going to be going onto Sunset against PRX. Now this map for PRX is definitely a dominant one, and they're just fantastic on it. This is going to be a tall order.
Yes,
a little bit
for the Thai team.
I mean, 8-1 record in Pacific, and I mean over 60% on both attack and defense on any map is actually crazy, especially if you again consider the fact that they played it 9 times. That is an insane win rate to have on either half of any map. So obviously this is one of those maps for PRX that's just very comfortable. Sure, you can try to anti-strat. Teams have done it before. Only one team has been successful in Pacific and actually breaking through all the way and crossing the finish line. And obviously this is not the first time these two are playing on this map. So we'll see if with Primi, Talon maybe having a bit more consistency in their rounds.
Yes, that's the biggest thing, is the fact that now Talon has Primi for this specific map. What's the composition now going to look like? Because Talon has tried some different things before with the Neon, the Rays, but these aren't really like Primi agents, right? Are they going to bring the ISO into this? I'm wondering about all this stuff, because we've been seeing Governor kind of shy away from the duelist role just so that his teammates can come in with different roles as well. And maybe they have retooled whatever they have a little bit just for this specific matchup.
Maybe even Clove.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a Clove Omen double controller works really well on Sunset, right? The 2 orb smokes, a lot of one-ways you can do, a lot more control around the extremities. So that could absolutely work with this team. And that way you can still have something like the Neon. Obviously, the info part, yeah, you'd have to figure that out. But that's an option, and I think that would be a fun one to watch.
Oh, that would be super fun. I was just flicking through his last played ranked games, and there were mostly Clove.
Yes.
I was like, you
A lot
guys
of
want to see this. So I hope that happens. Now we got our own game. It's the Guess and Gain, and you are so wood rank.
I need
Quest.
this.
There are plants growing out of your head. It's kind of funny. I thought I was going to be that wood rank person.
The JRPG enthusiast in me wants to pick that out because it's like a collectible. I have to like hoard all my consumables and items.
I want to just like stay there and keep like see what else are they gonna add, like keep growing.
What else you can grow in your garden?
Well, I want to tell you guys, I'm ranking up another season.
Yeah?
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You're not undefeated though. The one who's undefeated is like Mr. King.
He's he's defeatable.
Okay.
He is. Trobra's
Still,
gonna
no,
take
I'm
him
not.
down. Trobra is gonna defeat Seth King.
Yeah,
the king.
do we get a little boxing match if we tie at Radiant at the finals?
I am down. I'm
I'll
so
be a
down
ref.
for a boxing match between two of our casters. It's a little physical. But
All right. So
okay.
which team's gonna use their second timeout first? Like
All
which team's
right.
gonna run out of timeouts first? Okay.
Go. Talon. Why?
Yeah. I think they're gonna need it. I feel like this is one of those things where keep the change. What?
Don't
Okay.
get distracted by him.
Yeah.
Give us your answer. Go.
Yeah, I do just think that, like, PRX is going to have, with their win rate and everything, Talon's going to want to try to call some timeouts to reset and try to find ways to adapt to PRX.
And what is this all about? Keep the change. Is there like a way that this needs to be said?
No.
I feel like there's a way. Just keep the change.
Keep the change. Just standard.
Keep
no,
the change.
No flavor.
Like question mark?
No.
Air quotes. Keep
No, but
the
I
change.
think, listen, I don't think I'm just gonna say it. I don't think PRX is gonna need a second timeout.
Okay.
I don't think they might not even need a first timeout. And then on Talon's side, I think they'll use one. But if it gets to that point, I think this is going to be another opportunity for Frost to see how well Primi can adapt with the rest of the team. I don't know if you pull out all the stops because you know that this is a very hard matchup for you already.
Oh yes. Now I'm inclined to agree with you. Keep the change, but
keep the change.
I'm putting as many punctuation as possible and trying to verbalize
the
it.
change.
Maybe an ellipses first. But anyway, PRX, I agree with you on this one. I don't even think they need to use both their timeouts, but also it's PRX, and you know how the boys are.
They're gonna overheat.
They like to overheat.
no.
They like to make Alex upset.
Where's the
They make a
faith?
timeout, and it's a little heartbreaking, but they do it. All right, here are our comps. What is
Primi's on
Primi
Cypher.
on Cypher. What do you guys make of this?
I mean, listen, Cypher is quite a self-sufficient agent, right? Obviously, you're mostly going to be lurking. You're going to be going for those duels, so that works. But you have to be very active with your trap wires and your cyber cages, all right? We just talked about Meteor in that previous matchup. I don't know if Primi's going to be as fluid with that in a pro setting on the stage, but obviously this does allow Governor to continue on the Neon. No one else has to change anything, so that's the good news for Talon.
That is what it is. But it also, we were really testing Primi's vocabulary on this whole library of like tripwires and everything else. But at the same time, Governor has to work really well with Ban right now and the calling from crews in order to find those big openings against PRX, because PRX, like we're talking about, it's this composition. We've seen something on the get-go. Defy on the stage, pulling out that operator when he needs to. Forsaken on the breach as well. This can be a little bit problematic.
Well, it's a very different look for Coach Alex today compared to yesterday, and they are on a good streak right now with Sunset. This could be it. This could be it for Talon. All right, we're going to go to our casters. King Seth, please tell us, how many timeouts are we going to have today?
Well, I'm leaning towards Chobra's thinking here. I think that maybe we see the one similar to Ascent, but widely some limit testing, some attempt to see if there's going to be just adaptation from the players.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way as well. Even though I do want to see that boxing match. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I don't know who my money would be on though. That's a tough one.
Never done boxing. Used to do karate.
Oh, okay. I don't know if Chobra's got any martial arts skills. You know, like any kung fu in there. I'm not sure.
Nah, he used to play the violin.
Yeah,
I can't even say that I used to as well.
Oh wow.
That you can do both. But Forsaken, solid start, able to find one, but then does get full flash, taken down by Jit Boys. But this is all a ruse. Everybody else making their way over towards the A site, and as that wall comes up, Talon will realize it.
Well, still have a bit of utility here in the back pocket. Paranoia for Mind Freak. Dizzy's as well for something.
There.
Fault line, a paranoia of your own. It's gonna have to be really impactful for Talon. Trying to figure this out.
Paranoia going across, that catches on the Governor. He has to stay sat back. By taking that first contact, his stun will connect, but Jing still able to win out the fight. And Defy!
One enemy remaining.
Oh, just takes the knife to him, drives it into his heart. PRX and will pick up another pistol. Secret sends its regards.
Yeah, I did not have my divine knife on my bingo card today.
Right there.
But here we are. This is the reality we are in. And Forsaken just sells this so well. Not only that, he wins against Primi in his 1v1.
He just...
They know he's
He's
reloading.
just like, yeah, I gotta reload, so screw it.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, just unbelievable what we're seeing out of PRX. So decisive today. Throwing this Boombot out. Let's see if they want to challenge this gamble stack. Oh boy, that's a lot of stuns.
Relay and a breach stun going to be sent down, and Dink disconnect there on the divide, but he's got the heal for himself, and everybody else is just going to be flushed down as Paint Shell finds one. Mosh gets another, but the Paint Shell's going to be built up, advanced in a bad spot, and he is dead. 2 Paint Shell kills, a Mosh kill, a flawless, and everything is topsy-turvy already.
It is a smorgasbord for PRX.
Yeah, Devi has just opened up another reality
Really
with that
has.
knife kill.
Yeah. They're just on a mission right now.
There.
Just unbelievable, this response. Then just, Jing just blasts back and forward. Devi's like, yeah, I know Governor's in the corner. I'll deal with him. You go ahead. I got your back. Absolutely ferocious. The pace PRX is playing at, the confidence they're playing with. Yeah, stunned up is something, but...
Triple push.
Oh boy.
Cruz is able to collect one. Quick clear out one of those wall segments, though. That gets broken down, but Primi now at risk, being pinched here. The approach comes through Market. Trap wire cleared out. Primi just going to be sat backside for the time being. Cage just popped on either side, gets the reveal there on the Jing. Flash packs up, manages to move away. Keeps himself alive and Forsaken collects the kill. Governor will be able to put Jing down, but now he runs out of bullets to Devi. Won't need the knife this time. Suddenly, PRX looking to convert the bonus. Start things up 3-0. My sights turned in here towards main. Not ready for the shot. Jit Boys does manage to take him down. TP's forward. Fault line going to be dodged by Jit Boys.
One enemy remaining.
I thought he had sent it previously, but I was wrong. Forsaken finds that kill. Stinger gets the dink. And Forsaken will find the 4-piece. Oh, he's bans. That's what I was confusing. 2 breaches. As PRX convert the bonus, start things off 3-0.
It's chaotic.
It is.
It's a little bit chaotic. I mean, this is just so interesting the way that PRX is playing this today. I mean, first of all, that's a Jing special right there.
Yeah.
Primi learned the hard way. But the wall in the mid, and then the immediate pivot towards Market, and Primi's all on his own, and PRX just brutalizes him. Just using that util so well. Forsaken just trying to fast track that ult. Jing one away from a showstopper again. Just got to play for this orb. Boom. Showstopper. Jing. Go time. Clear that trap wire.
Yep, Paint Shells takes it out. Wingman leading the charge. Showstopper can just be held for the post plant now. If they even want to use it, they know that they're going to be up against, sheriffs at best.
I kind of feel like it's going to get used because it's PRX, though. I agree with you. Normally, I'd just say, just hold on to it, but...
The longer you hold it, the longer it is until you get the next one.
Exactly. Now you're thinking like PRX.
Shot her.
Dizzy quick clear. Governor with a very nice shot. Take down Mind Freak. Yeah, crosshair placement was just a hair off. Vino finding Primi. Dive forward from the crash. Not going to be coming up with much there, but going to be Jing leading the charge. Cleans up those 2. As Ban will similarly fall. Forsaken now just 2 away from that Rolling Thunder. And Spike will erupt for PRX to move up 4-0. Forsaken.
She's still gunning for you.
It doesn't matter. He's got 4,500.
Did he want?
At the end of the round, I should say. Now he's got 77.
Just want to get closer to his ult? Like, are they just going to play for both orbs? No, he can play for both orbs.
Either way.
I'm just trying to piece together something. I mean, I don't know what else to say. PRX just absolutely on one. And they're going to go for, I think, some kind of fast hit here. I mean, at least Governor can potentially get out of this. The fault line going to dissuade them. The relay bolt as well. The slow orb. Governor, even with that neon speed.
Oh, the shots. A little bit whiffy there, trying to find the punish. Forsaken will fall and Bam with a nice headshot, takes down Mindfreak, but it's going to be quickly traded back. 2 for 2. Jit ends up getting kicked off as well. Showstopper, though, given that that's still in the back pocket.
Here.
Could come into play as ping comes down, but missing the opportunity there on the jiggle. Man, if he can find our right timing here. Could be monstrous. Swings out, but Divide just a little bit faster. Finds the kill, finds that orb, and that's going to be a res now. Bringing Mindfreak back into the round as Jing will take down Cruz. And suddenly, Primi, last one standing, needs to remain standing. Likely to just tuck back.
I mean, I'm down for a certified Primi moment. Just go absolute nuclear here.
Well, given the way that this has been going.
Not saying it's likely.
Or did they just wall him in? They could just wall him in. No. Divine. He'll be much more respectful. He'll kill him instead.
I mean, it's good contention here by Talon. Able to find some value out of this early fight. But PRX just kind of fearless as always. Just keeps pressing these angles. God, Divide. So fast to react.
And again, this is what was severely lacking in the previous game. Divide was one of those players that has just been so damn good throughout this stage. A big reason why PRX came into the playoffs, having not dropped any games.
Right.
Barely any maps, frankly. But that firepower wasn't being seen. Governor, though, does put him down nice and early. Crunching his way forward into tiles, finds it with the overdrive. Yep, grabs the weapon.
I like that idea. Get ahead of that showstopper a bit. If it were to come out. You could still get Forsaken his ult this round if you can get this orb. Over towards A. Just Jip Boys watching it this time. This PRX has to re-clear. Make sure that Tiles has been fully dealt with.
Really trying to sell this approach towards B.
Deploying
3
drone.
players still stacked up on that side. Drone now out, checking in towards mid. Again, tucked away and Jing making an appearance. Gives them the hint that, yeah, this is going to end up being the A side. Jing hearing that TP out. Oh, spots one, sends it. Jit Boys going to be able to dodge out that damage. Doesn't get caught. Recon ping there on the Jing as the sun comes through, but he's able to collect 2. Cruz and Governor both going to be taken down. Mindfreak. Over the shoulder hit with Jit Boys. Strikes and the shots get opened up.
Down A.
Jit gets something, but now it's just Ban and Primi left standing. 2v3. Follow-up paint shells to hold him at bay. Rolling Thunder now going to be sent. Crashing in towards both of them, and Ching just snipes Ban out of the sky.
Right there.
They know he's not tucked back. They know exactly where he's at. Primi, while he can isolate the 1 kill, he cannot find the follow-up. It's going to be Jing with a 4K to get PRX now up 6-0.
I mean, they're just so ferocious. Even though the start, decent for the side of Talon, the response is better. A great fault line from Forsaken to clear that elbow angle. Breaks the site open. Yeah, the showstopper doesn't get the kill, but it keeps Jit Boys in place while they just deal with the reinforcements of Talon. Jing is feeling it right now, 11-1, and halfway to another showstopper already.
And the guessing game, you went with, they're going to be saving him. Starting to look that much better because you would definitely suspect that a timeout would be called through at this point. I mean, hell, we've seen Frost call it after round victories because things haven't necessarily been going the way that they had planned them.
And Op not being able to be put to use by Governor there. It's a good util, good awareness here by PRX. Step 1, how do you just lean into this hit? Just keep fast tracking another showstopper for Jing. Ball's gonna come up. What's the response gonna be from Talon?
Tiny gap to try to take advantage of there, but
oh god,
shots cannot be found. Aftershocks from both sides, stopping either side from pushing forward. Out here from Governor, but the shot goes wide. Something on the opposite side of the pillar is able to go ahead and collect.
Gone.
Cruz fights back, down to 5 HP, however, as Premier will get a nice shot on the Jing, but Mindfreak with a push forward. Finishes off the enemy Sova, leaves Premier in a 1v2. Does he opt to try to play it out? There's a swing out, and he needs to hit that first shot, but Devi just a bit snappier, a bit faster. 7-0.
Yeah, it's going very well for PRX. I mean, taking mid control, take market control, cover the other side of the wall, not really fully expected by Talon. And they're just fast and furious. There's nothing else to say. I mean, PRX is just...
I need a drop. Tuck, tuck.
Completely different team from what we saw yesterday. It's an eco here for Talon with a lot of ults to back it up. Are they going to be able to finally turn this map on its head? Governor with a push out. Going to hear Jing. And he's going to try to chase him down. Jing hears it.
Yeah, and then he was going to be stunned up, but
thought the better
being able to just blast back out. Premier needing to hit that first shot. Pulls back, does have a trap wire, trying to self-protect it. Thrash going forward, still has the detain. Devi is there to collect.
Whoa!
It's okay. Good returning fire. Jitboys and Cruz one apiece. Themselves a man advantage, but weapons cannot be recovered here. Cruz once again down low on HP. 14 this time around is going to be spotted. Devi is relocating, slides back. Dizzy perfectly timed. Just go ahead. Further keep it protected. Wall needing to be broken, and Thrash back online, ready to go. Sends it as Devi creates a gap. Rolling Thunder crashing across. Hunter's Fury going to be opened up. Mindfreak still holding here at the side is Cruz, able to collect a second kill with that Hunter's Fury. Jared on the recon. Mindfreak, last one standing, trying to isolate, but he cannot find the first. As Talon will be able to get themselves on the board here in round number 8.
Yeah, I mean, just some fancy shooting with the Sheriffs to knock a couple players of PRX down. A really nice little trap play they set up with the Thrash. And Devi able to head towards the link angle off the rip, but a good response from Talon. A backstab from Jitboys. Hunter's Fury there, collecting a lot of targets. Oh, to Cruz.
Yeah, very nicely done. And it's a Thrifty to be able to get themselves on the board. Still though, 2 crucial ultimates invested into the round from the side of Talon. But they still have that near ult theft as well as an Omen TP available to them, with an overdrive not far off.
They're really stacking up towards B main now. One away from a showstopper is Jing. This could play for an orb, but instead it's a check towards mid. Control of tiles briefly taken. PRX now reconsidering what they want to do. No aggressive push-outs from Talon. Just spamming that angle. Trying to buy a little bit of extra space for something in Devi. Kind of set up their mid-control. But again, everybody on Talon being overly cautious this round. Drone comes through. Paranoia sent to dissuade Jing.
NHL similarly staves them off. Jing again, just one off that showstopper. It's going to be a bit of a noise cut here from PRX. Moving everybody over towards B.
The funny part is the A orb has been left completely free the entire round. It just PRX is just not even really made a play for it. I mean, they're probably going to get the orb here.
Try to slow up the approach, but now smoke off onto market. Governor
30 seconds
down
left.
here waiting, the wingman leading the charge once again. The wall going to be coming up. Here he swings through, looking for Devi, but Devi finds him. Governor going to be taken down. Swing out, ban going to be good for one. Gets quite a bit of damage across onto something as well, as Jitboys will be able to finish the job. 3v4, but again, that showstopper in play now for Jing. Mindfreak lingering back, hearing this rotation. Showstopper now drawn out. PRX is going to try to play time. Mindfreak, however, caught unawares there by Cruz, but still finds that shot. And now TP's back over into B main. Neural Theft will tell all. They successfully have waited out the showstopper. The spam now opened up. A bit of damage across, but the defuse still being held. Jitboy not being dissuaded quite just yet. Jing managing to find it, but it's already been held to half.
This is no problem.
Premier will be able to get Talon to a second round win.
Yeah, I mean, they're just able to hold on just by the skin of their teeth or Talon.
One of my cameras is broken.
And they do a great job being really, really patient.
Okay.
And Mindfreak winning that battle in market, I thought that might be the round when he was able to stay alive and TP out of there. But I thought maybe he would TP to Boba or something, or try to open up another angle.
One enemy remaining. Last
player
Net
standing.
just barely able to finish it in time. Our Talon.
This goes here.
We have the res for Devi. Let's see her 2 rounds in a row for Talon. Let's see if they can start stringing some more together, but it has been very difficult to match the firepower of PRX today, and now finally finding their feet. Spot on the Governor and company, but they're just contesting, seeing if PRX will try to make a move instead. It's another peel back, another re-control of this mid-space taken by PRX. Waiting to see what they want to do. Devi just keeping an eye out. So trying to be a little bit more quiet about this hit. Paint Shells should clear that trap. It does. Paranoia to keep Primi at bay. This plant should be able to be done by the wingman. Oh, no, got spotted out by Jitboys. He beat up.
Jitboys up over the top there. Market able to find the interrupt on that one. Now Cruz gets Forsaken as well. Ball raised, but something in a very bad spot. Needs to be bailed out. Tries to swing in towards Boba. Kill ends up being found by finding the first. Swing out. Primi holds his ground. This time gets the better of him. Talon, 3 consecutive rounds. Starting to run things back.
Yeah, they're playing really well with the patience. Just waiting for PRX to try to make their maneuvers, and then Jitboys comes up on top of that gen. Not really accounted for quick enough by PRX. He gets lost in the sauce there. Something never able to get his shots really under control. And I was going to say, I bet PRX is going to take a timeout. I think Alex just wants to kind of talk about things a little bit. Maybe try to see if they can work the A side a little bit more. Try to deal with these post plants a little bit better. They've been a little bit messy in the last couple rounds.
Yeah, things have been getting a little bit more frazzled. Talon's kind of stirring up the chaos, and PRX haven't been thriving in it nearly as much. And it's solid momentum. Again, when you have that first win come through in the form of a Thrifty, you can start building up the momentum off the back of it.
Exactly.
So, Alex looking to bring an end to that. Try to see if they can get themselves into a 9-3 half.
Yeah, I'll be really curious now what PRX's economy looks like for those rounds.
It's still healthy.
Still healthy enough to get through. Have to go down to a Guardian and a Bulldog. But overall, not bad for PRX. Have the res as well for Devi, so just curious. It's just been kind of like, hey, there it is. There's the spray.
Cruz always has it ready.
Just doing a little bit of a check towards mid.
Scanning ahead.
Sort of trying to counter any aggression that would come through. We're going to hide themselves from the dart from Cruz. Cruz is just going to peel back, leave Primi on his own. And look at Talon. They are expecting that A hit.
Slide forward.
Is just, oh man, Mind Freak could be in trouble.
Oh, I mean, yeah, info going to be relayed here, but Mind Freak sending out that smoke now, about to be caught. He shuts down Governor, still managing to find one. Overdrive taken out. Now the rest of our sights turned over here towards the B side where Forsaken's going to be taken down. That's a spike drop. Jink needing the challenge forward, and Primi holding his ground. Wall used, res coming through. Segment going to be broken, but Primi relocating, given that he is low on HP. Quick toggle of the cam, a peek forward. Now a 3v3. Jink swings in, is able to finish the job with a chest shot.
Spike planted.
They're just looking to build their space. Oh, they're both wide swinging.
Hello?
This one says, I popularized this. Swings out a little bit wider, and then gets the follow-up on the band. Oh, that is so funny.
Unbelievable.
Last round.
I was just sitting there like.
It's like when they're just in a mirror.
Yeah.
Like an old Looney Tunes bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Only 8-3. PRX off the back of the timeout are able to break the win streak here from Talon.
Oh,
the sprint to the audio cue, alerting Mind Freak, and he's fast enough to turn around.
Oh, Jink.
Reloading.
Yep.
Feels like an eternity in Valorant time.
Governor, though, in a really nice spot, but just misses the opportunity to get the punish. Mind Freak now turning his sights back in over here towards mid, but Governor finds the headshot just through the corner of the wall.
Got his showstopper though, while that was going on. Let's see what PRX wants to do. I mean, it's been a lot of B recently. Talon off that timeout kind of assumed that maybe it would be A. They put the majority of their forces in that direction, but still, PRX, if they continue with this go B all the time kind of play,
You want more? Here's
be
more.
very challenging.
Rash will try to lead. Governor does get detained. Cleaned up now by Device. Showstopper can seek a new target. One going to be spotted, but Rocket not quite going to connect. Jake continues to challenge forward, but Ban's going to be able to strike him down. Now looks for a little bit more over towards Market, but Cruz to be caught up at the crossfires. Forsaken finds the kill. One away from that Rolling Thunder is he, but it's not going to be necessary. It'll be used in celebration. There's immediately PRX strike inward towards the site. They clean up the extremities, and they get themselves 9 and 3/2.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's PRX just better today. That's a lot of what this comes down to, frankly. I mean, they're showing a lot of kind of similar looks with little different flavors, different spice added in. But even that time, there's just nothing that their opponents could do about it. Talon was pretty well prepared for a B hit. Just the thrash into a kill on the Governor. Able to just kind of keep him at bay, and Forsaken starts winning some of those battles out inside of Market, and then takes the fight out to Boba, winning there as well. I mean, they're just completely in sync, on the same page, on the same wavelength with their speed and their decisions. Everything you want to see out of PRX.
Absolutely.
Oh, that aftershock to cut that angle, that escape angle off. So smart by Forsaken.
And you can see just the big smiles on their faces at the end of the half. PRX well ahead in the projections to be able to close at the map. As we now shift them over to the defending side, where that Sage can be even more painful.
Yes.
Okay, it looks like Devi, not going to be going for the wall, just going to be picking up the Sheriff. And we do see him do from time to time here. But PRX confident that this is going to be an A hit. Everybody from Talon, though, waiting outside of B.
Yeah, certainly you've seen some of those explosive B main entries that PRX will pull out from time to time, so you have to be a little bit ready. Aftershock there. Just keep him in place. That should be a lot of footsteps potentially heard by Forsaken. Not sure if he was quite close enough or not, but Trapwire is there for any lurks that come out of A main for Talon. Orb grabbed for PRX, and Forsaken still on his own.
Yep, the lone player. Bolt line available from Ban. Clear out on the drone. His position going to be noted. Now he's going to get slowed up. Cannot find the kill, so Forsaken allowed to go his separate ways, but PRX now going to have to rotate everybody over towards the side of the map as the plan comes through. So 5v5 for the retake. Flashing in towards Market. Slide forward. Governor trying to go for the challenge here, but something able to strike him down. Jin Boys finds one, but and gets traded out. Forsaken on the board here in the second half. Dink in towards something still. Takes down Cruz. And now it is all on Primi. The Ghost, but this time no armor. Finds the first headshot. Clears out the Dizzy. Finds a second. Looks for Devi, but Devi with 10 HP will strike him down. The fuse comes in. PRX 4 for 4 on the pistols, and now up to 10.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Primi can be on those pistol rounds, that Sheriff gets a ton of value.
If they had bought the Ghost for him and he had armor,
yep,
he'd win that.
I think he does.
A solid effort, but
Deleted. One enemy remaining.
still going to be PRX stretching the lead even further.
Just tremendous, well-coordinated play from PRX. Governor, oh no. Just going to use that to grab the orb.
Picks that up and okay, Primi right back to it. Does get whittled down to 35. Oh, catches the shoulder there. Sees that it's Devi.
Here.
Backs away, but now, I mean, he's being encroached upon by multiple players. Almost finds the headshot. One more. I think he would have been a line there for Mind Freak, but kill not going to be coming through. Now the cut back over towards A here for both sides. So Jing and something get rotated over.
Okay.
Plant will come through.
Spike planted.
PRX will once again have to play for retake. Van lining up for a fault line and a paranoia. They're trying to push out and to keep PRX at bay.
It's just so much firepower that you're pushing against. Blinded up. 2 quick kills here for something. Bouncing forward, trying to get a mid-air hit there on a Jit Boys, who is able to collect the Vandal. And he puts it to good use immediately. Devi going to be taken down. Now suddenly Talon maybe rescuing this, but Jinx says no. Little shot with the Guardian to put him down. Just trying to flush Van out, but they just double face. Kill can be found, Vandal can be recovered, and PRX can get up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea from PRX, or excuse me, from Talon in this round. Like you said, PRX just has better firepower. Jit Boys there, able to sneak underneath that Dizzy and take out something right before it hits him. And Mindfreak doing a good job there with Devi. Devi gets spotted, and they're able to kind of catch Primi off guard. Mindfreak's position hidden on the other side of that door. So they're just really on point with their decision-making, with their shooting. Something as a Thrash. Jing a couple away from a showstopper. It is, oh boy. Are they gonna do the, oh, I thought for a second. Yeah, I was thinking, is Devi up there? Are they gonna do the wall?
They are not, but they are gonna put Mindfreak over here. Plant him in B.
They do this.
Here's the creep up, and Jit Boys snappy enough with a reaction, keeps himself alive, and finds the kill in exchange. Smoke keeps Devi hidden for the time being. A quick peek out from him, but it looks like, oh, maybe they caught something up the mini-map. They put him down to 45 HP. Tries to tuck back into the smoke, but Jit Boys is able to collect that. Something finding one, Forsaken finding another. Governor going to be down, but Jit Boys keeps him in this game, keeps him with the advantage.
Spike planted.
3K for him. They all face out. Jit Boys is now on for an ace. Something around the back. Finds the first one. Jit Boys, can he get it done? Tucks back for the moment. The Mosh trying to flush him out in the open. The swing! And something! Gets a 4-piece of his own! And says, You got 3 on Ascent. You're getting 3 on Sunset.
Clutch.
Unreal. 17 HP. Just ridiculous. I mean, Jit Boy's playing out of his mind in this round. Down to 35 HP off the rip. Catches Devi trying to get the hell out of there. Smokes Forsaken. Takes down Jing on top of the box. But then this happens. Oh my god, that is so good.
And that is the appropriate reaction.
What do you do? Just outrageous.
I just thought about what if Alex did a terming and he called a timeout going into this round? He does not.
He does not.
Devi, though, does take quite a bit of damage, down to 13, pops the heal on himself immediately.
That's buys all the way through, and Jing is a showstopper, something as a Thrash.
Well, that Jiggle Peak was wide enough. Ooh, Governor trying to get the punish. Goes sliding back at Devi, looks to fill the space on the backside. They are not ready for that aggression. Flash not going to be getting a full catch. Devi continues to push forward. Puts just a tiny bit of the damage down. On the ban is Jing now at risk. Goes pushing up through the smoke, but turns back to the showstopper to blow up Jit Boys. Governor trades it out. 3v3. Primi with a neural death, but no corpse nearby. Mosh bounce over onto the side, the fault line. Trying to lock him in place. Something charging forward, able to find one. Now suddenly, the 1v1 Forsaken. Oh, never mind. The defuse! The wingman! It was set up! I got baited! 13-3, PRX take down Talon. They keep themselves in the playoffs. They will be advancing to play against TRX next week in the lower final, a best of 5. The RX Derby returning once more for Talon. We'll have to wait and see them back on this stage. In a little bit less than a month.
Yeah.
Champions kicks off.
Oh, I'm really excited. I mean, I know it wasn't kind of the finish to Pacific that Talon maybe wanted, but that game against Team Secret should give you a lot of hope that they maybe can come into Champions and do some real damage. They've got ideas up their sleeve, and with some prep time ahead of them, certainly they're going to be cooking. But PRX looked like world beaters once again. They look like the team that gets to finals, that challenges for trophies, that challenges for titles. And it was amazing to watch them play today. A lot of bait and switches there on Sunset that really gave Talon some issues. Some hero plays as per usual. Just tremendous, tremendous firepower across the board.
Well, it has been a day. That was one hell of a sunset. And to break it all down to the best of their ability, we're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Achilles and Paper Thin. Yep, sun sets for Talon, at least as far as the finals go. This is the Paper X we like to see. They are back in form. Both of their star duelists are definitely star dueling.
Yeah, I mean, this is just classic Paper X W gaming. We go in for the fight, we take the fight, we win the fight. I mean, this is what all the Paper X fans have always loved to see. This is what was so charming about them. Let's not worry about, the future doesn't work against other teams or not, because the fact of the matter is, you saw Star Duelist come in, you know that Ban was heating up recently on Talon, you know Jib Boys is one of the best players there are in Pacific, and you just said, nah, we win these, and Paper X did it.
Yeah, the literal meme, nah, I'd win. And that's basically what happened. I mean, that even ends in a 13-3. We see some of these rounds where they get tested a little bit, but after an Alex timeout, the team just switched on to a whole other level again. I mean, you see how they're so confident in how they're swinging against some of the players from Talon. For example, with something in a 1-on-2 clutch or something swinging against Jit Boys and moments like that. Yes, Prumi still has...
Right here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Prumi still has amazing mechanics, but again, it's just not quite enough to deal with the entirety of Paper X when... it's not just something, it's not just Jing, it's Forsaken, Devi, Mind Freak, even everybody is here to play.
I think it's just, again, a reminder that Paper X's tempo is very different. You have teams that swing together, you have teams that set up, double swings and pinches and 50-50s, but the tempo at which Paper X unrelentlessly just keeps on pressuring you is impressive. And this right here, he sees the peak out after the match and he's like, well, there's no other way you can go. You're going to have to double up or I'm going to fight 1v1s. The confidence that something has. It's things like that that once again go to show that when Talon's given a chance, yes, they can fight back. But what if Paper X is in the zone like today, right, and they don't just go for these 1v1s, and they're able to just constantly pressure with 2v1s, 3v1s, and then trade again, util again. I mean, it was just very, very classic Paper X.
I think what's really remarkable is that you can really tell when Paper X is in hive mind mode, and we saw that today. You saw all those comms being just absolutely fluid, maybe no comms even, they just know how to work well together. We see the Gecko on something, help set up for Jing to go in there and get those kills, and vice versa. So I think this is really good, considering we are now gonna go into the semifinals with Paper X facing off against an old friend, DRX. I'm pretty excited for this, because it's been a while since we've seen them,
like in a high stakes match.
Yes, not since last year.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, and so now they're meeting, but it's a different best of 5. It's not the grand final, so there's a bit more at stake here. And both of them have had some ups and downs. So I think this is going to be a very interesting new chapter here for both of the RXs.
Exciting to say the least. I mean, because again, with all the changes that are going through, DRX bringing some of these new players as well. I mean, how is the Asia composition or the map pick going to be? I mean, we've got to table that for next week, but it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good one, and I'm so happy to see it, the two RXs once more, and then who's going to be in the grand finals? That's definitely the big question, who's going to face against Genji, who is looking, based on what we saw today and yesterday, stronger than ever. I feel like they look even better than Shanghai, which is crazy because they're already so good in Shanghai.
I mean, I think, again, they just continue to perfect the perfection they already had. And so I would argue that, yes, so far from what we've seen, I mean, who knows, the result could be different. Genji still looks to be just a step above the other two, but it's also nice to finally have Pacific continue to grow and expand that top level, right? It used to be like in Korea, just DRX, and then Paper X, but Paper X used to kind of always follow the DRX. Then Paper X comes back. Now it's top 2. Now we have a top 3 that's very distinct, very powerful, and then you still have Talon making it into the top 4. Huge improvements from last year. Team Secret and RRQ also continuing to chomp at the bit. It's been a great season, and we're going to have some fun stories to tell after next weekend.
Now, speaking of fun, you know what else is fun? Guessing game is so much fun. Don't we love guessing game?
Yeah.
Wow, you get a double? You get a double. All right. Well,
the North American in me wants to shout, "What are you doing? Sit down."
we got one.
I'm already down. Why are you gotta kick me?
We got one timeout from PRX. I just want to point that out. Wow, you got to double up. Let's put you up in ascended.
Oh yeah.
Coming,
My gosh.
going
Puts me
for set.
perfectly where I want to be.
Going for set.
to take down set. I have one more day on the desk. We got some chances to come back. We're gonna take that crown.
Everyone else is. I just want to see the little sprout growing out of Quack's head here. It's pretty funny.
It's gonna be wild. I want to see the boxing match that we're promised.
The boxing match.
I would love to see it. Can we be the coach of like either side of you
Oh
guys?
my God!
You guys are gonna be coaches?
Yeah.
If it's between you two, I want to be coached by you. I'm just gonna make this very clear. I just want to make this very clear.
She's got yeah, she's tougher.
You are making the correct choice, Chobra, but I don't know if I would choose you. That's the thing.
Wow.
No, it's okay.
Wow.
Between the two violinists boxing and wrecking your hands, I have no idea. Maybe we won't see that. Now, PRX versus Talon. It wasn't a 13-0. Considering what we saw at the little, arrivals interview, we thought maybe it's gonna happen.
I mean, even in the beginning, right? It was just PRX hammering it home. I mean, they were on a streak, but Talon, once again, they redeemed themselves. They don't make that same mistake again, but it's still 11 plants, on that first half. I mean, PRX, clearly, they just weren't ever letting their foot off the pedal.
Not at all. I mean, clearly with the post plants, but also just the clutches that they were able to pull up with something being that, locked in. And it's plays like these that really put PRX on top when they are feeling themselves. They're able to read the plays that are about to happen, and they keep themselves, ahead of Talon. They are playing their own game, and they're sticking to that game plan.
I also just want to point out that, some of the players have talked about it, and this is something that Talon's been working on all year, but obviously now with Primi coming back, it's again, they kind of have to reset back to square one in terms of comms. And that's one of the things that will really hold you back when you're playing a team like PRX, because they don't give you any breathing room, right? There's no time to just sit back and kind of go through your communications, go through your playbook. You just have to work on the fly. So I think that's one of the things that we saw in this matchup, because rarely, even if you lose this hard, we don't see Jip Boys not breaking a positive KD, right? Even Primi, he's usually putting up the great numbers in the other matches. So I think it's just a good reminder that at the end of the day, Valorant is a team game, and hopefully in the next coming weeks, Talon can brush that side up on the back end and have a great showing at Champions.
Perhaps the one advantage Talon has now is that they have a little bit more time to go back to the lab before Champions. They've talked about it multiple times in their interviews that is their plan. Now, DRX, PRX, next week we are going to be in a different venue. It is not here at COEX, which has, been our home for the last few months.
It's been very good to us.
It has been very good to us. I've been enjoying this, the couch mode rather than having a desk to just slam together with our coaches.
No, it's been good. Obviously, a little bittersweet that we're already saying goodbye to the stages here that we had before the finals weekend, but that does mean that we're now awaiting two great best of fives coming up for Pacific, and then of course after that, Champions happening here in Seoul as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. This is our very first Champions here in APAC anyway, especially in South Korea. I think this will be very exciting with two Korean teams definitely in for Champions. Quack, how excited are you for this?
I mean, I just can't wait. Again, it's not just one, but two best of fives, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's been marvelous hanging out with you guys here at the desk at this particular venue. It's not goodbye yet. We have next week, but thank you, Chobra. Thank you, Quack.
Thank you.
They're brothers. I'm so glad to have brothers together on the desk. I'm Victoria. We're going to go to the stage for the very last interview of playoffs.
Thank you guys, and I'm with Something at the moment for a quick post-match interview. Now, congratulations, Something, on this win. You guys have advanced to the lower finals against DRX on Saturday, but especially after what happened yesterday, I feel like this win, you guys really needed it, and it's such a momentum booster for you guys. So how do you feel?
Just like the same thing as a Team Secret loss, I will say, because like after Team Secret loss, we have a huge talk in the team. And the same mood, we just want to win every single map after that, every single team.
Yeah. I don't think yesterday was your norm. Would you agree? It was just like a low, bad day for you guys, I feel like.
I think so, but yeah, I just say yes, yes.
Okay, yeah. What were the talks after Gen G series then? What were the feedbacks?
I mean, obviously I cannot say what we are talking about in the team, But just overall, we make sure we are more happier when we are playing, and we are more enjoying to play there.
Okay. Happier, better vibes. Make sure you get that confidence in, get the groove
exactly.
going. One of the things that you guys changed that I feel like made a huge difference was on Ascent. You guys switched from Sova to the Sky. So whose idea was it initially?
I mean, I think it's not gonna be secret if I say it's from Victoria, because she told us, like, guys, last time you play with Sky on Ascent, why not to try again?
Yeah.
Because we already tried KO, so it doesn't work. Maybe Sky is the key.
Okay,
So,
so
yeah.
Victoria knows Valorant.
Yeah.
Okay, props to you, Victoria. Now, the big headline today as well was Primi versus something, the new superstar versus the OG superstar of Pacific. What was it like going up against him? You know, just anything in particular that you were able to notice?
I mean, obviously his mechanic skills on the point. That's why he is top 1 for maybe like 1 year, let's say, on Asia servers.
Yeah.
But just overall, I would say he needs more experience playing on tier 1.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's gonna be insane player in the future.
Just getting used to how the teamwork
Yes.
and the team
Yeah,
game
exactly.
works and to the system as well. Now, but I feel like the key moment today for you especially was the wide swing battles between Jit Boys and you on the Sunset. What was it like? Because you guys were just swinging
All the way.
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. I mean, I just think like that because like Breach stunned me and I have like yellow indicator on my screen, so I need to move. And I see Jet Boy also moving like that, like me. I'm like, okay, I give you 1 more second. I also swing like that, and then I stop and he tried to kill me. I also tried to kill him, but I win this duel. Yeah. But it
Felt
was
like you
so
guys,
funny.
You guys can just go around the
Yeah,
world
yeah.
swinging, endless. But congratulations, and you guys will be facing TRX, as I said. You know, the nostalgia of what happened last year in the finals, and recently the head-to-head record. You guys have the upper edge. So, what are the expectations for you facing DRX on Saturday?
I mean, overall, it's not a lot of expectations from us, and I guess from them, because actually there is no, how can I say, stake, because we already both teams on the champions, right?
Yeah.
And I guess we're just gonna enjoy our gameplay versus them, and they're gonna enjoy play versus us, I guess.
Okay, well, have fun and good luck.
Thank you.
Now, that was the post-match interview with Something heading over to the lower finals on Saturday against DRX. Now, we're going to wrap it up over here. Say goodbye for now. Make sure you come back and join us on Saturday for the lower finals. And good night, everybody, and see you soon.
you